What's up? Everyone, don't forget to leave your feedback and enjoy the story. Our story begins in Seoul, sometime in the 2000s. A group called Group D owns a building in the heart of Yeoksamdong, in the Gangnam district. On the very top floor was the training room for these professional gamers. In a game called Roar, this team was ranked number 1, and right now, they were in the middle of a battle with a player known only as Dex. The game has officially begun, and the characters have been welcomed to the Battle Rift. They're about to face off against one man, an enigmatic player named Dex. This was a player the pros had been wanting to get their hands on for a long time, and now they were planning to teach him a lesson. Their avatars charged straight for Dex. But this guy, he remained completely calm and launched a simple counterattack. With just one move, their leader's character was toast. The other 4 panicked. They found it unbelievable that their leader was taken down so quickly. Their assassin tried to go into stealth and cast a spell, but Dex found him instantly. Dex completely shut down the assassin's attempt. Then, he launched another counterattack and finished the assassin off. Just like that. Their primary, damage dealer, and their tank were gone. Before they could even regroup, Dex attacked again, crushing them all. And so, a single player completely destroyed these so-called professional players. In that one match, they lost their title as the best team. The one now at the top was this guy, the player known as Dex. He single-handedly destroyed every opponent he faced. And now, everyone was dying to know his true identity. It turns out, our hero was just a regular kid playing on his computer. His name was Young, but he went by Dan. He'd used names like Dan Player, DQ Worthy, 123 Solo Play, and about 100 other names. But right now, he was known as Dex. He didn't really care about his real name, Young. His only goal was to become the number 1 player in every game he played, and he had just beaten the pros to reclaim that top spot. His name was now number 1 on the leaderboard, and since he'd achieved his goal, Dex did something unbelievable. The other players were shocked, especially the pros. They thought Dex was mocking them right up until the very end. The number 1 player in the game quit right after reaching the highest rank. The next day, a delivery truck was on its way with a package. Inside, the delivery guys were still talking about Dex and how he'd made a fool out of everyone. The guy in the passenger seat was a fan of the pro team that Dex had just decimated, and he was still pretty ticked off about it. You see, the number of PC gamers in this world was slowly declining, and there was only one reason why a game called Arcadia. 3 of the world's biggest companies, Agent Electronics, Silic, and Argos Corporation, had secretly collaborated to create a new game, and this new online game couldn't be played on computers. To log in, gamers needed a device called the Dreamer. It was the world's first ever virtual reality device. Everyone was diving into Arcadia to discover a brand new world of limitless possibilities. The game's mascot was this girl, who appeared in all their commercials. Back to our delivery truck. It was on its way to deliver the very last Dreamer unit, but the address led them to a rundown, dilapidated house, which left them confused. The windows were cracked and everything. Inside this very house was our main character, ecstatic that he could finally play the new game. But first, he logged back into his old game one last time. He was about to delete the strongest character in the entire game. Without a second thought, our hero did it. A new journey was waiting for him. Young had officially logged into Arcadia. He was thrilled, looking out at a new world that he planned to conquer one day. Now, in our world, countless games have been created over the years. And in some of them, developers hid secret features right under our noses. They could be simple jokes or little tricks, or sometimes they were game-breaking power-ups. These hidden items are commonly known as Easter eggs. And it turns out, one of the developers had hidden something inside Arcadia, too. He entrusted this secret mission to an AI named Alice. Their main goal was to find the game's next superstar. Virtual reality technology works by simulating the senses through a device connected directly to the user's brain. The Dreamer machine is what made all of this possible, allowing people to live new lives in new worlds. Finally, our hero logged in and found himself in the world of Arcadia. He was a bit overwhelmed by the sheer number of people playing. He started by checking the usual stuff, like his status window. Young had gone back to his old name, Dex, and was starting over at level 1. He noted that the game's interface was pretty straightforward. Along with that, he received his first beginner quest to defeat a slime. This was the weakest, most basic monster in the game. Since it was a VR game, players had to adjust their real-life movements to move properly. The game offered some assistance through the use of skills. Our hero, however, didn't need any help at all. His skills were on another level, and he grasped the fundamentals with incredible ease. Just like that, Dex dispatched his first slime, meaning his quest was already complete. Then, a new quest appeared, and this one required him to read 100 books. Our hero was baffled. He thought this kind of quest was just embarrassing for a game like this. But being the game addict that he is, he headed to the library to finish it anyway. The Adeline Public Library was run by these two girls. The one with purple hair noticed something interesting. She looked over at Dex, who had been reading non-stop for days. She explained that this was highly unusual, since most players just skimmed through the books without actually reading them. But now, someone was actually taking the quest seriously and putting in the time. The other woman, however, was sure that Dex would give up eventually. But then, he walked up to her and asked for the sequel to the book he was reading. The woman was taken aback. This was the first time anyone had ever asked for a sequel. This meant he was actually reading them properly. Dex explained that he found parts of the book really interesting and wanted to learn more. When asked why this book and its prequel were kept secret, she revealed that it was only given to those who requested it. Her expression towards Dex changed. Returning to his seat, Dex was about to open the book when he felt something strange. He noticed something in the game's main control center, which was run by an artificial intelligence. There was a hidden quest that had been unlocked by a unique event. The character in question was none other than RNC, who had triggered it. The book mentioned a famous explorer. He had hidden a treasure in the beginner's town by Elden Lake. Although many had speculated about the nature of this treasure, no one had ever been able to find it. However, one thing was certain: there was a first sign of darkness within this treasure. Ezreal, the legendary explorer, had left it at the bottom of the lake. After reading this passage, Dex became intrigued. There was only one lake in the beginner's town, and it was called On Lake. A moment later, RNC arrived at the location. He just stood there looking out at the lake, wondering how this peaceful body of water could contain a fragment of darkness. However, just as he was about to give up, a few notifications appeared. Just by entering this lake, Dex, who was only level 1, had triggered another quest. This time, the quest was B+ rank. These alerts nearly blinded RNC. Dex was officially tasked with exploring the remnants of darkness. The fact that this quest was too difficult for him was confusing, but he felt excited rather than scared. Suddenly, something started glowing purple at the bottom of the lake. At its center was a human silhouette, and it was surrounded by a terrifying atmosphere. After accepting the quest, Dex decided to survey the area first. However, he didn't detect anything unusual. The lake itself was the only place left to explore. He readied himself for the quest and jumped straight into the water. He was quite surprised by the lake's depth relative to its size. He couldn't even see the bottom. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the main scenario had been discovered. That's why all these people were panicking. The general manager of Arcadia's Korean branch was a man named Kwon Monan. Their server had only been live for a week, and this had already happened, which made him very anxious. According to his subordinate, a player had discovered a feature. It had the potential to completely change the game, but he decided to report the situation to his superiors first, because they didn't know the real situation either. After the meeting, these people returned to their work. Monan compared the Korean server's development to that of the United States server. There, the main scenario was only discovered after 3 months. Incubating the Forgotten Seed of Darkness was the name of the main scenario. Returning to RNC, he was still trying to retrieve the item at the bottom of the lake. His diving skill had advanced to B rank, and it also gave him extra stamina. Dex still hadn't seen the bottom of the lake despite diving 200 meters deep. He was now considering giving up. Normally, players would progress in the game by leveling up and taking action. However, this was the complete opposite of what he was doing right now. Considering the pod required a monthly payment of 920,000 won, equivalent to about $700, Dex was also in a hurry. He had planned to sell items earned in the game to cover this cost. However, if he continued with the quest, he likely wouldn't reach his monthly income goal of at least 1 million won. Looking at these words, Dex, a true gamer, realized he had to act. He was the only one with access to this quest. That set him apart from other players. Now, he was determined to continue searching for this lost item. Meanwhile, at the Silikov headquarters in Silicon Valley, a girl was dozing off in bed. She was Jenica Paul, 15 years old, the spokesperson for Silikov. As soon as she learned something, she woke up. Jenica confirmed whether the main scenario had really been initiated by the Korean server. And it was indeed true. The man on the other end of the screen informed her. Now she was wondering why the game's creator would leave something so important in the beginner's town. She was annoyed with the person who had done this. Afterwards, Jenica looked up more information about this item in the database. She discovered this Apostle of Chaos was the name of the hidden class. She wondered if anyone could actually win the game with this class. Reading the description, this class was said to possess a unique ability despite having no concept of attacking and leveling up. Jenica continued browsing the database, and when she learned about this unique talent, she began to tremble. Her scream echoed throughout the building. 10 days had passed when they returned to Arcadia. A pendant was in the hands of the person who had just emerged from the lake. Dex had finally obtained the special item. His relentless pursuit had helped his diving skill reach A rank. He had also completed the quest to find the remnants of darkness. The reward he received was a necklace called the Black Necklace. The system warned Dex not to use this item without careful consideration, because it contained an ancient power. Faced with the prompt, he was debating whether to use it or not. The system asked for RNC's choice. He naturally decided to use it out of curiosity. But then he was confused by another question that appeared. This just kept going on and on. Dex grew increasingly annoyed with the system's frequent warnings. Finally, after a while, the notification from the system changed and sounded more like a human voice. It turned out there was another man behind these messages, and his amusement at Dex's persistence was obvious. This person hoped that Dex could also completely change the world of Arcadia. Dex was about to ask about the man's identity. However, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a notification that his class had been changed to Apostle of Chaos. As a result, the leveling system was removed. Dex received a new stat called Credibility, along with a new character linked to him. A system was also added to his status window. Dex received a new quest at the western meadows of Edeline, where gamers were busy hunting slimes. One of the players used his strength to land a punch that killed the monster. The slime dropped a slime gallbladder. Much to his delight, this item was worth 50 copper, making his companion jealous. Even though he had a mock exam next week, this inspired him to work harder. However, someone was watching them from. He wondered if the system really wanted him to murder these new players. Dex had tried to delete his character an hour ago, but it was no use. The system prevented him from doing so. He immediately regretted switching to this hidden class for one very simple reason. Dex discovered that being a poet of the Chaos class wouldn't allow him to level up. In any game, the most basic mechanic is leveling up. It's what drives a player's progress, and without it, a character can't even get stronger. Although Dex figured this wouldn't matter much at the start of the game, it would definitely be a huge disadvantage later on compared to other players. Just thinking about it was exhausting. The words of the man who spoke to him before he accepted the hidden class echoed in his head. He believed they had genuinely tried to stop him, and that all those notifications were extremely important. Dex quickly stopped trying to solve this dilemma. He figured he just had to accept it since there was nothing else he could do. For now, he could only look forward to how he might use this hidden class in the future. After accepting his fate, he tried to look up more details about the class and discovered a new stat called Rationality Points. This stat had the power to influence things that existed in this world. It could bend the rules with ease. However, the stat would disappear permanently after being used. Dex read this and became very confused. That was also when the class-related quest was given to him. He had to eliminate newbies who hadn't chosen a class yet, and for now, he was limited to tracking these kids. The quest had a 7-day time limit, and he was still hesitant to complete it, because he thought it would ruin the game for them. But he had no other choice. He was just trying to play the game, too. Dex was about to run in their direction when something happened. These 3 guys were PK heirs. They were informing the newcomers that they were the owners of this land and that they weren't allowed to hunt there. Our main character wasn't sure who these guys were. Claiming ownership of this hunting ground was ridiculous. The woman tried to defend their rights, since this place was really meant for all newbies. However, one of the guys in the group blocked her. Now, the player nicknamed Crazy Monkey was threatening them. Everyone could see his name had turned red. This indicated he had killed many other players. The guy's claim that he could easily find out her real identity was making the woman start to tremble. Things got even worse when he ordered them to get lost. The woman started screaming for help, but the other players nearby just hid and did nothing. A man then gathered up the courage to approach these guys. He explained that since this was just a game, everyone should just have fun. The guys were stunned by that statement, but then burst out laughing. Crazy Monkey started explaining the law of the real world in this game, and that is, in reality, power decides everything. Then, someone confirmed Crazy Monkey's words, but a surprise attack came flying in, and Crazy Monkey was the target. It was Dex, and he was cursing himself for not finishing the guy off in a single blow. He then continued to slash at the group, and they were defeated instantly. His in-game name also started to turn red. Our hero had only just begun his adventure in Arcadia. He received 1 rationality point for every player he killed. Although Dex was still learning how to use this stat, he guessed it would be very difficult to accumulate more points. A voice then called out, "Thank you." It came from the 2 newbies who had just been saved. They asked how they could repay our hero, but Dex warned them not to show their gratitude, because he would repay that kindness in kind. With that said, the 2 players were struck down. He added that since this was just a game, they shouldn't be too angry with him. The young man recognized it on Dex's face, but before he could react, he was taken down. After receiving 2 more rationality points, Dex went searching for more prey, especially those who just stood by and watched. When they heard about Dex, these people froze. Several screams echoed from the hunting grounds. That same day, a rumor started spreading on Arcadia's homepage. Every newcomer told the same story. That night, the true madman appeared as he hid in the shadows. An owl in a tree noticed a man running for his life. He was crying and begging for help when he tripped over a rock. The player was injured and received a debuff, causing him to move slower. He then looked back to make sure of something. He could see red eyes catching up to him. A man in a black cloak approached him leisurely. Our hero was there with a terrifying expression. The guy tried to reason with Dex, saying there was no reason for him to die. But Dex was already preparing to draw his sword. As our hero was about to lose his patience, the guy started saying he would report Dex's actions to the game masters so they would punish him. Then, he gave the player a single slash. He was being forced to act this way by the game itself. The player became confused and was split in two. As a result, Dex received another point. He had been eliminating players all day and was now finally getting tired. In the game Arcadia, there's a penalty for every player who dies, which prevents them from logging in for a full day. This was implemented to stop people from getting addicted to the game, but many players were now demanding this penalty be removed. This same issue was generating a flood of calls to Arcadia's customer service department. When the general manager noticed this, he found out it was related to the mass PKNG happening in the game. He became irritable because one player had created another problem, while they were still busy dealing with the main scenario's issue. The entire department had to work overtime tonight because of this incident. This is our main character's current status window. In the time that has passed, 1,025 players have been killed by him. He accomplished this after 2 days of non-stop playing. Dex's body had reached its limit, and his emotions were further damaged by the constant screams and pleas. Now that he had turned the entire game upside down, he wondered if this quest was really necessary. He continued to ponder why he was given this mission in the first place. But right then, Dex decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Besides, he could hear strange sounds coming from the slimes around him. The creatures were thanking him for saving them from the players who had been hunting them. This act strengthened Dex's bond with the entire slime race. Then, the slimes surrounded Dex, showering him with affection. He was glad to see his efforts hadn't gone to waste, and had actually helped these little guys. But just as he was enjoying the moment with these creatures, he heard that sound again. This time, he saw the glow of firelight too. He knew what it was. With that, he said goodbye to his slime friends. It turned out the flames were from the torches of another group of players. Their leader spotted Dex, stopped in his tracks, and ordered everyone to go after him. Dex immediately took off. He was just about to escape the forest when the path ended abruptly at a cliff, trapping him. The leader started bragging about how he'd finally cornered the criminal, but Dex just smirked, not even batting an eye. Then, he deliberately leaped off the edge. He was now in a free fall. The other players thought he was completely insane, but as Dex fell, he did something no one expected. He logged out of the game. After this incident, tons of videos started circulating on MUP, showing exactly what our hero had done. The comments section blew up, since most of the people posting had been killed by him. One of the players Dex had taken down before started to keep a close eye on his movements. He discovered that Dex was always hanging around the slime hunting grounds. This made him think the mysterious player was just some low-level nobody. So, he hatched a plan to get his revenge. He would get stronger and gather a party specifically to take this guy down. The next day, a crowd of players gathered in a plaza. Their leader, a guy with green hair, stepped forward and thanked everyone for coming. Their main goal was to hunt down the player who had been killing all the newbies. This whole incident was a reminder to everyone that the player's own actions could create new stories within the game. The game was called Arcadia. Everything that happened in this world could eventually become a new story. And an AI named Dallas was the one managing it all. And right now, that AI, Dallas, had just recognized the personal mission created by Dex's victims. She then turned it into an official quest for all of them. They all got the notification. The quest was called Catch the Beginner Serial Killer. Their mission was to capture the mysterious player who had been causing chaos for everyone. The appearance of this quest immediately put the Korean branch on red alert. They were in a panic, having no idea a quest could be generated like this on its own. A man named Kang Taehyun was chewing out his team, furious that they hadn't taken the situation seriously. All the team could do was accept the blame. Now, all they could do was wait for the analysis to be completed. The fact that the higher-ups were now involved meant this was an extremely urgent situation. A moment later, an employee rushed in and told his boss that this was all connected to the main scenario. The player in question had already managed to start it. This was only 2 days after the clue was discovered. Normally, there's a huge gap between the production phase and the start phase of a scenario. The production phase is like planting a seed. Once that seed absorbs enough nutrients or data, it begins to grow and blossom. That's the start phase, and it usually takes months. But in this case, both phases were triggered in the span of just 2 days. Since their estimates were completely wrong, the director started analyzing the data himself. That's when he found a video of the beginner killer. He discovered that one player had been killing all the other newbies in the slime hunting grounds. And this person was the very same one connected to the main plot. The team had already tried to run a background check on this player, but their access had been blocked by the main headquarters. The director was now extremely curious about this player's identity, especially since the main headquarters was protecting him. As he kept digging through the data, he noticed something. In just 2 days, the director saw, this player had already killed 1,025 other players. Meanwhile, the culprit himself was just peacefully sleeping. Finally, after a while, Dex woke up. When he logged on, he saw the game itself had put up a huge banner. It was for a special event to hunt down the beginner killer. He knew immediately it was about him. The post already had an insane 2,000 comments. Dex just thought this was a huge pain. He was already thinking about quitting, but then he remembered he still had to make payments on his gaming capsule. So he logged back in. He wondered what to do next. Dex was surprised the game would actually create a quest like this. He was still in the slime hunting grounds. Because of everything that had happened, other players had stopped coming to this area. Our hero was just about to search for a new spot when he heard something. A slime seemed to be trying to tell him something. Turns out, a couple of newbies were hunting not too far away. They were after the very same slime that had gotten Dex's attention. The two players immediately warned Dex not to touch it. Dex just stared at the little creature for a moment, and then he made up his mind. He started walking slowly towards the two players. One of them thought Dex's face looked familiar, reminding him of the cloaked figure in the videos. Still not realizing who he was, the player threatened Dex. Our main character just grinned. Then, he suddenly screamed and pointed at the other guy, shouting his name and calling him the beginner killer. Hearing this, the other player's eyes went wide with greed. All they could think about was the reward they'd get for completing the special quest. The guy who was framed tried to explain himself, but it was too late. Dex and the slime were already running for it. As every other player in the area started chasing the poor guy, there was no time for explanations. The players chased him to a cliff, trapping him. That's when the guy who thought Dex looked familiar finally remembered the video on Mub. He realized they had been masterfully framed by our hero. Meanwhile, Dex and the slime made a clean getaway, much to Dex's delight. The little slime now followed behind him, expressing its gratitude. And for saving another one of its kind, Dex's affinity with the slime race increased. He was even given the title Friend of Slimes. He figured he got the title because he'd killed so many newbies, which stopped them from hunting slimes in the area. Still, Dex didn't think this situation would help his progress in the game. Progressed, but then more notifications popped up. He had met the minimum credibility requirement. This meant he could use the plausibility stats to help the slimes, thanks to his strong relationship with them. These were the slime's current stats. They had just reached level 1. Below the status window, he could also see the plausibility stat. Dex processed this information, and then a wicked grin spread across his face. He thought this game was an absolute blast, so much so that he started screaming. When our main character tried to use the stat on the creatures, a brilliant light erupted. It was a success. The system asked him if he wanted to apply these changes. Naturally, our main character accepted. This was the power of his hidden class, the Bard of Anarchy. A massive pillar of light shot down from the sky, and this message appeared. The fundamental stats of the slime race have been altered. Now at level 15, they radiated a powerful aura. In every game, it was always the players who hunted the monsters. This was a constant in every role-playing game. Every player about to start their adventure needed a way to test their skills. They're often called tutorial monsters. And these cute, harmless creatures known as slimes were the most iconic starting monster in any game players had ever experienced. But what if the game's weakest monsters suddenly became so powerful that new players couldn't even hunt them? On the video streaming site, Mewbew, countless tutorials on how to hunt them were being uploaded. There were even videos that documented players' journeys to fame. But one particular video caught the viewer's attention. The video started with the player logging into the game. The player was completely blown away by the game's graphics. He started looking around his environment and soon found this adorable-looking slime. Its creator was about to kill it. But then, something happened unexpectedly. The slime charged toward him, and the video ended right there. A moment later, because the creator died, he was hit with a 24-hour login restriction, and as a result, his video went viral. The common areas were also in chaos, having suffered the same fate. This was the result of dumping 1,250 plausibility points into the game's weakest monster. It completely ruined the experience for anyone new to this game. This once innocent-looking monster had transformed. Even newbies can't put a scratch on them. Meanwhile, our MC was just chilling and watching these newcomers. He thought this was a truly ridiculous idea. Normally, slimes won't attack a player unless they are attacked first. They were incredibly docile. But now, they had evolved into much more aggressive creatures. Dex guessed that perhaps their traits evolved as he leveled them up. This was the power of plausibility. It could change the normal flow of the game. And Dex was starting to realize the true power of this stat. He also spotted the guys who had given him that special hunting quest. Right now, the green-haired guy was screaming because the slimes were already overwhelming them. The one in front of him lunged, and he couldn't react in time. Then, a huge explosion went off nearby. The once harmless slimes had now turned into actual monsters. This powered-up slime dealt a fatal blow to the guy with green hair. Now, these guys were in shambles. They tried to run, but more slimes swarmed in. As the slimes killed the players, Dex's plausibility stat increased. This was a feature he found very satisfying. After just 2 hours, his plausibility points had shot up to 3,924. This was far more than the points he had gathered over the last 2 days. The slimes were doing all the work for him. As of now, the body count is at 4,949, and he still has about 4 days left for this quest. Although Dex considered buffing the slimes even more, the system informed him that they had reached their maximum potential. He was pretty disappointed to hear that. Still, this was much better than nothing. Besides, he now had these cute little guys with him. When RMC said he'd be counting on them, the slimes puffed up with confidence. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch, the general manager was already furious. He was now demanding game reports from his team. This guy reported that the slimes' stats were suddenly boosted at exactly 1320 hours, causing a massive number of newbie deaths. They haven't heard anything from headquarters, and this incident is still ongoing. The director asked just how strong these slimes had become. This man revealed that their strength had increased tenfold. All the staff saw their boss as somewhat terrifying. He was a bit stunned as he considered the information he was given. He asked his staff what the base HP of a beginner player was. It was exactly 100 HP, which could only mean one thing. These slimes could one-shot a level 1 beginner player. Without another word, the boss left the room. He believed Arcadia wouldn't make a mistake like this, so he felt he needed to check it out himself immediately. The boss entered the capsule room. He's going to log into the game to assess the situation himself. The system immediately granted him level 3 administrator access. After being transported to this chamber, the director came face to face with Alice, the artificial intelligence in charge of managing every aspect of the game. She just stared at him. Meanwhile, Dex had arrived at the newbie hunting ground. He was already confused about why there were no players around. This was the current status of his personal quest. With 2 days remaining, he had already eliminated 9,640 players. Cracks spiderwebbed across the black object before it split open. A few seconds later, a system notification confirmed the reward had been delivered. There was something familiar about it. The ominous creature demanded to know who Dex was. And in that moment, Dex was absolutely thrilled. This was his new familiar. It began to release the immense pressure coiling around it. But Dex's grin vanished the moment he read its name. This was a monarch of chaos. The name floating above it read, Satanic King, a demon. The familiar then smirked, fully aware that a complete summoning was impossible. He reverted to a smaller form. This was the Demon King's current state. But that didn't bother him in the slightest. Even with his power restricted, it was more than enough to wipe out every last angel. After the introductions, Dex just stared at his new companion. Satan, however, was being far too modest. His surprise was simply because he hadn't expected his new form to look like this. He then turned his attention to Dex, who explained exactly what had happened. Dex told Satan that he'd won him as a prize, and that the system had officially made Satan his familiar. Satan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. No one should be able to command him. Besides, there was no negotiation, no contract. Dex had no idea what Satan was even saying. Dex just found him odd. He kept staring at the Demon King. This was supposed to be his true form. Yet he looked like a little kid. Satan finally accepted the situation. He told Dex it looked like they'd be spending a lot of time together, and promptly perched himself on Dex's head. After flying up, he declared that he hoped they'd get along. Dex, meanwhile, felt a little weird having the Demon King just chilling on his head. But then, Satan sensed something too. He realized Dex possessed an incredible amount of power. Just then, a system notification popped up, telling Dex he could unlock his familiar's true potential by using the power of plausibility. But it also came with a warning his familiar was a demon, and could try to trick or tempt him. Satan's expression shifted the moment he realized his new master could grant him the power to destroy all angels. He immediately asked Dex if he would grant him some of that authority. Dex knew exactly what he was talking about. Satan was referring to a power that could turn the world upside down. He was talking about plausibility. He then started tempting Dex with sweet words, promising he could give Dex anything his heart desired. If he'd just share some of that plausibility, Dex had about 9,000 points of it. Knowing how special this stat was, He asked Satan what he'd get in return for such power. His new companion just grinned and summoned a sinister magic circle. From it, he called forth an item known as N's Lament. It was a unique grade cloak, wearable only by players level 150 and above, and its defensive stats were insane. But level 150 was way out of Dex's league. On the entire US server, only about 50 players had even reached that level. Besides, Dex told Satan he didn't really need a cloak. Satan, realizing his master wouldn't be swayed by a mere cloak, asked him what he truly wanted. At first, Dex's mind was a blank. But then, an idea struck him. Dex asked Satan if he could use his power to strengthen other monsters. Specifically, the slimes. The Demon King was floored by this request. He was so taken aback by his master's strange idea that he burst out laughing. This human was just too interesting. He was starting to really like this guy. Satan assured him that such a task would be simple. He then asked how much plausibility Dex was willing to give him. Dex didn't hesitate. He'd give him every last point he had. Satan was overjoyed with this deal and immediately sealed the pact. He summoned his magic circle, and their contract was made official. Instantly, sinister black lightning began to arc across the forest. Meanwhile, higher-level players had started flocking to the area. They'd heard that the slimes here were giving out an insane amount of experience points. It had become the perfect grinding spot for high rankers looking to level up fast. But suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a strange voice echoed out. It was a sound filled with the resentment of the entire slime race. As the voice grew louder, black lightning erupted from the ground. A sinister aura washed over the slimes, fueling their thirst for revenge. They were now consumed by pure rage. The pressure from the slimes became overwhelming. One player was frozen in fear, unable to even scream at the horrifying sight before him. All around, the slimes began to float into the air. He was sure he was about to die. But when he dared to open his eyes, he saw that every single slime was moving in the same direction. The player couldn't believe what he was seeing. The slimes were merging, combining into one enormous being. Just then, a system-wide notification appeared for all players in the area. It announced that the slimes, who once lived peacefully in the green fields, had finally awakened to the fact that adventurers were slaughtering them for sport. Fueled by rage, their collective desire for vengeance against the players gave birth to a new, terrifying being. It was called the Slime Queen. A level 100 field boss, this monster would now lead the slimes in their assault against the players. The Slime Queen let out a deafening roar that echoed across the entire zone. The sheer force of the sound wave obliterated every tree in the vicinity. The pressure was immense. A single attack could wipe out most of the players here. The man stood frozen, completely unsure of what to do. Before him stood a disaster-class monster. Meanwhile, Dex and Satan were watching the chaos unfold from a distance. He turned to his familiar and asked what, exactly, he had done. Satan simply replied that he had followed his orders, to make the slimes stronger. But this was way more than Dex had bargained for. Even they were being pushed back by the sheer power radiating from the Slime Queen. Satan, on the other hand, was reveling in the mayhem. The Slime Queen was so powerful, she could probably even tear through his own demon army. He was thrilled to see the world's weakest monster transform its rage and desire for revenge into something so magnificent. He explained that he had only used a fraction of the plausibility Dex gave him to temporarily awaken the slime's latent emotions. Even with just a tiny sliver of it, some monsters could evolve to this level. That was the true extent of Satan's power. As long as he has plausibility, he can strengthen anything, and right now, things were different now. The slimes were the ones hunting the players. Although these players had improved, they were still overwhelmed. In relation to this main scenario, the system also generated a linked quest and displayed it to every player in the beginner's village. This was the latest quest they had to keep the town safe and subdue the Slime Queen. It was only active for 7 days. Players would only lose if they destroyed the Guardian Crystal standing in the center of the city. This surprised everyone because there was a penalty for this quest. If they failed, the starter town would be destroyed. The village began to feel the pressure from the slimes, and soon after, they could all see this giant monster approaching. As everyone was busy fighting the slimes, Satan asked his master what they should do. He even suggested that the main characters secretly break the crystal to defeat the players. This was the epitome of a devil's whisper. Dex informed his pet that for now, he would just observe. Satan believed his master would just sit back and then, at the last second, extinguish all the players' hopes. His master was a true devil, which made him feel a little proud. A moment later, he received a series of notifications stating that he had increased his total points. Dex believed what Satan had said, and he would eventually have to decide which side to support. The guy just grinned because he would choose the action that benefited him the most. The Slime Queen continued to move towards the village full of players. This monster's stats were insane. It also possessed abilities like shared consciousness and rapid regeneration. Those assigned to the Korean branch of Arcadia were monitoring the scene. The director was just paying attention and predicting what would happen next. He was told by someone who stood up to shut down the server. That person was the department head. His name was Kang Jun. He went on to say that a level 100 monster couldn't just be left to wander around the village. This village was meant for inexperienced players who were still getting used to the game. The woman named Wang Mi agreed with the suggestion. Although she was the team's best designer, she hadn't created such a monster. She considered the possibility that this monster was created by the head office. It was because of all the complaints they were receiving. The pressure had started to build. The director said nothing at all. He was lost in thought, contemplating the factors that led to this disaster. This man was the one who had started killing the new players. And now, suddenly, this giant monster appeared. He began to understand the nature of all this. The director then asked if everyone understood the true goal of the game. Arcadia had envisioned a world where freedom and possibilities were limitless. He gave everyone the impression that not even the head office had planned for this particular scenario. A player was the cause of this incident. The appearance of the main scenario, this disaster, was caused by the newbie killer and his manipulation of the slime's stats. There was some commotion in the meeting room after this revelation. They could hardly believe that such a thing could happen. Also, they couldn't really intervene because a player in the game had caused this. The most important rule in Arcadia was this if there was a penalty involved. They would still have to let this scenario play out to the end. The village would be permanently destroyed if the players couldn't repel this monster and protect it. The starter village was now partially engulfed in a sea of fire. Players were busy pushing back the slimes that had infiltrated the village grounds. Now, even the in-game NPCs were defending the location. One person was wondering where these slimes came from, but he was unprepared when this purple one suddenly appeared. He believed he was done for. However, the old man was saved when someone appeared in front of him. It was a player, and he advised the old man to step back. At that moment, he immediately complied and retreated. These two had luckily escaped the dangerous situation. The security team member, an old man named Baron, thanked the player for saving his life. This person was very trustworthy and humble. However, the old man continued to insist that this player was very deserving of gratitude and that what he did was incredibly righteous. The player was then instructed by the old man to find him after the incident. Once again, the player was given a unique quest by this scenario. It asked him to accept the class known as Saber. The player had only heard rumors about this, so he was surprised to see it with his own eyes. He accepted it immediately because he knew this was an important quest. Then, since they still had some tasks to complete, the old man changed the subject. They had to prevent their village from being destroyed by this monster. This bloody struggle had been going on for over 3 days. The players were still being overwhelmed by the slimes during these days. However, the players on the Korean server were famous for never backing down from a challenge. After learning about the situation, every elite player began to come to the village to help. The new players also began to revise their tactics and form another alliance. The title of Slime Slayer was given to all players who successfully killed more than 1,000 slimes. They gained 40% damage and 30% defense against slimes. Thanks to this title, the tide of the battle began to change. The players saw a new ray of hope. They believed that this tactic was now genuinely useful. Meanwhile, Dex was simply observing this battle from outside the quest area. The quest he received last time had accumulated about 32,000 points. Satan was delighted to see this scene. Of course, he was more devilish than he looked. So he burst out laughing and praised his master profusely. In addition, Dex had managed to accumulate over 22,000 justifiable points. His pet once again asked him about his immediate plans. Satan was discussing the ongoing conflict, because in the end, the players would still win this battle. Their group had become too strong. Dex paused, pretending to think about this. Then he grinned again. Our hero was wearing his dark cloak when Satan noticed a bloodstain on his master's cloak. He's asking this woman to end the in-game raid. Her name is Lee Myung, the CEO of Arcadia. All players were given a 7-day deadline, a period that was both long and short. The beginner village was now known as a battlefield. The sun has finally risen. Right now, the raid is about to end in 10 minutes and 42 seconds. As the slimes have disappeared, the players began to calm down. They believed the slimes had given up, even though they had successfully defended the village. But the battle was far from over. The clock was still ticking, and something happened right as the 10-minute mark arrived. Suddenly, the sky turned red. This was the calm before the storm. Everyone participating in the village knew that a terrible event was likely to happen. When our main character finally appeared, he was grinning from ear to ear. Standing on top of the level 100 slime queen was this guy, and the festival was about to begin. This quest was almost over when one of the players started screaming at his teammates. However, they were all terrified. Then, the slime queen moved once again. For a long time, these players had been wiping out their kind, and as a result, Countless lives were lost. It was they who were experiencing the pressure of being hunted. Now, it seemed this boss monster was here to avenge all the dead slimes. With 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining, I bet this will be the most grueling 10 minutes of these players' lives. The Slime Queen launched its attack. All the slimes it deployed were purple. The players started to flee as the overwhelming force they faced became clear. It was too late, but some still hoped that everyone would hold the formation. The lead player felt something was off. Just then, he was about to be crushed by a giant hand. He immediately realized his mistake, as there was now no way to stop this monster. He believed Arcadia was just messing with them. But at that moment, a beam of light appeared and the Slime Queen was attacked. It came from this player, who called out to all the other players in the village. Everyone stopped. He announced that they would have 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes to protect the village's crystal. He advised them to protect this thing at all costs. In addition, their pride as the world's greatest server was also at stake. This was enough to boost their fighting spirit. Every single one of them raised their weapons. This guy was satisfied that he could maintain control of the chaotic situation. However, the Slime Queen had reached the village wall. To prevent it from reaching the crystal, the players formed a barrier. Seconds ticked by, bringing the final 10 seconds to a close. The fierce fighting also intensified for this quest. Players threw themselves and sacrificed their bodies. This man put all his strength into his final attack. He charged towards the Slime Queen, but a shield blocked his attack. He smiled even though the attack failed, because he had fulfilled his role, buying them time, and now only a few seconds remained. Back to the matter at the Korean branch. The director was asked by the CEO if he wanted her to actually stop the slime raid. She told him there was nothing she could do. She explained that they weren't gods of Arcadia. They could only manage it. They were limited to providing countermeasures rather than deleting the entire incident. That was their only function in this game. The player who had given everyone a break was now dozing off next to the crystal. He felt that it was all over. He was quite satisfied. However, the crystal soon began to crack. The system notified the players that they had failed to protect the village, and the crystal was destroyed. Standing next to the crystal with his weapon embedded inside was our main character. He admitted to the red-haired player that his hand had slipped. This player was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. It was now official that the beginner village would be destroyed. The main character was even annoyed that he didn't get any points for killing the red-haired player amidst this chaos. The other players also rushed to the village center because they believed there was no way the slimes could enter this area. When they stopped, they witnessed the truth. It wasn't a monster that had broken the crystal. In this case, our main character, a human, was more like a monster. These guys were asking Dex why he did it, and they were all furious. He had trolled so much that they even called him that. The remaining players all rushed towards the main character. Everyone was curious about his nickname. However, Dex informed them that now was not the right time. The announcement that the village would be permanently destroyed appeared. The Slime Queen suddenly exploded, and a brilliant purple light began to emerge. Then, something green started to float up from the ground. A few people believed this was the process of creating more slimes. And it was indeed happening. A moment later, this green mass suddenly emitted a sound similar to the slimes. Once again, a dazzlingly brilliant light appeared. The slimes began to merge, and at that moment, they transformed into giant purple slimes. The exploited newbies started screaming, realizing they had won. It was their rage, and they had succeeded in making the humans feel it. They were no longer the helpless monsters they once were. There was even a ruler leading them. Dex and Satan were quite surprised by the Slime Queen's latest incarnation. The beginner village had been transformed into slime territory. A notification was sent to every player still in this place. They were in a hunting zone. The recommended level was level 80. They could never survive this. There were slimes everywhere, some even larger than them. This situation rather amused Dex. Everything was in a state of chaos. A while later, the media also started to take an interest in this incident. This woman reported on what had happened. In the beginner village, the most popular game suddenly received a flood of complaints. And Young was just sleeping while all of this was going on. This guy was really annoyed for having caused a commotion in the entire game. Our main character finally woke up. According to the reporter, the beginner village had now turned into a terrifying dungeon. Yi Young heard this news while glued to his phone. This was one of the most publicized incidents. There was a huge amount of negative feedback from Arcadia users in the article's comment section. But our protagonist noticed a common thread. Someone had realized the connection between this incident and the newbie killer. The guy was aware of the inconvenience he'd caused others. He decided that, for the time being, he should keep a low profile. A few players even suffered heavy losses, similar to the man who was about to complete his promotion quest, because he had helped the old NPC in the village. Yi Young, in his defense, was simply following the rules of the game like everyone else. He still had so many unanswered questions, such as the true goal and purpose of his hidden class, the return of the spirit beast, the strongest demon in the universe, and the mysterious person who gave him the B-rank title of anarchy. Yi Young took a second to process all this information. He finally realized that he wasn't actually bothered by any of it. After all, it was the game's fault for creating such a quest. For now, he would focus on the present. Yi Young was still a university student, and he had enrolled as a computer engineering student at Xiamen University. Today was the day of his orientation. He entered the room and sat down. Despite being an avid gamer, he was still excited about what university had to offer. Then he noticed something. The man sitting across from him was engrossed in a video, and it was the very video where he shattered the crystal. Yi Young was stunned because he had no idea at the time that he was being recorded. Over 2 million people had watched this video. He wondered why people were watching it, and he considered the potential financial gain this video could bring immediately. The man next to him observed Yi Young's behavior and asked if he was interested in the video. He then introduced himself to our protagonist as Yi Jun. Yi Young wasn't prepared for this guy to be so friendly. However, he introduced himself as well, and then the guy started discussing everything related to the video, including Arcadia. Our protagonist was somewhat relieved, believing that Yi Jun was simply really interested in Arcadia. However, the man then asked a question. He asked about Yi Young's knowledge regarding the newbie killer. Yi Young grew anxious because there were too many coincidences in this. Now he wondered if the man knew he was the actual person in the video. Lee Ma-yeon was watching the video of the beginner's village at the Arcadia Korea headquarters when she noticed the village had been completely destroyed. She had predicted that this area would become busy. They had prepared for events like this to happen in the game. However, this incident was too severe. Yet she smiled. Apparently, this was a good thing. The public had become more aware of the incident, and as a result, more people wanted to play the game. Her company would learn a lesson from this. The fact that a single person completed all these quests also impressed her. Now she was curious about this player's appearance. Back at Xiamen University, our protagonist was still panicking over the question he received. To top it off, Yi Jun patted him on the shoulder. This guy started bragging that Yi Young could rely on him, implying that he knew nothing about Arcadia. He then began to explain everything to our protagonist, treating him like a newbie. Yi Young believed this man must always be on his guard because he possessed sharp reasoning skills, and Yi Jun believed that Yi Young had said too much because he was too lost in his own thoughts. A moment later, their proctor walked in. Professor Kim Tae-yoon was the one in charge of the Department of Computer Engineering. He came to welcome all the students in this course and announced that he would be making an important announcement. The professor went on to discuss virtual reality, a recent technological advancement. It had not only shaken up the media world, but had also significantly changed its trajectory. When the professor mentioned Arcadia, our protagonist became interested. Those who had played the game before knew that the computer engineering field wasn't enough to keep up with this. He revealed that after a discussion, both the university and the department had come to the conclusion that the current curriculum was not suitable for this endeavor. Yi Young agreed with the remarks being made. Virtual reality would eventually become the center of the world. Then, Professor Kim Tae-yoon revealed that the computer engineering course would be replaced by a virtual reality engineering course. The students were confused by this, but he stressed that they had to make this change to keep up with the rest of the world. The students were all in the cafeteria after the shocking news. Yi Young and Yi Jun continued to have lunch together. This Arcadia fan talked way too much. He wouldn't stop talking about the game. Then, the guy asked if our protagonist was playing Arcadia. He quickly made an excuse, saying that although he wanted to play, the machine was too expensive. Additionally, he admitted to Yi Jun that he wasn't good at games. On top of that, he abruptly changed the subject and asked Yi Jun the same question. Of course, he played Arcadia too. He started bragging, telling our protagonist that he was already a high-skilled player. He told Yi Young to contact him if he ever decided to play. The beginner's village was gone, so now new players were spawning randomly, at different locations. Yi Young believed that Yi Jun was a genuinely kind person. When our protagonist logged in after a tiring day at university, Satan and its grumbling greeted him. Its master hadn't logged in for days, which annoyed it. While waiting, Yi Young thought that maybe this was familiar, but he was so bored. Somewhere nearby, they heard a sound. He then quickly looked towards the sound. Our protagonist was stunned as the slime queen rushed over and hugged him. The other slimes then followed their leader's lead. He felt overwhelmed by these creatures. Yi Young started to find it hard to breathe. These adorable slimes were also capable of harming Satan as it got crushed under them. After a while, these individuals became quieter. The Slime Queen bowed her head, showing her respect to Yi Young. The system notified Yi Young that this race would always be grateful for his kindness and would never forget what he did for them. Yi Young had become the savior of the slime race. From friend of slimes to savior of slimes, his title was upgraded. In addition, our protagonist also received a reward called the Crown of Slimes. For completing the Slime's Wrath quest, Yi Young's reliability score also increased. 2,413 points. Dex seemed pleased with the gifts he received. He had gotten a lot of bonus stats from this title. This guy had obtained 2 titles, both of which could not be revealed to others. He would get in trouble for the Savior of Slimes and Rookie Killer titles. Satan then advised them to leave this place, declaring that he had finished dealing with the monsters. Our protagonist agreed. The Slime Queen then bid Dex farewell. Their friendship with the slime race was maintained. Dex was ready for a new adventure. This city was not far from the former location of the Rookie Village, and this village was hiding something strange. After the village was destroyed by the slime raid, people began to look for new destinations to start their journeys. And this location was posted online by someone named Mick Barney. The Rookie Village was only 10 kilometers from this place. The players went inside after hearing this new information spread quickly. Everyone, including our protagonist, arrived at Mick Barney. The vibrant city welcomed him. During a routine check, the guard asked for Dex's identity. The guards all assumed that these new faces were from the Rookie Village. This person was curious about what had actually happened there. All they had heard was that some slimes had gone on a rampage. Dex then discovered that rumors spreading in the game could also be picked up by NPCs, and felt that he should be cautious when answering these questions. Our protagonist informed the guard that Edelane Village had turned into a monster den, and that level 85 was the minimum level required to enter the place. At this point, the NPC began to understand why so many people were visiting their location. Dex expressed his gratitude for being allowed into the city. Meanwhile, Satan was busy exploring. He was very agitated in this vicinity. He couldn't remember why, but he felt this place was very familiar to him. Satan was also annoyed that Dex kept calling him 10. He protested the nickname his master had given him. Our protagonist then informed him that the name Satan might attract the attention of other players. When Satan learned this, he became satisfied. The rationality stat was then displayed by this spirit beast again. He asked what Dex intended to do with this power. Dex currently had about 33,000 rationality points. This indicated that his master had killed about 40,000 players. Satan was drooling. Dex knew that Satan would ask for more rationality points, but he vehemently refused. This guy started complaining again. He tried again to buy more items from his master. He even boasted to Dex that he could use one of his items to easily defeat an entire nation. Satan was frustrated that our protagonist wasn't interested in this negotiation at the moment. In Dex's opinion, Satan's offers weren't bad at all. Although they were extremely tempting, he knew he couldn't just rely on his spirit beast and rationality powers. He considered the possibility that he could use this power better, and this was a crucial factor. Playing a game with an overpowered item from the start would ruin the experience. When Dex finally entered the city, it was very crowded due to the increased population. Inside the city, the surrounding businesses were also thriving. Dex planned to spend some time exploring the area and finding some interesting quests to undertake. As he was thinking about this, he overheard something. It was coming from people inside a bar. This man was in trouble because his supervisor had demanded an increase in ore production. However, even at this point, they were barely getting enough sleep. So this request was impossible. The other man agreed. They really had no way of completing an impossible task. When Satan heard this, Dex flashed a cunning smile again, startling him. Our protagonist found this scenario fascinating. Satan, on the other hand, began to fear for his master. Without further delay, Dex called out to these two men. He approached them and said he could solve their problem immediately. The NPCs' faces lit up with excitement upon hearing this. This gave Dex a new quest. The miner's worry. He had to mine 20 iron ores to complete this quest. Satan believed that anyone could complete this quest, and that it was extremely boring. However, Dex felt there was something unique about this quest. He ordered Satan to survey the surroundings. There were a lot of people looking to buy weapons here. The spirit beast thought this was just a group of blacksmiths and nothing special. However, Dex then revealed that these blacksmiths were not NPCs. The people selling and repairing weapons were all players. This was most likely due to the large number of people gathered in the city. The demand for weapons had far outstripped the iron supply from the NPC blacksmiths. Because the mining quest was so monotonous, the majority of players were also refusing it. This quest involved supply and demand, which could potentially have significant effects in the future. Dex reassured Satan that he would soon realize how important this idea was. However, they would prioritize making money at the McBarney City office before focusing on any other issues. This person was Mickey, and she held the position of manager in this city. She seemed to be pondering many things. She was considering the sudden price increase of iron ore. They used to cost 10 copper per piece, but now they were up to 15 copper. Makey predicted that the blacksmiths would face serious problems due to being unable to make a profit. This could also cause a chain of problems and reduce the number of weapons produced in their city. She knew she had to find a solution to this problem quickly. Meanwhile, there was a location at Mount Fine called Mine Entrance Number 1. To ensure no one could see them, our hero went down to the bottom of the cave. He instructed Satan to keep watch. This spirit beast asked his master if this was okay. Dex reassured him that everything would be fine. Then, Satan began to use his magic. Dex had given him 8,000 rationality points, and this item was summoned by our little devil. Satan. This special drill was a mining drill called the Cave Destroyer. It enhanced the acquisition of high-grade materials and had excellent stats. Dex planned to use this powerful item inside the cave to earn a massive fortune. Meanwhile, business was still booming in the city of McBarney. To complete the miner's quest, this girl was looking to buy 20 ores from other players. A man approached her. He told her that this quest wasn't really worth it, and besides, she wouldn't gain much from maintaining a positive attitude. Relationship with the miners. He told her that mining the ores herself and selling them directly would be far more profitable. 2 nearby blacksmiths overheard this conversation. Aiden was getting annoyed because adventurers had been buying all their ore for cheap, only to resell it at a huge markup. The markup was over 50%. Kajim felt the same way. All of a sudden, these newcomers to their town were the ones controlling the market. They worried this could eventually destroy their city, so they hoped the Baroness would take action. The world of Aradzami wasn't so different from reality. Concepts like production and consumption also exist within the game. Supply and demand have a massive impact because each region specializes in a different set of products. Players are encouraged to distribute and trade with other regions. At the time, iron ore was the most sought-after and widely used resource. Now that iron ore was becoming hard to find, players were getting irritated. To cash in on the weapons market, many of them had switched their careers to blacksmithing. And as more and more blacksmiths appeared, the demand for their primary ingredients skyrocketed. The price for a single iron ore was now 17 bronze, and it was getting even more expensive. This trend was threatening to put some of them out of business. Adventurers' complaints about the game grew more frequent. They felt it was all too realistic. Some of them figured, why not just mine the ores themselves? However, they quickly shut down that idea, deciding it was too much work. For starters, it took 2 hours just to get from the city to the mines. Then there was the challenge of actually getting the ores. Their equipment might even break down from time to time. More experienced players told this kid that it was better to just focus on repairing weapons to increase their mining efficiency. In the back of their minds, mining just wasn't profitable. For one person. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. At this very moment, he was still working hard, drilling the heck out of this mining location. In a short amount of time, our hero had gathered a massive collection of iron ore. He even occasionally found rare ores, like silver ones. He had already ranked up in mining. This rank up gave him a 10% stamina boost and increased his chances of finding rarer materials. After all this intense mining, Dex was now completely exhausted. The total haul from this session was a massive 1,024 iron ores, on top of a few extra rare materials. Considering he used a lot of plausibility points to get the drill, he felt this was an investment well worth making. Just then, Satan greeted his master once again. After all the time they'd spent apart, he had a familiar feeling that his master would want more from him than just a drill. He channeled his magic once more, ready to trade more plausibility points for another item. And this item was called Darkness's Tears. The user had to be at least level 221 to use it, and it infinitely increases the bearer's darkness attribute. It could help Dex spot hidden enemies, and also had 2 unique abilities. However, our hero turned down this offer. He's certain that he doesn't need anything at the moment. He went on to explain that because of the high-level requirement, he didn't really need the item. Getting such an overpowered item would just make the game extremely boring. It would also make other players start investigating his identity. It could lead them to discover the truth about who he really was. Satan asked his master to stop explaining, saying he understood. Moving on, Dex asked Satan, "Where have you been all this time?" Our hero was curious, since the guy already had a devilish look on his face. However, to keep things exciting, Satan planned to keep the answer a secret. He then praised his master for everything he had acquired. Dex plans to sell these ores and make some money by doing this every day. To build a better relationship with the miners in the city, he plans to sell directly to them. If he maintains this positive relationship with the miners, it's inevitable that the Baroness will take an interest in him. This is his real objective. In the meantime, Mika was still swamped with meetings. The miners had started sending her a flood of letters and concerns. They were all begging for her help, but at this point, there wasn't much the woman could do. They deduced the problem stemmed from the unexpected surge of new players. All of them were pouring into their city and choosing to become blacksmiths. Since none of these players had any experience, they needed even more iron ore. They needed it for those who wanted to advance to the artisan or master level. But because players felt the mining quest was so difficult, the number of miners didn't increase. The mining of iron ore couldn't keep up with the demand. They even looked into their policies to see if they could force everyone to mine a minimum amount of ore. With problems piling on, it seemed like there was no way out. That is, until a guard suddenly burst in. He had some news for the Baroness. A mountain of iron ore was sitting outside the mansion. When people saw that it was all premium-grade ore, everyone wanted to buy some. When the Baroness came out, she was stunned by what she saw. Our hero, in the meantime, was just lounging around, waiting for something to happen. He made about 5 gold and 12 silver from the ores he sold to the miners. After calculating his earnings, it came out to 512,001. That's nearly $400. He figured the profit would cover his tuition, rent, and capsule expenses. But Dex knew there was still more he could do. As he was thinking, he heard someone call his name. The voice belonged to Mikau. At this moment, the Baroness of this city stood right before Dex. The system informed our hero that the Baroness had already shown a greater interest in him. As soon as Dex recognized her, he grinned. Because of the sheer quantity of ore he sold to the miners, the Baroness greeted him and invited him for a cup of tea. Our hero had to choose whether to accept this offer or not. This was the mansion of Baroness Mikau, and right now, Mikau and Dex were inside, having their tea party. Our hero commented on how good the tea tasted and learned that it was one of the city's specialties. She then got to the main reason for holding this meeting. She came to this conclusion because iron ore is very difficult to mine. She then asked Dex if he could assist her. She explained that the arrival of all the players in the city had caused their economy to start weakening. After receiving the request, the system notified Dex that a unique quest had just appeared. He would need to mine about 100,000 iron ores for this quest, and he had collected 32,140 so far. Dex was happy to finally receive a special quest. After completing the quest requirements, he promised the Countess that he could help her solve this problem. That evening, our protagonist was still sitting in front of his computer. He was researching and evaluating potential solutions for the Countess's problem. He didn't believe that Arcadia would put a real economic problem into the game. However, he eventually figured out how to solve this quest. The main problem with this quest was that players believed mining ore was a really boring job. And Dex planned to start his own YouTube channel to change their perspective, calling it Daily Life of a Destroyer. That was the name of his channel. The next day at a high school in Seoul, a boy asked his classmate if he was still playing Arcadia today. Choi Hongtae, a 15-year-old boy, was the one in the blue jacket. He had quit his time in Arcadia after experiencing some trauma from the game. On his very first day of logging in, his classmate found out that Hongtae had been killed by a low-level monster, and then overpowered slimes killed him. On the second day, his bad luck didn't stop there because the beginner's village was destroyed right after he died multiple times trying to escape it. And after arriving in the city of Mikey, he ran into another problem. He was forced to learn non-combat skills and become a merchant. This made his character useless since he couldn't hunt a single monster on his own. At this point, the boy was very discouraged. But then he received a message from his classmate. Hongtae happened to see a video about mining in Arcadia, which had received 540,000 views. The goal was to generate in-game revenue. The video started from the creator's point of view, showing that he was in the mines as he introduced the location. He knew that many people were already familiar with it. The two of them continued to watch and learn about mining. The creator showed how much gold he earned. By doing this quest, even though he knew all his viewers would believe it was just more hard work, Hongtae was very surprised by this. He hadn't anticipated anything like this. The creator then began to describe the steps involved in the process, and he also provided some calculated examples. He commented that they had to raise their mining rank first to actually make money, and after that, rare ores would start to appear, and they could start getting rich. In addition, the creator revealed his mining rank and that he mined at least one magic crystal every day. Hongtae was immediately drawn to this concept because, until now, no one had really given this job much thought. The video wasn't just about the mining process. The story continued to the part where the creator sold all of his mined items. He even encouraged players to actively interact with NPCs. He proved that he had earned 1 gold and 82 silver in a single day. This boy was truly captivated, which was evident from the sparkle in his eyes. He considered applying this tactic himself. This video, from the YouTube channel Daily Life of a Destroyer, became the most popular post of the day. The channel's name was a perfect fit for its content because it was filled with countless lies. The only way the creator, RMC, could have obtained those ores was thanks to a cheat item. He had deliberately omitted these details to deceive his audience. And as a result of this act, many people developed an interest in mining. Every player in the city rushed to buy pickaxes so they could enter the mines. Suddenly, a long line of people was queuing up to mine iron ore. This turn of events drove the Countess crazy. She was astonished at how so many people had entered the mines so quickly. This woman and Dex were now meeting. She asked how he did this. Meikle discovered that Dex had awakened the primal desires of humans. Dex informed her that money was the key factor. As long as something could bring in money, people would flock to it. This NPC was confused by the concept. However, as long as her problem was solved, she didn't really care about things she didn't understand. Dex informed her that they were still proceeding with their plan. He then suggested that Mikkel pay the miners a percentage of the ore they mined, instead of the current fixed salary. This would encourage those who put in the effort and get rid of those who were just lazy. The woman began to grasp the essence of this. She agreed immediately. Dex discovered that the Countess was completely ignorant of economic principles. Now, he was going to take advantage of this. He was going to teach her some lessons about the harsh realities of the contemporary economy, since iron ore was being sold for 20 copper apiece. Meikle asked about the price. She became even more confused when Dex told her to just ignore it. The artisan's income wasn't significantly affected, and those who truly needed these iron ores would continue to buy them. They called this a price adjustment. The iron ore was priced in this range to increase its value, and those who continued to complain should just go mine it themselves. Dex's teachings began to corrupt this Countess. She then offered to make him her Minister of Finance, promising to pay him a handsome salary. Dex rejected this offer immediately, as his adventure was far from over. Dex had solved the Countess's problem, one way or another. Now it was time for him to receive his well-deserved reward. Meikle then asked about Dex's true desire in return for the help he had provided. This was the ideal opportunity our protagonist had been waiting for. He then held up this piece of paper for her to see. Dex informed her that his business proposal was on it. The Countess reviewed the contents of the proposal. According to our protagonist, there are limits to how much money a person can earn on their own. He then began to consider methods to overcome these limitations, and he had discovered the answer. The goal was to dominate others. This woman was about to gain some new knowledge about economics. Dex, knowing she would find this interesting, revealed that if she used this business model, he would let her keep 10%. Thousands of years ago, in the world of Arcadia, the Great Holy Demon War raged a conflict between angels and demons. The two formidable races, representing opposing sides, engaged in fierce combat. The battle raged on until one of them was gravely injured. Representing the demon race was our MC's familiar, Satan, who was opposed by an angel brandishing a holy spear known as Muspelheim. This angel was none other than Archangel Michael, heaven's representative. Because of her holy weapon, Satan was at a huge disadvantage and was utterly defeated. As it turns out, Satan was dreaming of his past life. Being in this area now, he felt like he was reliving that very scene. This unlocked a few more of his memories, all while his master was busy wandering the streets. He remained perched on Dex's shoulders. At this point, everyone in the area had become interested in mining. Seeing this, Satan questioned his master about the business proposal he'd made to the Baroness. This was the rule our hero gave to Satan. You are free to come and go as you please, but you are not allowed to leave. He had an eerie expression on his face as he said this, and went on to explain his idea. The truth is, mining wasn't an easy job. An average player could only get about 10 iron ores in an hour. The only reason he found any rare metals was thanks to the den destroyer he got from his familiar. This meant the work wasn't very profitable. However, in his case, he had some control over this game mechanic. This intrigued Satan as well. Dex wouldn't be mining himself anymore. Instead, he'd be selling admission tickets. He planned to sell the rights to enter the mines through the Baroness. Those without money could pay the fee later. But by the time they realized the job wasn't worth it, it would be too late for them to back out. Satan then asked about the price of the tickets his master would be selling. Since this was essentially a one-time scam, Dex gave it some thought. When Dex finally revealed the price, Satan was shocked to learn that each ticket would cost 1 gold. Even though he didn't understand human currency, he knew that 1 gold piece was an exorbitant price. But thanks to the information Dex had leaked, he was confident players would fall for the scam. This was the easiest way for him to get rich quick. When Satan, the king of demons, heard his master's dastardly scheme, he fell silent. It wasn't that he cared about taking all the players' money. It was that he believed Dex was more of a demon than he was. This only made the familiar idolize his master even more. They were truly a perfect match. Then, Satan spoke to his master. He told Dex they had to go somewhere important. He also assured his master that he wouldn't regret following him. Having gotten what he wanted, Dex decided to go along with it. The two of them soon arrived in front of the massive door leading into the mines. Satan revealed that this was why he had disappeared while his master was mining. He had been following a gut feeling ever since they arrived in the city. At last, he understood why this place felt so familiar. Examining the door closely, Dex could tell it had been abandoned for a very long time. However, something seemed off. as it had no rust or other imperfections. Dex thought to himself that perhaps some kind of magic had been cast on it. Satan asked his master to try and open the door, and RMC did as he was told. He placed his hands against the door. The system then alerted him that a powerful seal had been placed on it, and that he hadn't met the conditions to break it. The system recommended that he inform the Baroness about this. This discovery also granted him a new skill called relic excavation. When Dex told Satan about the seal, the demon became enraged. This was the whole reason he brought his master here. Our MC was still oblivious to Satan's true intentions. He told his familiar that he didn't have the right skills to open the door. Since his master was genuinely clueless, Satan tried to give him more hints. He couldn't believe his master was taking so long to figure it out. Satan tried again, asking Dex if he knew about a certain power. Dex thought for a moment, and finally landed on the right answer. Plausibility. This power was outside the scope of providence. It gives the user absolute control over their actions. Plausibility was the ability that came closest to that of the world's creator. After all these explanations, Satan expected Dex to finally understand his own power. But the man just said no. So Satan simplified it even further. He told Dex that he was free to do anything and everything. After another 10 minutes, Dex finally realized that plausibility was what allowed Satan and other transcendental beings to move freely. Satan went on to explain that while this power normally builds up over time, it wasn't nearly enough. Based on the amount Dex had, it would take 500 years to accumulate the points he needed. Dex then deduced why his familiar was so desperate for these points. He also realized he could use plausibility to open this very door. Dex knew the door was still sealed, so he asked Satan what he should do. The demon advised him to simply touch the door and will it to open. After all, Dex had to learn to think like an absolute being. The only thing required was the will to make it happen. When Dex tried to open the door again, a magic circle materialized. The door's seal was already responding to the MC's plausibility. The system prompted him to open the door, but it would cost him 15,000 points. Even though Dex knew this amount was excessive, he decided to open it anyway. He had nothing else to spend his points on. After all, his points were quickly consumed, but in exchange, the seal was successfully broken. Dex had discovered what was known as the unknown heavenly altar. Satan revealed that behind this door lay the angel's lair. This location was also known as the High Heavens Stairway. It was once the site of a vicious and bloody battle during the Great Holy Demon War of Arcadia. Thousands of lives were lost, and death swept across the entire continent. The survivors of that war left a warning for future generations, an alert that just reached Arcadia's main database. This incident put the entire operations team on high alert, triggering a legendary grade quest. Kang Hyun had known about this quest for a long time, but now someone had broken the seal. He immediately called a meeting. This was the look on the faces of all the prisoners present. They still hadn't fully recovered from the stress they'd experienced earlier. They believed they could relax a little, but that was clearly not the case. Kang Hyun proceeded to update them on the events that had transpired in Mount Feel. The group reviewed and assessed the severity of the situation. The fact that this was once the territory of the angels had only recently been discovered by the director. Although no one in their branch knew this information, they were able to uncover some basic details about it. The first angels who descended from the heavens arrived at Mount Feel, which was previously known as the entrance to the high heavens. The ores surrounding the mountain were used as barriers to hide the entrance from prying eyes. They named this place the Hidden Sanctuary. The director became increasingly fascinated by the idea that there were so many undiscovered storylines in Arcadia. The entire team checked every corrupted quest affected by this development, and they believed they might have discovered something. Although Kang Hyun was still apprehensive, it was too late. He warned everyone that the Second Great Holy Demon War could begin with this quest. Hearing this, the director thought of all the headaches he was about to endure. Meanwhile, RMC was the one responsible for this problem. He was still astonished by this revelation. Satan was thrilled that he could finally get his revenge on the angels. He suggested to his master that they should now go and plunder everything in this place. Dex moved towards the object in the middle of the space. He wondered if the treasure was really inside this object. When RMC tried to touch it, these notifications appeared again. Someone who could understand the ancient language was needed. In addition, a stream of holy power entered Dex's body, increasing his MP and HP recovery speed. He also received a new quest called Hidden Relic. Dex began to suspect that there might be a very valuable item inside this thing. Satan was pestering him. While he was still considering how to proceed, the system suggested that Dex inform the Baroness before opening the door. However, he couldn't do that now because he had already opened it. He believed that this woman, who knew he didn't want anyone to know about this place. Then, he smiled as he decided to open the treasure box, which made the Demon King very happy. But more than 10 minutes later, the two were still struggling to open this thing. It was really sealed tight. Both of them were panting as their strength was completely drained. Satan thought that if he had more power, This would have been a piece of cake. He never thought he would have so much trouble opening a mere rock that had no barriers or seals. This statement from his spirit beast gave Dex an idea. He then confirmed if there was really a treasure inside this thing, and since he got the answer he wanted, our hero got ready. This guy just re-equipped his Zen destroyer. Satan was now confused by his master's actions. But since they had no clue how to open this treasure box, Dex chose to destroy it. He started drilling into the treasure box, and it worked. Cracks appeared. Satan thought this was proof that humans were worse than demons. A moment later, the treasure box was opened. This earned Dex an extraordinary achievement. The beings from heaven were also shocked by what Dex had done, and it caused his favorability with them to hit rock bottom. This guy was now forbidden from appearing before the Holy Ones. He also received a title called Relic Destroyer, but it all seemed worth it looking at our hero's face. But Dex was confused when he saw what was inside the treasure box. It was just a damn skeleton. Our hero started to feel bad because the thing he destroyed wasn't a treasure box, but a coffin. He blamed this on Satan. But since what's done was done, Dex thought they should still take something from it. Satan advised his master that all they needed to do was take the skeleton's necklace. The necklace had a mysterious light surrounding it. Satan knew that this necklace contained a holy relic that the angels were saving for a special occasion, and he figured that the Holy One's plans would be ruined if his evil master obtained it. He used this as a means of retaliation. Against the angels who had defeated him, our hero, Dex, obtained the Medal of Glorious Heaven, another important holy relic. The holy power immediately reacted to him after he received it. This force was too overwhelming, and Satan was being destroyed. Meanwhile, Dex felt a surge of energy flowing through his body. The medal's unique power was applied to Dex. He also gained access to the hidden class, Divine Prophet. This new job went against the rules of his current class, the Bard of Chaos. The medal's effects were temporarily disabled by the system, which issued several warnings. Dex had managed to find 2 medals that allowed him to access different hidden classes. The amount of holy power that thing released nearly killed Satan. He asked his master what had happened, but Dex was also clueless. This was a mysterious item, and its description was also missing. However, the game had begun to review this fatal error. Dex hoped that the game would resolve this issue. Meanwhile, near the Mikalbear mine, when the guard stopped Wujin, he became confused. The guard informed him of the mine's new rules. Everyone had to have a permit. The unluckiest player in Arcadia, Wujin, was unaware of this. He reluctantly asked about the price of the pass, and this was his reaction when he learned it cost 30 gold. This pass was valid for 30 days, which was 1 gold per day. 1 gold was already worth 770,000 won. A high school student could never afford this expense. His hopes of the plan to make money through mining had gone up in smoke. However, this guard offered him an alternative solution, and this kid would easily fall into the trap since he was in a desperate position to earn money. Players who couldn't afford the tickets were the target audience for the program that the guard began to explain. Was informed that it was more like a post-payment plan. The guard also showed him where he could find more details about the mentioned program. The woman right here was also the one in charge of the consultation office. This was more than enough to entice this young man. In this case, they had one more person, and that made him feel a little bad. This kid would grow up to be a mining scammer. Not long ago, there was hardly any labor at this mine, but now it's almost packed. These were the players who had been deceived by Dex. They could hear their screams even from outside the mine. This woman was quite impressed with the newly installed system. She couldn't believe that someone would fall for this scheme. However, she knew that this idea wasn't the Countess's because it was too vicious. She just knew that the person who proposed this plan was extremely cruel. Dex had completed the quest involving the 100,000 iron ores he needed to mine without any effort. This was the result of the player's collective contribution. He then instructed Satan to end things right here. The spirit beast was confused because its master was even doing a few stretches. Although Satan didn't know it yet, it sensed something sinister. Dex then informed it of the actions they had taken, which could lead to punishment. And no one must know about the crime scene to cover up all these crimes. Satan continued to disobey its master's orders. However, Dex once again equipped the cave destroyer. He told Satan that all it had to do was destroy all the evidence. The spirit beast was sweating over Dex's plans. With a smile, Satan assured him that it would destroy this place. And it began to do so. This 1,000-year-old archaeological ruin began to collapse. Even after destroying the place, it still had an aura surrounding it. Satan thought that since it still had much to learn from humans, it should start taking notes from them. Back at Mickey's mansion, the Countess was delighted to see Dex, as she had been looking forward to his visit. She said that they were now packed with miners after Dex's plan succeeded. She then thanked Dex. She was also drooling because when They heard the ticket price. Many players fell into their trap. On one particular route, about 9,693 players had registered. In addition to the 30% transaction fee they had charged, she also needed to buy all the ore. Mikey was truly captivated by Dex's method. In addition, Dex began to feel that this woman was getting crazier every time they met. He now feared for the players who were forced to work for her. Dex had really succeeded in this matter. He also informed the Countess of the honor he was about to be bestowed. Mikey quickly informed Dex that she had this ready for him. This was 10% of the profits from their business venture. Dex did nothing and still earned 120 gold and 23 silver. Mickey also approached Dex and asked him directly if he could partner with her on this. She would give Dex all the power he desired and treat him as an equal. A system notification appeared confirming that this offer was real. Dex thought about it. This offer was too good to refuse. The creation of the vast game Arcadia was attributed to one person. This man was Jack, the creator of Arcadia. He was currently communicating with Alice, the game's administrator. It had been a long time since they had spoken, so he greeted the AI. Alice said that there were many fatal contradictions in the game, and there was one particular incident she couldn't resolve. She wanted him to investigate and determine the best course of action. Jack thought that was interesting. As soon as he could see what had happened, he witnessed the Chaos Poet, a hidden class. This was an aspect of the game that even he didn't know about. He believed that a real troublemaker had broken into his world. It was all because of this mysterious man, and that troublemaker now also possessed the Medal of Heaven. This was a weapon reserved for the main characters in the Great War of Gods and Demons. Two of the most important relics belonging to the two races had been acquired by this player. Jack was happy to see things like this happen in his world. But now, it was no longer possible to elevate Dex to the status of a holy prophet. At this moment, Alice was asking this man what they should do. The creator informed Alice that there wasn't much point in the promotion. All that needed to be done was to give Dex his reward. Jack told Alice that they would just change the properties of the item Dex received. Since Dex had disrupted his Arcadia, it was his responsibility as the creator to restore the balance. He informed Alice that Michael would handle this task. Back to Dex, the system kept asking him about his choice regarding the Countess's offer, but he then refused. Mikey was surprised because she thought her terms were sufficient. Dex informed her that he was an adventurer, and he still had plans to explore the continent. After his journey was over, he would think more about this. He had an unspoken feeling that he should stop interacting with her. The Countess was happy to hear this news. She also gave Dex this letter. She had personally written this letter of introduction. As a result, Dex would now be protected everywhere in this kingdom. The letter of introduction was given to Dex as his quest reward. However, he wondered why he would need protection. Mikey went on to say that this kingdom was in a terrible state, and if Dex really planned to travel across the continent, he would need a letter like this. Dex was unaware of this situation and believed that talking to NPCs would be the only way to get this information. She explained that the prince would have to ascend the throne because the current king was too old. However, the problem was this prince's youth, and as a result, those who had been aiming for more power were starting to take advantage of this. But the duke named Bayan was the worst of them all. He considered himself the head of the noble faction and revealed that he was actually the king's puppet. In addition, this man was starting to provoke neighboring countries to gain significant war profits. Mikey was certain, if that happens, this nation will suffer too much damage. Dex wants to keep his distance from this issue because he feels it's too much of a hassle. The Countess continues, saying that the letter of recommendation she gave Dex focuses on how he solved the problems in her city. And the royal palace will surely treat Dex with great respect if he gives them this. Now Dex knows the Countess wants him to assist with this matter. This makes our main character's mission in the Maroon Kingdom official. He has to go and contribute to the kingdom while searching for the protagonist. The one with the power to change this place's destiny. He realizes that since there's no other choice, he has to complete this mission. Dex assures the Countess that he'll do his best, even though he's angry. This only increases her admiration for Dex. After that meeting, Dex and the Countess bid each other farewell. She assures him that she'll just wait for him here and that he can come anytime. Dex gives one last wave, aware that he has developed a complicated relationship with the Countess. This woman is now confident in her feelings. She's aware that this journey holds the key to reshaping the world. This makes a lot of sense, as Dex has made countless contributions that have changed the world of Arcadia, and people both inside and outside the game have been affected by these changes. The destinies of humans and even monsters in the area around him have been significantly altered. Arcadia is a world designed exclusively for players. And the only player who actually follows the game's original design is this guy. The number of pranks he's pulled in this game won't affect what he's about to do. At this moment, Satan is asking his master about how sure he is about entering the political sphere. But Dex is stuck with this outcome because there's no other way. Even so, he'll make sure to do these things to gain greater prestige. A brilliant beam of light suddenly appears, and our main character is notified by the system that the issue has been fixed. The sky metal has undergone modifications. Then, the item begins to radiate a brilliant divine light, and our main character is nearly blinded. The demon and Dex can only watch as this thing behaves strangely. This metal is emitting something. Our main character is astonished by what he's witnessing. Even Satan is alarmed. The metal informs Dex that from now on, he will be protected by a guardian angel and granted a divine attribute. This item also cannot be disabled and is now permanently bound to him. Before Dex's eyes, a real angel has appeared. This turn of events leaves him in disbelief. This angel is a light of holiness and glory, the Archangel Michael, and she is in this form. Angels and demons, these two races are like cats and dogs. Since they are sworn enemies, they really can't coexist. And the leaders of both races are now in front of Dex. They bicker like children. Michael challenges the demon the moment she wakes up. She discovers that Satan has started destroying their divine base on Mount Fine, and she's still wondering what this guy is doing. Satan retorts, if she had woken up first, he knows Michael would have reacted the same way. The two of them continue to argue non-stop, and this is the look on Dex's face. He orders them both to stop. Now he's just standing between them to keep them from touching each other. Satan declares that he would have defeated Michael long ago if he had his original body, but this angel doesn't back down, reminding Satan of the outcome of their previous battle. Satan says she only won because she fought him with a supernatural weapon. This catches our main character's attention. But overall, they're just like children. Besides, Dex recalls the details he learned from the library. They accurately describe these two. Then, the angel named Michael turns to face him and asks if Dex is the one who actually made a contract with Satan. Our main character says yes, explaining that he really had no other choice and that the contract was forced upon him. Dex makes it seem like he really didn't want this arrangement, which makes Satan burst out laughing. Michael then informs him that Dex possesses a power called rationality. This power could be extremely dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. He gets angry when she specifically mentions and calls Satan a scoundrel. Michael warns Dex not to believe this demon's flattery. Since the contract is already complete, there's really nothing they can do. She adds that she will guide Dex down the right path and act as his guardian angel. Although Dex senses the sincerity in her words, Satan just bursts out laughing. He informs Michael that her wish is unattainable. The angel asks why he can't stop smirking. As the Lord of Demons, Satan assures her that he knows one thing for sure. He reveals that of all the humans he has ever met, Dex is the most demon-like. He goes on to say that this man might even be more wicked than any demon. After a moment of shock, Dex comes to the conclusion that Satan isn't entirely wrong. He was given a hidden class called Poet of Chaos, which requires him to change and turn the entire world of Arcadia upside down. All of his actions are also considered negative. But since she doesn't see it that way, Michael stands by her words. She explains to Dex that their creator always ensures that someone has goodness in their heart, and it's her responsibility to bring that goodness back. This angel pledges to do her best to bring out the best in Dex. She also says that Dex can call her by the nickname L. Dex just looks at them and then informs L that while he can ignore her tagging along, he can't give her any credit. With a smile, she informs Satan that it's rather arrogant of him to think he can simply control this power of rationality. L tells him to forget about it now that she's here, and the two start bickering again. They really don't get along. Dex is just speechless. He feels like he has two noisy spirit beasts by his side, not just one. He calls out to both of them to stop their argument. Our hero reasons that it doesn't matter if his spirit beasts are angels or demons. They aren't the reason the world gets better. And this guy is a capitalist. He grins and tells Elle that he actually doesn't trust Satan at all. This guy just asked the most powerful angel what she could give in exchange for his power. Elle is surprised to hear this from her master. She quickly adjusts after learning that her master has a give-and-take mentality, as this has become all too clear model. Even in the celestial realm, Dex had asked her if she had any skills he could use. After she said she could give him some celestial weapons, Elle didn't seem entirely sure about the meaning of the word skill. For the first time, Dex discovered that these spirit beasts weren't really familiar with game terminology. He went on to say that he was looking for something that could help him fight more formidable opponents. The angel assessed the situation and determined what Dex truly needed. Because of his hidden class, our hero really needed some skills that could support him in combat. Divinity was a powerful stat, but he didn't want to depend on it all the time. His only skills up to this point were diving and mining, both of which were non-combat skills. Elle's face lit up as soon as she realized she could grant her master something truly amazing. Afterward, a pact was formed between the angel and Dex. Our hero was notified by the system that he had received a new skill called Divine Advent. Dex could still use this skill in exchange for divinity. El informed him that the pact was complete, and Dex could now use his celestial powers. Dex didn't know how to react because this power still required divinity. But this was amazing. Then, as he tested this new skill, he smirked. Our hero used Divine Advent, and he was surrounded by a very bright aura. The pressure from this skill alone was enough to blow away the monsters, and the entire forest could feel it. This brilliant light also attracted the attention of monsters around the area. Ale described how the skill worked. Dex could now temporarily harness the power of legendary warriors. They were the Great Thief Parcel, the Divine Archer Merlin, and the Knight of Honor Farron. Our hero was quite pleased with this talent, and he was still testing his new skill when he heard a sound nearby. The source of the sound was giant orcs, and they could speak human language. They ordered him to hand over all the expensive things he had. Instead of being scared, Dex smirked because he could now use his abilities on these monsters. Meanwhile, many adventurers were still stuck at the Fine Mountain Mine, mining for ore. These people thought that just by watching a YouTube video, they could get rich by playing the game. However, as they dug deeper into the mine, they discovered their dream was becoming more and more distant. Even Hume Tech, who was extremely unlucky in Arcadia, had accepted his fate and admitted he'd been scammed. Now, all his friends were happily slaying monsters all over the city. Although he wanted to ask for help, he was too ashamed to tell them what was happening. He didn't really care about the money at this point. His only goal was to get out of this mess. He was thinking of simply leaving this nightmare behind, but was interrupted when he heard someone screaming. The guards were leading a man who had tried to escape back to the mine. Hume Tech was then informed by other adventurers that escaping was futile. The Baroness would declare them deserters, and they would be considered criminals in every city. One person suggested they should just keep working to pay off their debt. Hume was so moved that he forgot his escape plan and continued mining for iron ore. Then, the system announced that his mining skill had leveled up, and he received the title of Persistent Miner. In addition, he caught the attention of someone named the Most Enduring Flame. Hume Tech was confused, but the guards ordered him to get back to work before he could take a closer look. Back to our hero. He had used Divine Advent and chosen Farron, the Knight of Honor. This man was an undefeated paladin whose sword alone was enough to make every demon tremble in fear. For his achievements, he was given the title Living Honor, but the demons called him the Demon Breaker. Now, Dex had absorbed his soul and taken control of this hero's power. The monster immediately recognized the sword and shield, and it whimpered because it was Farron who had descended. After that attack, he's no longer protected by the Holy Shield. It's now in combat mode. Several skills were cast at once upon our hero belief in justice and stoking the flame of dawn. They created an enormous sword of light. The monsters were terrified by the sight, but it was too late. Dex eagerly awaited the outcome of this attack, and then a massive beam of light illuminated the entire forest, chopping down every tree in its path. Clearly, this was a light-based attack. The Divine Descent skill was deactivated after that attack. The system quickly calculated how many points were used. The total came to 352. The Holy Knight's soul left our MC's body. He was a little let down that they died in a single blow. Elle, meanwhile, was completely taken aback by what she had just witnessed. She was surprised that a human could wield such a powerful ability, and even enhance it. She was astounded. Elle now understood why her creator had sent her to this adventurer. It was to witness the incredible feats he was capable of. This guy right here has the power to alter the course of history just by existing. Archangel Michael was ecstatic to have witnessed this firsthand. Although Dex was growing more interested in his familiar, he was disappointed that he couldn't use it in a proper fight. Elle and Satan were now dozing off on the ground. Later that evening, our hero was still awake. He was analyzing Divine Descent, his newest skill. Dex was glad he'd used the skill sooner than planned, as it gave him a chance to weigh its pros and cons. On the plus side, it negates the level and power gap when he faces stronger opponents. Before gaining this ability, his only option was to use plausibility to buy a weapon from Satan. However, that was extremely costly in terms of points. Buying a single type of weapon would put him at a disadvantage, since he'd eventually have to fight various kinds of opponents. Our hero was glad he now had another option. Of course, Divine Descent had its drawbacks too. He'd already used up 352 points just by using it once, and it took all that just to take out 3 orcs in about 3 minutes. Dex pondered how costly it would be to face a more formidable foe. The main drawback was that he was now hesitant to use the skill. Still, despite the cost, he enjoyed using it. Then he heard a voice that startled him. It was Elle. She explained that unlike Satan, she was a light sleeper. The Archangel began talking about how using his power consumed a lot of plausibility, which was Dex's main concern. Elle explained that the familiar Dex summoned wasn't from this world, and that other demons dreaded him because he was such a powerful being. The fact that our hero could even use his powers was already a big deal. She added that the number of points consumed was actually quite reasonable. Listening to her, Dex felt the angel was being persuasive. Ultimately, he decided that having the skill gave him more options. It wasn't a burden. So long as he was facing strong opponents, he just had to use it prudently. Elle was happy that Dex was persuaded. Her mission was accomplished. The Maroon Kingdom was a significant location, serving as the main hub for the Korean server in Arcadia. The kingdom's internal affairs were not in good shape. However, despite the internal power struggles, the kingdom was considered strong and well-established. The Maroon Kingdom's main advantage was its strategic location, placing it right between neighboring nations and allowing it to act as an intermediary. This inspired people to establish merchant businesses there, as other nations needed to pass through to import or export goods. As a result, the Great Merchant Association, or GM, had a presence there. An impatient customer outside was grumbling that he'd come to meet the head of the Merchant Association, but couldn't find him. However, he was approached by someone who apologized. The elderly man was John Smith, the branch manager for the Great Merchant Association, or GM. He would be assisting this NPC for the time being. He explained that their leader was in an important meeting in the main office and couldn't meet with the merchant NPC. This white-haired man was speaking with the guildmaster of the GM Merchant Association about the impending war that would break out in their kingdom. This man was Duke Baran, the head of the Maroon Kingdom's nobility. The other man was the master of the merchant guild, Jedu. Like Dex, he was an adventurer. Jedu believed Duke Baran had a wicked mind for an NPC. He also knew the man in front of him had the power to raise his own army and take this kingdom's throne with ease. Duke Baran's strength and influence made him an extremely dangerous man. Yet, this powerful man had just approached their guild asking for help. Jedu couldn't let this chance pass, even though he hadn't expected to meet this NPC so soon. A brief history of Choi Jedu. He was the youngest son of the GM group's chairman. His rebellious attitude made him a handful for his father. He had attempted numerous jobs, but consistently fell short of expectations. Because of all the mistakes he caused, he was close to being disowned. Now, Choi Jedu led the Great Merchant Association, or GM, which had established a stronghold in the Maroon Kingdom. He'd started his in-game business using his father's money. The guild's primary goal was to profit from every player in the game. Choi Jedu planned to rake in a massive amount of money. At this table sat symbols of authority and power. One man from the real world, and one from the virtual. Once again, their paths crossed between two different worlds. Duke Baran made his move. He informed Jedu that he wished to personally meet the head of the Merchant Association that catered to all adventurers. He commended Jedu for how quickly his association had grown and gained influence. Because of this, Duke Baran wanted to form an alliance with them. In exchange, he requested that the GM group purchase all the grain on the market. In return, Duke Baran would pay them handsomely. This would make them formal partners. If everything went as planned, Duke Baran might grant Jedu's Merchant Association the rights to handle the Maroon Kingdom's logistics. For Jedu, this offer was a golden opportunity. Jedu agreed immediately because he knew Duke Baran had the potential to rule the kingdom. The old man then left the room, and Jedu realized this was his chance, which is why he grinned from ear to ear. Speaking to the older man, he announced that they had a truly wonderful opportunity. Jedu asked the old man to contact his father immediately so they could request more investment. However, John Smith had forbidden it. Jedu was surprised and confused by this answer. It turned out this man was asking for more money for the game after already spending about 8 billion won, or 6.2 million US dollars on it. From his perspective, the potential profit their company could make from this partnership would be far greater than that amount. Helping Duke Baran with his plan and providing the Maroon Kingdom with everything they needed was all that was required of him. This would ensure that the white-haired man would take the throne. And after all that, the Great Merchants Association GM would become the dominant force in the continent's economy. Meanwhile, Count Brockham was talking to someone, and it was none other than our protagonist, Dex. Dex had arrived at the location Mick suggested he visit. He then quickly handed the man the letter. Count Brockham was impressed that an adventurer could receive something like that directly from the Baroness, as the Baroness had told him. Dex began to explain that he was expecting some sort of protection, but the letter was torn in half before he could say anything more. The fact that this man didn't even bother to read it first startled Dex. Then, Count Brockham asked our protagonist directly why he was sent here. The Count stared intently at Dex, but Dex smiled in response to this NPC's direct approach. Instead of being scared, he replied that, frankly, he didn't know why he was sent here. Besides, he didn't care, because individuals of high status were usually in charge of these things. A heavy pressure hung over them both after this sarcastic remark was made. However, Count Brockham broke the silence and burst out laughing. He praised Dex's attitude. This man had known for a long time why. The Baroness had sent Dex to him. It was to help them resolve an ongoing dispute that could cause a war between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parkville Kingdom. With humility, Our protagonist deflected the praise and informed the Count that he really wasn't sure how he could help them solve this problem. The fact that Dex didn't even flinch at the prospect of war that had just been revealed to him impressed Count Brockham even more. This showed that he had heard this information from Kyle before and that she trusted him greatly. The Count then asked Dex if he had any suggestions on how they should handle this. It was discovered that all the nobles were cooperating with Duke Bayan, and the prince was too young to make wise decisions for the kingdom. With this knowledge, Dex began to deduce. He then informed Count Brockham that they had both a hard solution and an easy one. For Dex, the simpler solution involved Duke Bayan, the main culprit. Usually, an organization falls apart as soon as its leader is gone. The man understood Dex's intention, which was to kill the Duke. Our protagonist confirmed this theory with a nod. Count Brockham laughed even harder, thinking Dex was an interesting adventurer. He spoke in a loud voice that overwhelmed Dex. Count Brockham admitted that he had considered that solution before calming down, but Duke Bayan was surrounded by many elite adventurers and bodyguards, protecting him 24 hours a day, so it wasn't as simple as Dex thought. He told Dex that he wanted to meet someone crazy enough to take on the job in this situation. Then, pointing to himself, our protagonist informed the Count that he would carry out the assassination. This made the atmosphere around them tense. The Count then told Dex that he believed Dex wouldn't be able to even scratch the Duke's clothes. He believed Dex was just a level 1 adventurer and was incapable of completing such a difficult mission. However, our protagonist asked him back, grinning this time. If Count Brockham truly believed he couldn't succeed, Count Brockham felt extreme pressure. This time, he praised Dex, saying he exuded confidence. The man asked Dex to follow him as he stood up. The two of them headed to the training area. Count Brockham informed Dex that he first had to prove his worth. He needed more information before he could fully trust the Baroness's decision. Now, Dex would be tested to see if he was truly qualified for this mission. Count Brockham began to release his energy. This man was known as the Shield of the Kingdom. He was also a skilled swordsman. He hoped that Dex wouldn't disappoint him, and our protagonist was thrilled to see this. He used his divine advent talent. This time, he summoned the spirit of the wandering knight known as Kophis. Then, a brilliant blue light began to surround Dex's body. A moment ago, Count Brockham had sensed a difference in the aura emanating from Dex. Before the blue light appeared, he believed Dex had no sword experience whatsoever. However, now he felt as if he were facing a master of the sword dance. Then, the system confirmed that the spirit of Kalis had entered Dex's body. Our protagonist then informed Count Brockham that the fight would be over in 5 minutes or less. He knew deep down that he had to finish this quickly because it consumed a lot of energy. However, the man heard it in a different way. Dex started to move and immediately used several skills. He moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. He was in front of Count Brockham in an instant. Fortunately, the attack was blocked by the man, who believed Dex's sword was too heavy. Although Dex expected to win with a single blow, this swordsman's skill level was extremely high. He then created a small distance between them. Count Brockham was aware that Dex was no ordinary adventurer, and our protagonist expressed his gratitude that this NPC understood that. He then asked the older man, who had proven his skills, if he wanted to continue sparring with him. Count Brockham smirked. He realized he had to prove to Dex that he was perfectly capable of letting things proceed as they were. Then, the swordsman used a technique called Invisible Sword Kai, and his body began to radiate a sudden surge of power. The Count revealed that he was proud of his abilities and intended to show them off to Dex. The situation escalated so quickly that our protagonist was shocked. The older man finished his attack and looked around, wondering how. Dex retaliated as a deadly red slash came hurtling towards him. He rushed to counter it. Just as the Count's attack was about to hit its mark, a huge explosion occurred. He kept looking at Dex, but something startled him. Besides using the same skill as Count Brockham, RMC was also able to block his attack. With the invisible sword technique, the Count also realized how different their techniques were. Dex's invisible sword was stronger. Those who achieved the title of Swordmaster could also use this type of skill. Additionally, the system informed Dex that the skill he used was meant for adventurers at level 150 or higher. As a result, more rationality points were consumed. Dex wondered how many rationality points he had already used, not expecting this. Meanwhile, that old man had concealed himself and continued to observe. Count Brockham was startled when RMC turned back to face him. Dex advised him to stop their sparring match immediately. After speaking, Dex charged up an attack to end the battle and teleported in front of the old man. Although Count Brockham could block it, the attack was still too powerful. Something was pushing him back. The old man also believed that if he continued to block this attack, he wouldn't survive. And Dex seized the opportunity the moment he revealed a slight opening. Count Brockham was hit by a clean attack. This was enough to make him drop his sword. Dex immediately deactivated the God's Descent skill after defeating the Count. The man was grateful to have narrowly escaped death. Then, the system informed Dex that he had used up 2,812 rationality points. Additionally, he was given the nickname Miracle Warrior for defeating a much more formidable opponent. His strength stat was permanently increased by 10 points. But instead of being happy, Dex was shocked by the number of points the skill consumed. Pi appeared and said that since Dex used more power this time, the point consumption was also greater. Besides, she hadn't warned Dex about it because it seemed like he was enjoying the battle too much. She was also captivated by how skillfully her master used celestial power. The full power of this skill would be unlocked if other players tried this. Elle surveyed the battlefield before asking about Dex's previous experience with swords. RMC informed Elle that he had mastered the use of this weapon from somewhere else, recalling the time he had spent in other games. Meanwhile, Count Brockham remained frozen in place. He couldn't believe that a low-level adventurer could defeat a swordmaster of the Maroon Kingdom. He couldn't even see where Dex's sword strikes went. He believed that despite developing such incredible power, Dex was still an enigma to the outside world. The old man also knelt before Dex and asked what his sword was pursuing. RMC replied that it was the wind. This answer made the Count suddenly realize something. He imagined the power of the wind an element that was sharp, free, and faster than anything else. At this moment, Count Brockham was considering making this his own goal to achieve. The old man stepped back and began practicing his swordsmanship. Satan and Dex just watched him, thinking it was strange that he suddenly started training. A moment later, the Count bowed his head, expressing regret for his earlier rudeness to Dex. Dex reassured him that it was nothing. The Count went on to ask if Dex was sure he would carry out the assassination by himself. RMC informed him that this was the simplest solution to the current problem. Duke Buron was also on the side of evil. The only issue Brockham was worried about was the potential chaos this move would cause throughout the kingdom. There was no doubt that everyone would take notice of this. However, Dex just asked him if he was familiar with the concept of the Gordian knot, and it was clear he wasn't. According to RMC, the Gordian knot is an unusually complex knot that cannot be untangled. However, there is a way to solve this problem. Brockham still didn't know what the solution was. Dex revealed that cutting it was the only option. There was no way they could solve it even if everyone tried their best. And the easiest way to deal with the aftermath is to simply sever it. Dex was confident that everything would eventually fall into place. The Count was shocked by Dex's reckless behavior. However, he realized that they needed this perspective to solve the problem the Maroon Kingdom was facing. RMC's solution was the best one available. The Count's respect for this man grew, and he gave Dex full authority to act as he pleased. He realized that this adventurer was not at all what he seemed. The most fearsome being on the planet was standing right in front of him. Afterwards, the system informed Dex that he had advanced to a major role in changing the course of events in the Maroon Kingdom. The main objective was also modified. There was now a sub-quest where RMC had to kill Duke Buron. Since the quests around him changed based on how he played the game, Dex found this really interesting. Satan appeared next to Dex. Since the mission involved killing, it had caught his attention. Pi appeared on the other side, trying to dissuade Dex from taking on the sub-quest. This was basically about how RMC would approach this mission, and it was a reminder of their constant disagreements. Elle said that while they could still kill the Duke, they should notify him and request a duel first. This confused the protagonist, as it would negate the main purpose of an assassination. Angels truly have interesting ways of operating. She insisted that the Duke should be notified at least 3 days in advance so he could plan. Satan felt that her idea was too twisted. After they argued again, Dex said he didn't want to deal with the Duke immediately. Both of them were forced to stop and ask their master for the reason. It then became clear that Dex wanted to hear both sides of the story before making a decision. He was sure that Duke Buron wouldn't start a war without a good reason. It was important to have the perspective of an outsider like Dex, who wasn't even born in the Maroon Kingdom. He realized that a power struggle was the cause of everything, which was beneficial for him. Because in the end, all that mattered to him was the potential profit from this quest, and he was currently leaning towards supporting whichever side would benefit him the most. His two spirit beasts were astonished by their master's methods. One could only describe this type of thinking as completely self-centered. Promises, for instance, were meant to be broken if it meant more profit. And inside the game, that was the life Dex chose to live. Meanwhile, at the GM group, news about Agile Electronics' stock price was spreading like wildfire. In recent quarters, it had soared past $5,000, setting a new record. The main reason for this surge was the growing investor interest in their technology, especially concerning Arcadia. Just hearing this news was enough to give Chairman Choi Sun-young of the GM group, Jedu's father, a splitting headache. Those Dreamer capsules from Agile Electronics were a constant source of irritation for him. He remembered how, just 5 years ago, his company and the Agile group were considered rivals. But GM started falling behind when the Agile group led the charge in a new technological revolution. The Dreamer was the star product launched by the Agile group, sparking a phenomenon not just in Korea, but across the globe. Now, he was thinking about expanding his company beyond its traditional roots in construction and automobiles. If they didn't, they'd be left in the dust. Just then, his assistant called to inform him that his son, Choi Jae-do, was on his way to the office. He was still trying to figure out a solution to this whole mess when he heard Jae-do was visiting with some good news. Jae-do burst through the door and rushed to his father. But when he said he needed 8 billion won, Sun Young's expression immediately soured. Jae-do tried to convince his father, promising that this would be the absolute last time he'd ever ask for money. But Sun Young was furious that his son treated such a massive sum of money like it was nothing. He demanded to know why his son needed even more money. But before he could launch into a lecture about letting Jae-do play that game in the first place, a proposal was placed on his desk. It was a detailed business proposal related to the world their rival had created. Intrigued, the chairman asked Jae-do just what this was all about. Smiling, Jae-do urged his father to read through the first few pages. Sun Young quickly realized it was about his son's plan to colonize the Maroon Kingdom within the game. The chairman fell silent for a few moments as he carefully read through every document Jae-do had brought. When he finished, he looked up at Jae-do and asked if any of this was actually real. Choi Jae-do assured his father that everything in the report was true, and that he'd already built a strong relationship with a certain Duke Baein. Duke Baein was an NPC, a non-player character. If their plan succeeded, they would effectively control the entire economy of the game created by the Agile group. They would have total command. Instead of the 8 billion won Jae-do asked for, Sun Young gave him 50 billion. He told Jae-do to use that money to finish what he started, because he wouldn't be getting a single won more. This was his son's last chance. Jae-do's face lit up, thrilled to have one more opportunity to prove himself. He profusely thanked his father for the opportunity before quickly leaving the room. After Jae-do left, the chairman was left alone to think about what he had just read. He couldn't believe it. The world of Arcadia was practically a real, separate world. He smirked, amazed that a simple game could contain such intricate detail. At that moment, Choi Sun-young truly began to understand that the world itself was changing. Meanwhile, back in Arcadia, Duke Baein's massive estate was heavily guarded. And in Duke Baein's private chambers was a man named Sereno from the Harmony Empire. The Duke asked him the reason for his visit. Sereno explained that his empire had sent him with a proposal. They were aware that Duke Baein was preparing for war, and that the Harel Empire had its eyes on the Harel Plains. The Harmony Empire would support Duke Baein in his war, if he could guarantee them control of those plains. In return, they would also ensure that the Duke himself ascended to the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. It was a very tempting offer from the neighboring empire. The Harel Plains were strategically located right between the Maroon Kingdom and the Harel Empire. Securing that land would massively strengthen their kingdom's defenses. Duke Baein considered the proposal, believing it to be a solid one. He didn't think it was a trap, and so he accepted the offer, and they signed a contract. The Duke thanked Sereno, pleased with their new partnership. Sereno returned the sentiment, adding that he hoped nothing would cause the Duke to have second thoughts. And just like that, the ambitious Duke had secured a powerful new ally. He was immensely pleased with himself. Everything was going according to plan. An old saying came to his mind, below one man, but above all others. He felt it described his situation perfectly. He now controlled everyone around him. He smirked. The only person still above him was a naive 8-year-old king. He truly believed this nation needed a strong king to lead it to prosperity, and he was the man for the job. Just as he was smiling to himself, he was interrupted. It was Choi Jae-do, the head of the GM Merchant Guild, who entered his room. The Duke asked why he'd come to see him in person. Jae-do announced that his task was complete. He had bought up all future food rations from the Parkle Kingdom's territories and purchased every last bit of the current supply on the market. Stormed out of the room. He was furious that some NPC had beaten him, especially after he'd spent a fortune trying to get on the Duke's good side. He figured he had no choice but to go along with the plan. It turns out Jae-do took 500,000 gold and used it to buy up every last bit of grain on the market. He burned through the entire 50 billion won his father had given him. But even that wasn't enough to buy all the grain currently in Arcadia. And that's how the idea of futures trading came to be. He was certain this move would be enough to bring the Parko Kingdom to its knees. But to seal the deal, he had to fork over 10 million gold. In real-world money, that's a staggering 1 trillion won. If this plan fails, it won't just wreck their GM Guild's business in the game. It'll hit their real-world GM group hard, too. He knew his father, Suna, would never approve, so he did it all behind his back. He was already trembling, trying to figure a way out of this mess. All he needed was for a war to break out, and he was sure it would. It was his only option left. Jae-do was convinced this plan had to succeed to prove his worth. But as he was lost in these thoughts, He suddenly sensed something. Someone had just walked past, and he found himself wondering who it was. Choi Jadu sprinted after the figure, but it was too late. The man was already gone, panting for breath. Jadu realized he'd missed him. He recalled that the stranger's gear looked like something only a total newbie would wear. So why was a low-level adventurer strolling so casually towards the Duke's mansion? The immense pressure was making Jadu paranoid about everyone. He gave the signal. Instantly, a group of men dressed head to toe in black appeared from the shadows. He told his men that someone had just entered the meeting room. He ordered them to watch for him and bring the person directly to him. He didn't know who this mysterious newbie was, but he was going to make damn sure he didn't interfere with his plans. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's meeting room, Dex handed the old Duke a letter of recommendation, claiming it was from Count Brocken. But Duke Baran was sharp. He knew this wasn't the real reason for Dex's visit. With a smirk, Dex told the Duke he was there to have Count Brocken killed. The Duke was taken aback. Dex then explained everything in detail, concluding that Count Brocken was targeting Duke Baran. Dex claimed Brocken believed it was the only way to prevent a war. But the old Duke wasn't the type to blindly trust a stranger's word. He demanded proof from Dex. Dex just replied that the fact he was standing here inside the mansion was all the proof the Duke needed. Dex added that Count Brocken had every reason to want the Duke out of the picture. And with that, Duke Baran seemed convinced. Just then, Dex's familiars started speaking to him in his mind. They called him out, saying he was completely twisting the truth. Satan, however, suspected Dex was doing it all on purpose. His suspicion was confirmed when Dex gave him a subtle signal to just keep quiet for now. The Duke then said to Dex, "I never imagined Count Brocken would stoop so low." But Dex simply replied, "Desperate people do desperate things." The old Duke then got straight to the point. He asked what Dex wanted in return for this information. Dex had been waiting for the man who would be king to ask that very question. He told Duke Baran the answer was simple. Dex had no interest in seeing a child take the throne. He wanted to back a man with experience and wisdom. That was more than enough to earn the old man's respect and full attention. But Dex wasn't finished. He continued, saying he wanted to see a wise duke like him ruling the kingdom, period. At that, Duke Baran burst out laughing. He asked for the adventurer's name, and Dex introduced himself. The powerful old duke and the mysterious adventurer shook hands, a silent understanding passing between them. It was clear Duke Baran had already taken a real liking to Dex. After the successful manipulation, Dex left the mansion. Elle was already praying for God to forgive Dex for his insane scheme. Even Satan hadn't seen this coming. Their master had just played two opposing sides against each other. But Dex later admitted he was simply making a gamble on credibility, which left his two familiars speechless. Dex explained that a war was inevitable. Now, it was just a waiting game to see who would be the one to start it. But one thing was certain. When that war began, Dex had positioned himself to play a major role. This meant he'd be at the center of the action again, allowing him to build even more credibility, just like he did during the slime incident. Satan realized a war would be a huge advantage for his master. But he wondered, why not just side with Duke Baran from the start? With a smile, Dex explained that if he'd done that, the whole plan would fall apart, in the event that Duke Baran actually takes the throne. Dex needs a fighter, and their only option for that role was Count Brocken. The Demon King was floored as he began to grasp the sheer complexity of his master's plan. He realized his master wasn't just fueling the external chaos. He was planning to ignite an internal conflict at the same time. This would make the situation even more chaotic. Dex was planning to profit from two wars at once, and he was already in the perfect position to do it. Satan was now completely in awe of his master's mind. "Double the conflict, double the credibility," he muttered, as a notebook suddenly appeared in his hands. The all-powerful Demon King started scribbling down his master's life philosophy. He was learning so much from Dex's schemes. This human was more demonic than any actual demon he'd ever met. Just as Dex was enjoying the moment, he heard a voice. Two shadowy figures appeared before him, telling him to come with them. And Dex, as usual, remained perfectly calm. He even thought to himself that the GM event later that night was going to be fun. They brought Dex to their base. As he entered, Choi Jadu was there to greet him. Dex sarcastically thanked him for the escort, and Choi shot the sarcasm right back, smugly adding that he had plenty of men for a simple job like this. And so, the two met at this meeting. Dex was wary of the other party. He realized that Choi's only intention was to test him. Dex was clearly annoyed because this reason wasn't convincing at all. Choi didn't waste any time and directly asked why our hero was accompanying Duke Bayan. Dex refused to answer, as he really didn't need to tell the guy anything. Choi slammed his hand on the table. This reaction angered him, and he began to threaten Dex. The guy tried to release a threatening killing aura towards our hero. His subordinate also appeared, warning Dex not to mess with this man. At that moment, Dex began to rationally assess the situation. These two had ambushed him from the very beginning. This guy was pretty sure he could get away with it since he hadn't revealed his in-game name. Even with 5 of their other men blocking the entrance, he believed Dex wouldn't dare to fight back. Our hero started thinking about having to rely on his God's Descent skill, thinking he had no other choice. Dex was stopped by someone. It was John Smith, an older man, who quickly expressed his regret to Dex for the rough start. Dex immediately felt this older man was someone worth talking to. He also pointed out that Choi seemed to be doing more than just asking questions. And once again, the man loudly warned Dex not to get too close to Duke Bayan. Our hero started to find this interesting and teased him back. Choi then told Dex he would make things more difficult for him in the future. But John Smith cut him off before he could say anything more ominous. He told his boss that he had gone too far and needed to calm down. John Smith tried to clarify what was really going on while apologizing to Dex once again. Dex smiled because this older man was truly special. Then, their true identities were revealed. They belonged to the GM group. Dex was clearly surprised and asked if they were the real GM group, which they confirmed. Next, a bag of gold coins was placed on the table. The older man told Dex that while they couldn't reveal everything, their company had made a large financial investment in Duke Bayan. They then asked if our hero understood their situation. He happily accepted since it was free money, and in return, he would abandon the quest given by the Duke. The other two were taken by surprise at this sudden change of heart. After the meeting that evening, Dex was being questioned by his subordinates. The fact that the GM group also wanted to start a war startled Satan. Their master, however, was very pleased. Thinking the GM group had given him some unexpected pocket money, he now understood that the GM group had also invested significant funds into this game. And if a war broke out, they stood to profit. However, this didn't affect him, as he was also looking forward to the war. Then, Dex suddenly stopped. There was one problem: he was still furious with Choi, because that guy had really pissed him off. Afterwards, he declared to Elle and Satan that he knew what to do. He smiled and decided he would kill Duke Bayan. Upon hearing this, Elle was somewhat pleased, but Satan was not. He now objected to his master's decision to assassinate a duke who was capable enough to rule the kingdom. Meanwhile, Elle was pleased that her master was finally taking proactive steps. This way, Dex could also keep his promise to Count Brocken. Dex also informed Elle that he would not be fulfilling her wish. This broke the angel's heart. But if he told them about this plan, he wouldn't be able to get himself killed. She started complaining about the idea, saying she wouldn't allow our protagonist to use God's Descent. Elle began to reprimand his behavior, and Dex did everything he could to make his subordinates see reason. Satan could only stand by and watch them argue. However, he came up with a brilliant idea. Our bad boy, the Demon King, flashed a mischievous smile. Then he called out to his master. Satan assured him that he could still lend him some abilities, as long as he didn't mind that it came from the demon world. Satan revealed that he could grant him a similar ability God's opposition. This was not what Dex expected. Then, as Satan began to form the contract, a magic circle appeared around our protagonist. The system notified Dex that the agreement was complete. He could now borrow power from the demon realm. Our protagonist now had another way to stir things up in Arcadia. Upon confirming the contract, Dex felt a surge of energy emanating from him. He could now choose from a list of figures for his God's opposition skill. Dex found all of these figures very interesting, as demonic power is geared towards destruction. Unlike the power of the gods from the celestial realm, Satan saw that his master was quite pleased with the new ability. Then, Dex asked Satan why he hadn't mentioned he could grant him this skill too. Satan reasoned that his master had never asked, and he believed Dex only wanted power from the celestial realm. However, once again, this proved that Dex didn't really care about such things. He began choosing from the list as if he were shopping. He chose one that looked like a Grim Reaper. Satan asked why Dex chose this particular demon out of all of them. Dex said he had seen this person's face before in a history book at the library. Elle then tried to verify her master's choice and was greatly surprised. This person was Lynn Armstrong, known as the Death Legion. He was said to be the most wicked dark magician to have ever existed. He was the pinnacle of necromancy and had single-handedly defeated 4 kingdoms and an empire. This demon's name was recorded in the annals of Arcadia, and at this moment, our protagonist became the embodiment of death's power. Dex began to make his move. He investigated the Duke's mansion. After noticing 2 guards on patrol, he decided it was the ideal time to use his new power. These 2 veteran guards immediately sensed something was wrong. One told his friend that there was someone on the roof. It was Dex. Smiling, our protagonist used his God's opposition skill. As expected, he chose the spirit of Lynn Armstrong, causing the dark magician's power to flood his body. The pressure weighed down on these guards. Just by glancing at their opponent's face, they found they couldn't even move their bodies. The descent skill was successfully activated, and the system notified Dex. He could now wield the power of a lich. Dex confirmed the lich skills were exactly what he'd hoped for. The guards knew this man wielded dark magic, and they could tell he was skilled with it. He knew he had to go all out from the start and couldn't afford to be careless. He even warned his partner not to even think about taking this guy alive. The man was simply too dangerous. The entire mansion could be at risk. Hearing their caution, our MC just smirked and launched his attack. Several shadow figures shot out towards the guards. Luckily, one of them managed to block the attack with a holy shield skill. Dex was impressed. The rumors about Duke Burton's guards were true. They were all pretty strong. He then noticed someone with paladin-like powers rushing towards him. This man activated a divine power skill. His sword began to glow. It was the Judgment Blade. Dex wasn't fazed in the slightest. He knew their attributes were direct counters to each other. Our MC used the Spirit Spear skill. A masked demon was summoned, and it sliced right through its opponent. The moment he was hit, the man realized something. He started screaming that Dex was a necromancer, but it was already too late. His partner began to tremble with fear as well. He couldn't believe there was a lich in the Maroon Kingdom. His partner turned to flee and warn the others, but he wasn't fast enough. Dex knew that necromancers are most vulnerable right before a summoning, so he couldn't let this one escape. Besides, Dex wasn't about to risk fighting all the guards without an army of his own. In a flash, both guards were down. Dex smirked, knowing he now had exactly what he needed. As our MC used his Raise Dead ability, the two bodies began to float. A sinister, dark aura then enveloped the guards. Soon, they were reborn as an intermediate-rank Death Knight and a low-rank Ghoul Warrior. Dex dedicated this execution to Choi Jadu, the young master of the GM group. In the world of Arcadia, necromancers were beings who infused their mana into corpses. They could summon an army of the dead. It was said that a single necromancer could raise a force larger than any kingdom's army. They were the most coveted asset in large-scale battles and siege warfare. And right now, our MC was unleashing his own army of the dead inside Duke Burton's mansion. Dex was pleased with how his plan was unfolding. The other guards finally started to make their move. They had no clue an army of the dead was about to strike them from the inside. Even the holy knights they were calling for reinforcements had already been turned into undead. But they kept calling. This guard knew there was nothing they could do to stop the attack. Dex told them it looked like they'd been abandoned. But our MC offered them one small comfort: he would make sure their skeletons were put to good use. The overwhelming power of the undead stopped them in their tracks. Before long, the fallen guards had become new recruits for Dex's army. Our MC smirked and congratulated the newly turned. Then he gave them a very special mission. He wanted them to hunt down Duke Burton, the very man who had abandoned them. The undead soldiers immediately knelt, promising to carry out his command. Some even had tears in their eyes, grateful for the opportunity. The undead soldiers then set off. Dex, now well hidden, hoped Duke Burton wouldn't find him before his army found the Duke. With Dex in control of the mansion, the commotion outside finally woke the old Duke. He called for his guards, asking what all the noise was about. A guard burst through the door, telling the Duke he had to escape immediately. The guard was already sobbing in terror, explaining that a lich had appeared in the mansion. The moment he heard the word lich, the old man was paralyzed with fear. He ordered the guard to protect him, but it was already too late. Finally, Dex had found the Duke's hiding spot. Dark orbs seeped into Duke Burton's room, materializing into undead warriors. The old man finally understood what was happening. His guards tried to flee but were caught instantly. They stood no chance against these undead. Seeing the creatures in his room, Duke Burton started backing away. More and more undead soldiers filled the space. Duke Burton even recognized the sword of one of the undead warriors. It was the same sword Lenry used. He then realized that all the monsters before him were his own former guards. The terrifying reality that a necromancer had appeared in the Maroon Kingdom finally hit him. Just then, Dex walked in and greeted the Duke. Recognizing his face, the old man immediately started trying to talk his way out of the situation. He told Dex there was no need to go to such lengths just to meet him. He pleaded with our hero, saying he would give him anything, as long as he was spared. But our MC, acting like the devil himself, only said that he wanted Duke Burton dead. It seemed Choi Jadu's arrogant attitude towards our hero had now cost the Duke his life. Sobbing in fear, the old man asked Dex why he was doing this. Dex simply told the Duke he should have been more careful about who he allied with. He continued, explaining that he didn't care about the war or becoming king. He wasn't even interested in profiting from it. He told the Duke the one thing he should have avoided was getting on his bad side. Dex was truly disappointed. He thought the Duke was a wise man. But he was wrong. The Duke had to rely on the merchant associations to complete his mission. With that, Dex gave his soldiers the order to finish the job. The very personal guards who had sworn to protect the old man now advanced on him. And just like that, our hero had flipped the entire game on its head once again. An instant later, the system notified him of Duke Burton's death. All of the old man's plans had come to a sudden end. Additionally, 321 linked quests were cancelled. Our hero gained the title Noble Murderer, and for this attack, Dex earned 53,000 plausibility points. Dex was thrilled with the massive reward, as it far surpassed the one from the slime incident. Just then, his two familiars suddenly appeared. The familiar was getting annoyed, as his master gained more plausibility points. The fact that his own senses were so accurate about it really started to bug him. Dex asked Satan if he could use this power indefinitely. Satan promised there was no time limit. He could wield the necromancer's power for as long as he had plausibility. Putting on his demon face, the Demon King began to worry about what his master was planning to do next. Using his skill once more, Dex transformed Duke Burton into one of his undead. He then assured everyone that he would handle things perfectly, even if it made a mess. Dex planned to use this power to obliterate more locations, and he had his sights set on Choi Jadu, the pope of this place. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire, the young master of the GM group was having trouble sleeping. He prayed that no worshippers of their god would lose their way this evening. Then, a voice caught his ear. Someone was speaking to him. It was a woman with white hair. Her name was Sylvia, one of the Holy Empire's saints. She had come to see the Pope after receiving a divine revelation in a dream. Her vision showed a massive, dark movement stirring in Arcadia. The Pope's expression changed instantly as he, too, sensed the presence. He immediately asked the saintess if she knew the location of this darkness. The smallest detail, he urged, would be of great help to them. Sylvia then remembered hearing someone scream Duke Burton's name as they died. The Pope knew exactly who that was. Duke Burton was the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom. The saintess began to weep as she recalled the pathetic state of the dying guards in her dream. The Pope comforted her, explaining this was their god's way of sending a warning. Shortly after, a red-haired man approached, and the saintess immediately knelt. This was Udal, the highest ranking of the Holy Knights. The Pope explained the saintess's revelation and personally requested his help. He wanted the Holy Knight to investigate Duke Burton's true situation. He was also to search for any trace of the darkness that had surfaced in Arcadia. Since Duke Burton's death, his territory had been thrown into chaos. Its military might had plummeted by 98%, and its entire production capacity had dropped by 85%. Fear gripped every resident near the mansion, causing them all to flee the area. And the reason for all of this was a single adventurer. Dex cast one final spell to complete his work. Black flames erupted, incinerating the official flag of the Burton Dukedom. The system then notified Dex of his achievement. He had single-handedly subjugated Duke Burton's entire domain. He was also granted the new title, Violent Necromancer. On top of all that, our hero received 14,000 plausibility points. He was now relaxing atop the mansion, taking in the truly amazing sight. At this point, Dex believed the Necromancer class was just too overpowered. He wished he had used this ability sooner, as he began to move toward the skeleton soldiers beneath him. Our hero was starting to realize the one drawback to this power. Eventually, he'd probably get sick of looking at them every single day. Ultimately, the Necromancer's power had been incredibly helpful, allowing him to finish his quest and earn roughly 60,000 plausibility points. However, something was bothering Dex. He knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be good for him in the long run. Our hero was worried that he was becoming too reliant on this power. He was trading his plausibility points for it, which was the only reason he could use it to this extent. He feared he would eventually need more points than what he was earning from quests. So, Dex asked Tan just how many points he had used so far. Whipping out a calculator, the Demon King began to tally up the cost of the power Dex used to kill the Duke, destroy the mansion, and summon all the undead. The familiar presented his master with the grand total, informing him that he would need to pay 42,184 points. Dex also heard Tan mutter that his master was a weakling. The amount was simply too much, so our hero requested a discount. Tan was taken aback by this, as he never anticipated that someone would actually try to negotiate with him. Tan tried to persuade his master that given the amount of power he used, this was actually a very reasonable price. But Dex shot back that he should be considered a VIP, at the very least, and that he wanted some savings or a coupon. Tan was already trembling with rage after being treated like a department store employee. But then, our hero revealed his ultimate weapon to subdue Tan. He threatened to stop doing business with the Demon King if he didn't give him a discount. The moment the Angel L heard this, her face lit up. Not wanting to lose his best customer, Tan told Dex he would accept 40,000 points as payment. Still, our hero refused to back down, insisting on a price of just 35,000. And so, the two of them continued to haggle. Tan was obviously at a disadvantage, while all L could do was watch the depressing negotiations take place. Tan offered a final price of just 36,500 to seal the deal, and our hero cheerfully accepted. They shook hands on the incredibly cheap deal. After calculating the final cost, the system subtracted 36,500 points. In doing so, Dex achieved something transcendent. He was the first person to ever defeat the Demon King. He even received a new title for it. Additionally, his negotiation skill improved by 7 levels. Looking at the title, our hero found it unbelievable that his skill would increase so much just by ripping off the Demon King. Tan was fuming at the moment, finding it hard to believe what he had just experienced. Elle simply explained to him the concept of karma. Dex concluded that their work here was done. In a single night, this one adventurer had turned an entire territory into a disaster zone. After that, our hero bid his familiars farewell. He told them he still needed to go somewhere to finish something. Now that this quest was completed, it was time to tie up the loose ends. But our hero was thrilled to see all these reactions. As usual, he imagined how people would react once they found out the person behind this was also responsible for the slime incident. Yin believed he had everything he needed. Now, it was time to carry out his next task to wreak havoc on the young master's life. Ever since he was a kid, our hero had always loved playing role-playing games. On top of that, he'd dealt with people from the GM group who were just like Jedu before. He had even figured out the perfect way to handle those who tried to abuse their authority to get things done inside the game. Annoyed with Jedu, Yin kicked off his plan, opening up several recording files on his computer. This particular one was a recording of Duke Buren and Jedu discussing their plans to seize control of Arcadia's economy. Only Satan and Elle had been able to get their hands on these recordings. Yin then edited out every scene he was in, leaving only the parts that showed Jedu and his crew. The guy was overheard talking to someone, making it crystal clear that he wanted to rule the entire Maroon Kingdom. Our hero even included the part where Jedu declared he would take all the money from players participating in the game. This was more than enough to ruin Jedu's reputation with the public. He uploaded the video to his YouTube channel, which already had over 274,000 subscribers. Once he was satisfied, he even whipped up a catchy thumbnail and title. All he had to do now was wait for the night to pass. As the night went on, Yin fell asleep. Meanwhile, the video was blowing up, and by now, it had already surpassed 1 million views. The viewers were furious, enraged by the fact that someone was trying to exploit them for their money. Jedu, on the other hand, was wide awake the entire time. In that very moment, he knew he had messed up. Suddenly, the old man appeared. They couldn't figure out how their confidential conversation had been leaked. They had only ever discussed these things in places that not even their hired mercenaries knew about. So they were completely blindsided. Jedu lost all control and punched his monitor in frustration. He swore he would make the person who did this regret their decision. The old man tried to calm his boss down, telling him they had to hide this from the GM group, but it seemed they were out of time. His father was calling. Jedu immediately started to panic. He had no idea what to do. The man realized his luck had truly run out. The scandal spread like wildfire across their nation, even making it onto the nightly news. The reporter also revealed that the GM group was the real force behind this monopolization in Arcadia. Agen Electronics confirmed to the public that the rumor was, in fact, true, and that they had purchased a massive amount of gold within the game. Furthermore, the total amount of money they invested was also revealed, which was reportedly close to $750,000. Li Meiyang, the CEO of Arcadia, announced that the GM group should refrain from taking a position on the incident until the Fair Trade Commission's investigation was complete. The game had caused quite a stir, which this woman found highly amusing. She figured this was the first time a virtual reality game had ever had such a major impact on the real world. Now, the branch manager was asking his boss just how smart this move was. Meiyang told him it was a way to show the world that other companies couldn't just mess with their products. She grinned, eager to see this play out to the very end. The CEO knew that the longer this problem dragged on, the greater the losses the GM group would suffer. In the meantime, Arcadia would gain more fame and capture the public's attention. The branch manager had to admit, his boss's guts were on another level. This woman wasn't too concerned about what would happen to the GM group. In fact, her attention was now focused on the person who uploaded the video. Meiyang knew that this adventurer was also the one behind the slime, iron ore, and Birdom incidents. The fact that a single person was able to pull off all these feats and make history both inside and outside the game truly piqued her curiosity. Inside his classroom, the mysterious user she was thinking about was just dozing off. Then, suddenly, Yi-jun showed up. He excitedly told Yin about the hoarding incident caused by the GM group. Yin, being a fantastic actor, pretended he had no idea what was going on. Yi-jun went on about how Arcadia's economy was now strong enough to attract major corporations. They would all want a piece of the pie, some control over this priceless in-game asset. This guy insisted that Arcadia wasn't just a game anymore. It had evolved into a whole new world. Yin was delighted to see his friend so fired up. Something told him everything was going exactly according to plan. The reactions of Yi-jun and every other player in Arcadia proved it. Best of all, that arrogant young master was now being bombarded with interview requests. Yin was pleased with himself for teaching the guy a lesson. But then, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an unfamiliar voice. It came from a man who introduced himself as Kang Paljun. He was a researcher from Arcadia, and he was there to give a special lecture today. While some students couldn't care less, Yin was genuinely intrigued. They were about to get some inside information about their course from someone who actually worked at Arcadia. Meanwhile, back in Arcadia, Satan was getting a bit antsy waiting for their master to return. As he was napping, he was jolted awake by the feeling of something approaching. The familiar sensed an immense power emanating from those getting close to their location. Satan spotted men marching toward the mansion. Their strength seemed to be on par with hundreds of men combined. He knew he didn't want any part of this, so he decided to hide first. Just then, the legions of the undead clashed with the Holy Knight army. Under the command of the most senior knight, Udil, the area was instantly cleared with his holy light ability. His power completely overwhelmed the undead. In a matter of seconds, the undead army was nearly wiped out. He then knelt to honor his fallen holy knight who had been turned into one of them. Udil believed that if only he had arrived sooner, none of this would have happened. He warned the other guards that there were many high-ranking undead in this area. He instructed the guards to report immediately to the Pope, as Yugo wanted the Holy Nation to know about the reappearance of a historically significant necromancer. Now, back in the real world, the professor began his lecture on Arcadia. He was about to conduct a test that would change these students' lives. Professor Kang Pil-jun explained how virtual reality technology is primarily linked to the human brain. Essentially, the device and the brain communicate with each other. However, he revealed that these communication channels can differ. The difference depends on each person's brain's ability to connect with virtual reality. That simply means that technologically, there will always be people who possess innate talent. Li Jun appeared very interested in this topic. It is now possible to measure the speed at which the brain and the device receive and send signals. The lecturer announced that the term synchronization rate is currently being used. With this new metric, it could help them in the course. The students were all very interested. The professor then asked if anyone wanted to have their synchronization rate measured. One person raised his hand to volunteer. It was Kangwoo. Like Li Jun, he was also a freshman. While most of the girls found him attractive, the other students were amazed by his courage. Meanwhile, our protagonist noticed Li Jun was having a different reaction. He discovered that Kangwoo was in the same class as Yu Jun. This guy was very popular with the girls and was often the group leader. Our protagonist decided to push the thought aside, as he didn't find this guy very interesting. But he was startled by what Kangwoo said. He was very happy to be in the same class as Li Jun. Kangwoo then stepped forward, and the professor explained the procedure to him. It was clear to Li Jun that Kangwoo was trying to provoke him. After preparations, the professor's assistant placed Kangwoo inside the pod. They explained that the purpose of this device was to measure the synchronization rate. Although there was another, more accurate device, the one they brought was sufficient. They also assured everyone's safety throughout the test. The professor excitedly announced that they were about to begin. The light inside the pod turned a brilliant blue. Kangwoo believed this measurement was useless since he already expected to receive a high score. Besides, he would use this to prove to everyone that he was superior to everyone else in the class. He wanted to make sure that Li Jun and his friend would have to acknowledge him. Kangwoo hated people with self-centered eyes, and to him, our protagonist was a perfect example. While the pod was scanning and measuring Kangwoo's talent, he received a score of 21.35%. He was certain he would use this opportunity to crush Li Jun. An average person would only get around 10%, so the professor was quite astonished. This rate was extremely high, breaking the previous record of 26%. Kangwoo stepped out and expressed his gratitude for the professor's praise. Without wasting any more time, Professor Piljun asked the other students if they wanted to try. But then Kangwoo nominated a specific person. He suggested that this person should also take the test, and it was none other than Li Jun. Our protagonist seemed to have anticipated this. Yu Jun immediately apologized, because Kangwoo was now targeting Li Jun on his account. Li Jun just grinned and treated it as a bit of light entertainment. Our boy stepped into the pod, smiling because he already knew the outcome. Now, the synchronization rate was steadily increasing. A brilliant blue light began to emanate from it. The assistant panicked, believing the machine was broken. However, the professor intervened, certain that this was not an error. The light eventually became more stable. The total synchronization rate was an astonishing 82.89%. Professor Kang Pil-jun could have never imagined it. A university student had just easily beaten the record of 26%. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was utterly bewildered. He had been crushed by the protagonist. All the other students in the class were in awe. Then, Li Jun stepped out of the pod, thinking his score was interesting, and smiled. A while later, the class ended. Our protagonist was on his phone, reading a news article about how Choi Eun-woo had apologized to the media. Li Jun was satisfied with the outcome of this situation. He had just taught a few guys a lesson in humility. He also saw that the video on his YouTube channel had received 88 million views. It had significantly increased awareness in other countries. Li Jun reasoned that since the channel was making so much money, he wouldn't have to worry about finances anymore. He wouldn't have to worry about paying rent or for the pod he had purchased. By trading in-game items, he could earn even more money. As a student, this might be his last chance to eat kimbap. Then, he heard his name being called. Yujin was there, still panting after running over. His friend congratulated Lee Jun because his score had clearly crushed Kangwoo's. Now, Lee Jun was being discussed by all the professors, while Yujun's synchronization rate was only 15%. Yujun believed his friend was truly extraordinary in every way. He was now curious to see how Lee Jun would perform if he started playing Arcadia. Hearing this question, our protagonist fell silent. Then, to Yujin's surprise, he revealed that he was already playing Arcadia. There had been many instances recently where he had taught some guys a few lessons. For now, he was enjoying his delicious kimbap, and the weather today was wonderful. In addition, our protagonist revealed to his friend that he had been playing Arcadia since the open beta for various reasons. He also revealed to Yujin that Dex was his in-game name. This made the atmosphere around them turn awkward. It took Yujin a few seconds to process what his friend had said. He remembered the nickname Dex and started to sweat, a shiver running down his spine. Every Korean online gamer knew of this player, the highest-ranked player across all games, who was none other than Dex Model, who had surpassed several professional teams. Plus, Ijun believed that he was probably just a fan of Dex, because the player was just that legendary. RMC insisted that he was, in fact, Dex. He had simply deleted all of his accounts, so there was nothing to show his friend to prove it. Yejin then recalled that she had achieved an incredible synchronization rate of 92% on the simulation pod, and everything started to make sense. This guy immediately got on his knees because that score was more than enough proof for him to accept Ijun's word. Afterwards, Ijun yelled that he was going to go get a few autographs from the legendary Dex. The fact that his friend was such a huge fan of his troll accounts caught RMC off guard. Meanwhile, due to the countless powerful monsters lurking around, Cold Heart Valley, players should be at level 85 in this area, and an expedition team was currently trying to clear it. But they were also in a state of panic, because they hadn't anticipated that there would be so many monsters here. Now, this group was looking for the necromancer who had requested them, to bring all the monsters in. Then, this woman appeared and used the Dark Swarm skill, and countless zombie frogs began to attack the nearby monsters. The adventurers were astonished by what they were witnessing. With just one skill, a necromancer was able to defeat every monster on her own. With her white hair, this woman ranked first among the necromancers in the game at level 86. The name Dark Black Flame Dragon referred to her. She thanked the adventurers for luring them over after using her skill to defeat every monster, and they thanked her as well. They expressed their regret for not recognizing her sooner. But she informed them that it didn't really matter. This high-level player was so kind, which created a positive energy around them, and they agreed immediately, Shinani. When she asked if they could continue to help her lure the monsters outside, out of curiosity, this guy also asked her a question. He asked if the necromancer had used up all her abilities to wipe out the monsters earlier. She revealed that by the time they lured the monsters out, her skill would be off cooldown, meaning everything would be fine. This woman could use a wide area skill with a short cooldown, which impressed him. At that moment, he realized why others claimed that having a necromancer along would help players power level faster. Basically, they were being carried by this influential character class. Their power leveling hunt ended after a while, and they then exchanged thanks. Now, these guys were looking forward to their next hunt. With only the Dark Black Flame Dragon left in this place, she let out a long yawn, realizing that this game was becoming monotonous. At this point, nothing noteworthy was catching her attention. While checking her status window, she also witnessed the search for the body of Duke Baran. This quest required an adventurer who could find out if the necromancer who killed him was really the culprit. This woman recognized Duke Baron and found it puzzling that he was gone. She considered completing this quest, but quickly gave up on it since the player who had caused the incident had to be very clever, as no one knew for sure who he was. He even outsmarted everyone on the Arcadia forums. She then wondered who this player could actually be and what his true identity was. Her heart began to race as she considered the possibility that this incident was actually caused by a single person. However, she quickly dismissed the thought because even for a ranker like her, this was practically impossible. The quest window, then, suddenly reappeared, startling her. The Witch Hunt was the name given to this linked quest. This was her own quest, and the Dark Black Flame Dragon, the head of the necromancers in the game, had never anticipated seeing anything like this. She was now confused as to why the system had given her such a quest. Back in the Baran territories, these spirit beasts were happy to see their master once again. They had been waiting for Dex for a long time, and he told them to calm down first after Satan. And El bombarded him with facts. Dex was then reprimanded by the Demon King for using the power of a necromancer. He was certain that with this sinister presence around, people wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. And for the first time, El agreed with what Satan said. The name of the Lich Argamer was even on Heaven's blacklist. She advised him not to use this ability again. That particular statement angered Satan, and they got into another argument. When Satan reached his limit, he asked if she was ready for a formal duel. The angel informed the Demon King of their current score, and she would be happy to recount the tale right in front of our MC. The Second Holy Demon War began. He realized that there wasn't a single day that was peaceful. However, despite everything that had happened, Dex was satisfied because he was still able to interfere with the game. This implied that he would receive more recognition and skill points. He also wanted to spread the word about this Lich's revival. This would surely terrify everyone in Arcadia. Dex smiled as he thought about how the game's main characters would react. We arrived at the Holy Empire. After a day, upon his return, Udyr told the Pope and the Saintess about the events in the Baron territory. He revealed that the Lich Argamer was the real culprit. Sylvia was startled when she heard this name. What the Saintess saw in her dream was also confirmed by this report. The greatest necromancer in Arcadia was the Fragment of Darkness. Since they had hidden their power from the public, the Pope was now having a headache. They believed that the lost sheep, he would eventually return with enlightenment and renounce their sins. However, people had eventually started to wreak havoc on the planet. This situation had brought about a significant event in the game. The Pope then requested this most important holy knight to handle the matter immediately. He desired the judgment of all demons and their expulsion from this continent. Udyr promised the Pope that he would do his best to complete this mission. This officially reopened the conflict between good and evil. In addition, an official quest was distributed to every Arcadia player due to the Lich's actions. Argamer, the Holy Empire had taken action to subjugate all demons. They now required the assistance of adventurers to eliminate the game's villains. This white-haired woman received her linked quest at the same time, and she was still unsure how to proceed with it. There were two factions in the Holy Demon War that broke out. In Arcadia, the Holy Faction, which included Holy Knights, was one of them, along with priests and other groups associated with the light. The Demon Faction included necromancers and the undead. Warriors and other classes with dark attributes were on opposite sides, so there was a natural hostility between the two. In fact, players knew this when they joined the game, and there had been many arguments about their differing points of view. Players were often PK'd because of these conflicts. But since no event had ever led to an all-out war, it was all considered tolerable. The game's rules were also set up to prevent this from escalating. They designed villages and towns to be safe zones for players. Security guards and NPCs would punish any offenders. However, a mysterious event was now encouraging more conflict between good and evil. It came with a warning that the Pope had declared an all-out war against all evil forces. The ban on players PKing each other was temporarily lifted. It was clear that the Holy Nation's unilateral declaration had shattered the fragile balance of power between the two factions. Blackfire Dragon was still staring at the quest window as she returned to the snowy mountain. She couldn't believe she had to eliminate 50 million dark mages to complete this quest. That number was almost the entire population of South Korea. So she figured the game developers had lost their minds. Since the conflict was ongoing, she planned to stay in a nearby town for the time being. But a notification popped up as she approached it. Blackfire Dragon discovered that the area was now a restricted zone. She was shocked that the no PK rule had been lifted. This implied that the town was also extremely dangerous. A battle had just taken place inside, and the system rewarded a priest for defeating a dark class player. He then added his contribution points to the total needed for the Holy Faction's quest. He was overjoyed. And as he turned to look around, he noticed someone. It was a woman with white hair who caught his eye. She realized this situation was not good at all. She was now the target of every Holy Faction member's stare. It was too late to try and calm them down. A guard had already spotted the dark mage entering town and shouted to everyone. The guards quickly advanced to assassinate her. The fact that even the NPCs were joining in made her realize just how serious this quest was. Blackfire Dragon knew she had no other choice, using her Dark Swarm skill. She closed her eyes and eliminated the guards. Afterward, a series of red warnings appeared. The woman's single attack had killed countless players and NPCs. Her name was now marked in red. Everything happened so fast, she was still catching her breath. The woman had only acted in self-defense, but before she could compose herself, more players started advancing on her. She decided her only option was to flee. Meanwhile, Dex hadn't received any notification about the newest linked quest the game had generated. The quest was taking place in the Brand Duum region. When Satan saw this, he told his master that this was exactly why he'd told him not to wander off too far. Our main character explained that it wasn't his fault. And all he did was collect some extra quest rewards. After hearing his excuse, Satan realized his master was a true psychopath. They had just kicked the hornet's nest. The Demon King now realized they were in grave danger. All of this was a result of the Lich King's power. He paused, considering a way out. Satan urged Elle to do something about this before it was too late. He asked her to go and mediate the situation, as a war was about to break out. This was all just a result of their master using his abilities carelessly. Although he believed the angels wouldn't condone bloodshed, Elle saw nothing wrong with it. After all, it gave them a chance to annihilate all evil entities. She was even looking forward to taking part in the quest. That moment reminded Satan that this angel was just like his master. Then, Dex spoke up. He knew this quest wouldn't end easily. Satan began to take his anger out on Dex, since his entire race was now in danger. He informed his master that he was solely responsible for this mess, and that Satan would never grant him power again if he didn't do something. Our main character believed that since his spirit beast was starting to act strangely, this was genuinely becoming a problem. Deep down, he knew Satan wasn't wrong. Dex had no idea it would lead to much more severe consequences. He then asked Elle directly if there was anything she could do to fix the problem. He even pointed out a specific aspect of the quest that he wanted to change. Currently, the Holy Faction was required to pass judgment on 50 million villains. As far as Dex was concerned, these people hadn't actually done anything, and it would be incredibly unfair if they were killed just for being necromancers. He even added the phrase, "Hate the sin, not the sinner." He also assured Elle that this would earn her a ton of reputation points. This spirit beast was just waiting to hear that. She informed her master she would act immediately and quickly changed her mind. Elle acted so fast that it left Dex and Satan with this expression on their faces. She received 15 feasibility points from our main character for this. Elle left the moment the notification appeared. She also reverted to her original form and headed to the Holy Nation. A moment later, the angel appeared before God's followers as she descended from the heavens. Everyone was shocked by what they were witnessing. Sylvia was ecstatic and utterly astonished. Elle began to deliver her message to them, declaring it came directly from God. She was about to make an announcement and needed everyone to listen. With that, the witch hunt linked quest was modified. Dex was very pleased when he saw the notification. Satan rushed to see what was happening, but from the look on his face, we can tell something is wrong. Dex was astonished by the modifications Elle had made. He wondered if this was for real, to balance things out. Our hero had specifically asked to change some of the requirements. When the two of them saw what had happened, they were shocked. Elle reappeared shortly after, beaming with a radiant smile because she had simply followed her master's instructions. The angel seemed overly confident and proud of her work. Meanwhile, this was the look on Satan's and Dex's faces. This is the new quest window for the witch hunt. Let's give you a moment to process that change. Suddenly, there were 49,999 new players to evaluate. The two of them just can't believe Elle cut the number in half. Our hero is disappointed too. He was expecting more from her. Without even blinking, she told them that saving 100 lives from the evil camp was already a huge mercy. That was the best she could do. Satan then walked up to Elle and boldly challenged her to a duel. The angel shot back, going on about how evil devils are and pointing out that Satan's rage hadn't cooled one bit. While she was trying to break up the fight, Dex just stood there, lost in thought. He started wondering what kind of developers would even create an angel like this. On the bright side, though, our hero figured something out. He realized these beings could actually materialize out of thin air. He figured his 15 plausibility points weren't wasted after all. And just then, the game's biggest troll got a brilliant idea. Dex was already scheming. While the two of them were still fighting, our hero caught Satan's attention. He wanted to see if Satan was really going to help the evil camp in all this. Dex went up to the devil, suggesting he might have an idea that could work. Meanwhile, over at the snow-capped mountains, you could hear the shouts of soldiers and players. They'd finally managed to corner the Black Mage, and they were already celebrating. These guys were way too arrogant. They were thrilled about taking out a member of the evil camp, and the one they had trapped was none other than the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. After losing so much MP in the long battle, she realized she'd made a huge mistake. At this point, she could only use 1 or 2 more skills. Even as she took down more players, she was thinking about the penalties she'd get. But then again, if she didn't fight back, she wouldn't survive at all. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness didn't know what to do. The players were closing in, already thinking about the reward they were about to get. They were even smiling sadistically. This woman was, after all, the #1 black mage in the world. A player charged up his attack. It looked like this was the end of the line for her. There was no way the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness could dodge this. And so, she braced herself for death. Tears started to well up in her eyes. But nothing happened. When she opened her eyes a moment later, she saw the devil standing right in front of her. The Dark Flame Dragon couldn't believe what she was seeing. Satan had appeared out of nowhere and blocked the player's attack. The player was wondering who this devil could be. They even started thinking he was just some imp. Hearing that, the king of all demons became absolutely furious. Suddenly, black spheres started appearing near the players. They had no idea what these things were. A few seconds later, the spheres exploded. Now the players were in agony. They were screaming their lungs out. He was genuinely offended that someone had called him an imp. The other players just assumed the demon was a summon from the Black Mage. But of course, they were dead wrong. The Dark Flame Dragon was still in shock. To think that this small, childlike form of Satan was the most powerful demon of all. Satan noticed her staring and turned his attention to her. He asked the woman, "Are you really the Dark Flame Dragon of Darkness?" The top Black Mage was stunned that this NPC knew her name. She knew something was up. Just then, a flood of notifications filled her screen. The system informed her that she had just encountered the oldest darkness. She had also reached a critical point in her quest. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was confused. What did the system mean by oldest darkness? It took her a moment to grasp what was really happening. Satan then told her not to move. He was going to finish off these players himself. Hearing that, the players felt an immense pressure crush down on them. One guy decided to log out immediately. Every second he wasted was costing him credibility points. Satan was just starting to unleash his power. An old man started charging towards her, thinking Satan was just the Black Mage's summon. He figured if he could just kill her, the demon would disappear too. Someone cast a holy spell, and it came flying right at them. Satan was just speechless that these guys really thought he was a summon. He was at a loss for words. The devil created a dark shield, blocking the holy spell completely. The player's attack vanished into thin air, leaving him stunned. The black sphere that had been hovering nearby dissipated. Satan was getting really annoyed now. A system message informed the players they were now inside a corrupt aura. Their holy power tried to resist, but it was useless. The members of the holy camp were becoming corrupted. They couldn't even use their holy abilities anymore. Then, the devil spoke. He gave a single command, "Kill each other." His words were absolute, and a strange force took control of the corrupted players. Their own wills were being crushed. Satan just stood and watched the holy camp members turn on each other. He was a little disappointed. He thought they would have put up a better fight. He sighed, thinking he'd never be able to understand humans. The only exception was his master, the Dark Flame. Dragon of Darkness bowed her head and started to thank Satan. She thanked him for saving her life, especially since this was the first time they'd ever met. Her formal attitude was making Satan feel a bit uncomfortable. She continued, saying that she already knew who he was. She added that she was a huge fan of his. It was a true honor for her to finally meet him. All the compliments were making him flustered. He had to admit, this woman was pretty smart. With that, Satan got down to business. He acknowledged that among all the adventurers, she, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, was the strongest Black Mage. But even so, she still fell short of his standards. It seemed the evil camp had gotten really weak in terms of power. The Dark Flame Dragon of Darkness immediately apologized. Satan accepted it, then told her to listen very carefully to what he was about to say. He told her that he had a mission for her. The Dark Flame Dragon was confused. She had no idea what this devil was talking about. Satan then declared that she would become the new embodiment of evil. She could feel something sinister in his words, but she still didn't fully understand what he meant. An ancient dark sorcerer named Lee Arger sold his soul to a demon through a contract, and in return, he received eternal life. He once plunged the entire continent of Arcadia into a sea of blood, but was ultimately defeated by a powerful holy sword user. The holy light priestess, Maria, also ruled that he had committed unforgivable sins. Lee Arger couldn't understand how a simple sword could defeat him, and he swore to return to avenge this humiliation. A long time has passed since this creature was subdued. Lee Arger was imprisoned in the deepest level of hell. He still harbored resentment, believing he never achieved his goals. And now he's demanding another chance to have his way. As he was begging for mercy, he heard a voice. It was none other than Satan, the king of chaos, appearing in the flesh. Arger was terrified, never expecting to encounter such a powerful entity in his prison. He expressed his utmost respect for Satan. Satan then revealed that he was here to carry out a project involving Lee Arger, and the sorcerer's mind lit up as he realized what this meant. He thought they were going to attack the Holy Kingdom, but Satan was annoyed by these assumptions. Arger was simply too loud. The King of Chaos cut the scoundrel off, informing him that it would take too much power to send him back to Arcadia. It simply wasn't feasible. The Demon King assured Arger he wouldn't do such a thing because it would bankrupt him. Arger cowered in fear. The pressure radiating from him was more than enough. Arger then asked his master what he needed him to do. Satan drew closer and assured him they would have a proper performance. The plan was revealed Arger would use a human body, cause some trouble in Arcadia, and then return to Hell. He also warned the scoundrel that he would surely lose his life if he dared to do anything to escalate the situation, but not under Satan's control. The Demon King frankly admitted that his master was a demon even more powerful than himself. This declaration made Arger wonder, what demon could possibly be more wicked than Satan meanwhile? The person they were discussing was busy yawning. Ian was wondering what brought Satan back to the frozen mountains so late. Satan had now created a dark magic circle beneath the Black Flame Dragoness. She could feel the incredible flow of magical power radiating from the circle and was curious about what was happening. Satan announced that he was placing his bet on her, ordering her to perform better and meet his standards. After that declaration, the Black Flame Dragoness was confronted by the darkness and power of Lee Arger. She had no time to react to the change in the situation. She then received a system notification that she had just absorbed the essence of Lee Arger and obtained the hidden class, Death Controller. This incident also significantly changed the witch hunt quest. For players on the evil faction, a new hope had emerged. As Satan realized the new strategy to win this war, he felt uneasy. All the evil faction needed to do was take over the kingdom or eliminate the Pope. He shuddered at the thought of his master's true intentions. Meanwhile, the Black Flame Dragoness had received some significant upgrades. Her entire set of equipment had been enhanced and modernized, and these changes were confirmed by the system. The girl's stats had increased dramatically. This is the Black Flame Dragoness's current status window. She couldn't believe she had so many new skills. Skills that far surpassed her previous record as the top player on the Korean server. The Black Flame Dragoness even dreamed of becoming the highest-ranked player on the entire server. Satan then interrupted her train of thought. She was too startled to focus immediately. He warned her that if she didn't want to get hurt, he needed a faster reaction next time. The Demon King was pleased with the player's changed appearance. She now had a look that better suited her role, and they could move on to the next phase. Then, the Black Flame Dragoness received a scroll from Satan. He instructed the girl to memorize all the information on it. She would have to recite it all at a later time. When the Black Flame Dragoness discovered their plan, she was clearly stunned. Satan signaled for her to start filming as soon as she had memorized the information. Afterwards, the night outside Arcadia was quieter than the one within. Our protagonist was also sitting in front of his computer, looking through some important posts made by players from the Holy Faction. They were still trying to complete their quest. Ian was pleased with the chaotic atmosphere surrounding Arcadia. He felt the witch hunt quest was too one-sided. Even the NPCs from the evil faction weren't safe. Players in the Holy Faction even received participation points. Our protagonist intended to use this disturbance to cause even more chaos. There was bound to be more drama. In contrast, those in the evil faction were now flooding the website with complaints. They could no longer play the game in peace because they were being hunted. Ian believed that someone needed to step up and play the hero for the evil faction. For this reason, he had asked Satan and the Black Flame Dragoness to film a short skit, using all of his remaining rationality points for this task. Fortunately, Satan did an excellent job. Ian smiled menacingly, preparing to show off his latest work of art to the world. The video that Satan filmed a while ago was uploaded by Ian. Now, the Black Flame Dragoness was addressing every member of the evil faction. All players could see it. I say this to all of you who have been wrongly labeled as filthy and disgusting. Countless members of the evil faction have died, are dying, and will soon die. Recently, I too nearly lost my life after an attack. We can no longer continue to stand by and watch helplessly. To all the Black Knights, thieves, wanderers, bandits, gunslingers, assassins, and users of black magic in Arcadia, the balance has collapsed. Let us unite our strength and put an end to this ridiculous slaughter. Be timid no longer. Resist and fight back against them. I, the greatest black sorcerer, the Black Fire Dragon, ruler of the Legion of Death, shall lead you. I invite all who wish to join me in fighting against the evil Holy Empire to come to the Maroon Kingdom. The next day, Countess Mickey was inspecting the city in her domain. She couldn't believe what she was seeing at that moment. Thousands of monsters were surrounding her territory, and someone waved at her as she stared at this strange sight. Our hero was riding on a giant skeleton soldier. He turned to greet her, speaking to Mikey. When the Countess saw her friend riding a monster, she was clearly shocked. The monsters and skeletons were like guardians of the city. At that moment, Dex and Mikey met. The Countess asked the adventurer what he was doing. Our hero casually replied that he was just passing by. However, Mickey wasn't convinced. Since Dex had brought an entire army of undead with him, he then reassured her that she didn't need to worry. This undead army was sent to protect her city from all the players engaged in the war. Furthermore, Dex admitted that he didn't want to lose the significant source of revenue from the mines. The Countess had received a letter from Count Brocken, so she was already prepared for this. He had told her what happened during Dex's mission. She also knew that Dex had succeeded in his mission because Duke Bjorn had become a zombie, and was now directly commanding the skeleton soldiers. Because of all these factors, her admiration for her hero grew even stronger. She affirmed that she truly possessed a keen ability to identify adventurers. However, Dex politely refused all these compliments. She went on to tell Dex that what he had done was truly good for the entire Maroon Kingdom. He had overthrown the one who intended to plunge the kingdom into misery. For a very long time, this duke had exploited the people of the Maroon Kingdom. In addition, he was planning to stage a rebellion against the ruling class. She argued that if Dex wasn't worthy of praise for all he had achieved for the kingdom, then no one else would be. The Countess continued to praise our hero for his help to everyone. She even said that he should be called a hero. Our hero recognized this phrase. He knew he had done everything to gain more power, so this text appeared before his eyes. Dex then changed the subject of the discussion. He asked about the reason for the delay in paying his share from the mines. She admitted to Dex that she had been overworked recently. She immediately expressed her regret and vowed that it would never happen again. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the CEO's chair was empty. Lion stepped into her login capsule. Due to the conflict between the evil and divine factions affecting 2 continents, she was forced to log in. Their headquarters was not prepared for this emergency. Despite the chaos, they had no authority or reason to end it. This was, in fact, Arcadia's true purpose. Although players had near infinite freedom, the company couldn't ignore anything as it would ruin future plans, in an effort to mitigate the impact. Lion entered Arcadia. She quickly moved to Alice's location. Alice welcomed her boss and immediately asked how she could help. Lion revealed that she was there to modify the content for the witch hunt quest. She declared to Alice that she intended to completely waive the death penalty for players of the evil faction. Alice then confirmed her request. The decision was quickly approved since it came from a manager, and she turned off the penalty for those in the evil faction. As a result, the player balance was shattered, causing a great deal of instability. Players from the divine faction were being attacked by members of the evil faction, who had previously restrained themselves from retaliating. Now, they would just respawn and continue to attack even after dying. The players he had killed before then confronted the old priest. They swore to kill him and follow him to the ends of hell. However, the divine faction also took action when they saw the evil faction gaining the upper hand. They would not suffer in silence. These people formed a backup force to support each group, as they were better organized. Their small scale actually improved the group's communication. They also succeeded in developing a system for their attacks. At this point, a state of balance was reached once again. The endless loop of combat had begun. A full day passed in fighting in the Maroon Kingdom. The event was even given the nickname the Blood Festival. Then, several notifications appeared on our protagonist's dashboard. The 2 forces were now engaged in an even fiercer battle. Amidst all the chaos, Dex's credibility points had increased by about 63,921. The Shadowy Schemer was the new title he received. While everyone was busy fighting each other, this guy was relaxing on a rooftop. He had no idea his actions would cause so much chaos and conflict. The word hero was muttered by Dex. When he first started playing Arcadia, he believed it would be an easy game that he could win. However, it had far surpassed all his expectations. Now, his actions could truly impact how this game operated. Our protagonist was wondering if he really deserved to be called a hero, especially by this NPC. He reasoned that this was the interesting aspect of Arcadia. He believed the game was extremely well made. Satan then interrupted these thoughts with a frustrated shout. He lamented seeing such a waste of credibility points. Dex then informed Satan that since the demon had accepted his terms, there was nothing more to be done. However, Satan insisted, as he had used such a persuasive scheme to bring Arger back to life. Dex then revealed that he had carried out their plan using every last bit of his credibility points. When Satan heard this, he became very quiet. Furthermore, Dex informed him that Satan should be more grateful, as they had managed to mitigate the damage to the evil faction. Satan then admitted that he had lost. He had very little chance of defeating the great demon. Then, Elle entered and reassured Dex that Satan was not a concern. She asserted that the demon, we belong to a species that says one thing but means another. At that moment, RMC smirked. The holy faction was the target of their next plan. The angel was ecstatic as well. She would stop at nothing to get her revenge on the evil faction. To win this war, she was even willing to stake her own reputation. Dex then activated the skill Divine Descent. The hero he chose for this moment was named Kadal. He is the Knight of Pilgrimage and Adversity. Elle told RMC that this hero's strength was enough to get revenge on the Lich. But then, Satan chimed in, insisting that the Lich would crush any hero, even if Arger was just a pile of bones. However, the moment the Demon King realized who that hero was, he couldn't even finish his sentence. Kadal was the owner of the holy sword that had defeated Argier in the first place. But it was too late. The system had already notified Dex that the hero's soul was now inside him. This meant he could now defeat the strongest necromancer in all of Arcadia. He even wielded that legendary holy sword. Satan couldn't believe Elle would wager so much of her reputation just to defeat Arger. She was determined to prove she wasn't a cheapskate like someone he knew. With a look of sheer determination, she declared she would do whatever it takes to wipe out the demon race, ironically, in this game. Elle herself appeared to be a demon sword. There was nothing the Demon King could do about her. Meanwhile, RMC was planning to orchestrate an even bigger incident to gain more influence. Even with 63,000 points, he wasn't satisfied. He planned to use this momentum to raise the stakes of the war as high as possible. And if there were no stakes, he'd create them himself. Dex had successfully summoned the hero the evil faction desperately needed. And that hero was Archimedes, the greatest black mage in Arcadia. This meant the Holy Empire would need its own champion to counter him. RMC eagerly volunteered for the role. He was someone who didn't belong to the realms of good or evil. Later, Dex planned to punish that wicked sword. At the capital fortress of the Maroon Kingdom, the newly crowned king and his advisors were in an emergency meeting. The young king was on the verge of tears, feeling pressured by everyone. One of his advisors was already urging him to flee the imperial capital. They could escape while they still had time and reclaim the throne later when things calmed down. But the king refused to take the easy way out. Despite his youth, he was thinking about the people of his kingdom. He also believed his father would never have acted in such a cowardly manner. The other NPCs in the room informed the king about the soldiers and adventurers fighting to defend the fortress. This news brought them a small bit of comfort. They thought they could work together to win this war. But their brief moment of hope was shattered when a powerful aura flooded the room. One of the fortress guards burst in, telling the king, "There's trouble outside." The guard immediately panicked and stumbled away. The king was stunned that their first line of defense had already been breached. An overwhelming number of undead were approaching, and leading the evil faction's new army was none other than the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness herself. The sight was more than enough to terrify the young king. The system then displayed an update on the status of the witch hunt. The evil faction had already caused over 48 million deaths. This number surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness realized they might lose the war before she could even reach the king. But then again, that outcome was to be expected. Players in the evil faction could just mindlessly charge at their enemies without thinking about the consequences. However, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness saw this as the perfect opportunity to test her newly acquired power. Since they were facing certain defeat, she began to unleash Arger's power. All the adventurers near the fortress could see the apparition of Arcadia's greatest necromancer. Along with his undead army, the soldiers could only brace for the coming battle. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness asked, "Arger, are you ready?" The necromancer replied that he was ready for anything. The evil faction's hero then used a skill called Deathfield Dark Night Festival. She followed up with the soul necromancy skill. She was right on the money. She really could use Arger's skills this way. The necromancer himself praised her, saying that together, they were like a one-man army. Only someone with the power of an apostle could defeat them now. This undead army was more than enough to stop these soldiers and adventurers in their tracks. The Dark Flame Dragon grinned. "This," she declared, "is the beginning of our siege." She ordered every last undead soldier to advance and seize the throne. The soldiers knew they were facing an impossible fight, and they began to cower in fear. The Dark Flame Dragon flushed with excitement. She was enjoying this. It had been a long time since she'd felt this exhilarated. Moments later, the entire battlefield was filled with the screams of soldiers. The undead army swarmed the Maroon Kingdom's fortress. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness slowly approached the king's throne, but the throne room was empty. She hadn't expected the king to actually run away. His cowardice made the sacrifices of the soldiers and adventurers outside completely meaningless. She smirked, thinking a kingdom didn't need a ruler like that anyway. Standing before the throne, the Dark Flame Dragon placed a hand on it and made a declaration. The system then announced that she had successfully seized the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. She was now recognized as its new owner. This meant the evil faction had won the witch hunt. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was granted a new title honor of the Golden Throne. She had become the reigning queen, with complete sovereignty over the Maroon Kingdom. All hail the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. This achievement brought her immense joy. It was the first time in the game's history that a player had taken over an entire nation. She couldn't wait to see the profits roll in. Now, as the monarch of the Maroon Kingdom, she had to decide what to do first. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness considered opening. She also planned to conquer the neighboring countries to build her own little kingdom. As she was enjoying her victory party, someone's voice was heard. He asked if she was enjoying her new role as ruler. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness quickly turned to see who was speaking. A silhouette caught her eye. "You guys already know who this is, right? It seems he could have single-handedly wiped out the entire army of undead veterans." The man, clearly amused by the situation, just grinned when the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness demanded to know who he was. Realizing her army outside had already been defeated, the new ruler of the Maroon Kingdom unleashed a volley of cursed arrows, all aimed straight at our MC. And now, the real hero has arrived. Dex used the skill Aiden's Footsteps, which gave him more than enough speed to dodge the incoming attack. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was now intrigued by this player's identity. She'd never seen him on the leaderboards. But one thing was for sure. His expression, combined with his speed and skill, told her that this guy was on another level. Our MC then gave her a polite warning. He acknowledged that what she'd accomplished was impressive, but the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness had gone too far and was upsetting the game's balance. Continuing down this path would only lead to disaster for her. The woman was stunned by how much this mysterious player knew. Undeterred, she kept firing spells at him. She demanded to know who he was, but all he did was smile, before vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Dex reappeared right in front of her, moving like a predator. Our MC told her to get ready, because he was here to take back the power she had borrowed. The Holy Sword began to react to the surrounding dark energy. Arima immediately recognized the sword's famous holy power. The system then sent a notification to both players about the impact of our MC's attack. The Sword of the End of Eternity had chosen its test subject. It was clear that an ultimate demise was imminent, holding Arja's soul in its grasp. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was clearly struggling against our MC, mocking the woman as the so-called Dragon of Darkness. Dex warned her that her Cinderella-like magic was about to expire. The two overpowered players were now locked in a fierce battle. Dex started to exploit the Necromancer class's greatest weakness against the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. The class was terrible in close-quarters combat, but she didn't give up. After all, the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was the #1 black mage in the game. She even boasted that she was personally chosen by Satan, the Demon King. As she said this, a massive magic circle appeared beneath them. She told our MC that someone like him was nothing but a joke to her. In response, Dex created some distance between them. Sensing this power, Dex called out to Satan, asking if he could hear what the woman was saying. The Demon King immediately reported to his master, clarifying that he had absolutely no dealings with her. Meanwhile, Error was still terrified of the Holy Sword before him. The sight of it meant that the heavens were once again interfering in the affairs of Arcadia. He also recognized his master's face. That explained the Demon King's strange annoyance. Aur then ordered the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness to fall back. He knew they couldn't possibly face this man right now. But the woman was confused by his command. She thought they were underestimating this mysterious guy. She believed only someone with the power of an apostle could defeat them. While she was lost in thought, our MC used his skill. Follow an ally's footsteps. He then appeared directly above the Black Flame Dragon. In response, the woman used her skill to summon a death field, and from it emerged hordes of undead soldiers. Our MC was now forced to face the very soldiers he once commanded. These were all elite undead warriors. He thought he could end this easily, but this annoying skill was making things difficult. At that moment, Dex had no choice but to unleash the Holy Sword's power. The system confirmed that a powerful anti-demonic energy was now enveloping the weapon. Additionally, its attack power was increased by 80%. It would also nullify all magical resistance and defensive power of any being with demonic attributes. Our MC simply leaped over the undead horde and swung his sword. He then unleashed a massive blow upon his enemies. A brilliant holy light erupted from the sword, illuminating the entire area. The armor of the undead soldiers began to crack and disintegrate. They were all wiped out in a single instant. With the path cleared, our MC charged toward the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. Fortunately, she managed to summon a shield just in time. She was in utter disbelief. All of her summoned soldiers destroyed by the sword's light. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness then tried to demand where Dex got such a weapon. He answered her honestly. Our MC had simply borrowed it. He had no idea where it came from. This answer only made her more curious. "Who gave you this holy sword?" she asked. He replied that it came from someone whose only motivation was the resolve to defeat the demons at any cost. He then recalled a powerful silhouette. Just then, the entire fortress began to shake, and a brilliant pillar of light shot up into the sky. All the players outside, who were busy fighting the legions of undead, saw it. They started wondering if it was a player versus player battle. If it was, it looked like they were playing a completely different game. Then, one of the players recognized a face. It was the Black Flame Dragon of Darkness, and someone was completely overwhelming her. From their perspective, the person fighting her was wielding that brilliant sword. The sorceress tried to summon a powerful demon to create some distance, but it was useless. Dex used the skill known as Silence of the Shadow. The high-ranking demon was then sealed away for eternity. This meant it could never be summoned again. The Dark Flame Dragon was completely baffled. She had no idea a power existed that could completely block her summoning ability. Even so, she was getting desperate. She believed she could still win this fight with sheer numbers. She summoned an entire legion of skeleton soldiers. Dex almost looked apologetic as he revealed he was using a continuous skill. Once again, the undead were enveloped by the Holy Sword's light, which granted them eternal rest. The Black Flame Dragon of Darkness was now in serious trouble. All of her summoning skills were sealed. But this wasn't the time to despair. At that moment, she finally had a realization. Realizing the man before her was already her enemy, Dex called her the Black Flame Dragon. He announced that everything was about to end. The woman could only stare at Dex in silence. In addition, the system had warned the other players of Arger's fear. She trembled. It was too late. But she truly wanted to escape. Our protagonist passed a death sentence on his opponent as the holy light touched her body. The Black Flame Dragon screamed in agony, and the Necromancer experienced the same thing. This attack struck her soul directly. The attack also dealt fatal damage. The Black Flame Dragon could die at any moment. She then asked Dex why he was acting this way. She insisted there was no reason to continue since the witch hunt quest was over. Although what the woman said was true, our protagonist revealed that he had intentionally waited for her to ascend the throne. He wanted the Dark Faction to win and the Black Flame Dragon to die. After conquering the Maroon Kingdom to complete this piece of the puzzle, he warned the woman not to hate him too much. Dex declared that the war between the Holy Faction and the Dark Faction would end after her death. However, the Black Flame Dragon didn't understand what he meant. She had already admitted her defeat, yet Arger still hoped to escape this fate. Just before our protagonist swung his sword, Arger recognized his face. The man standing before her was the very person whose power she had borrowed before. Dex's final attack came immediately after. The Black Flame Dragon was pierced by the Holy Sword. Then, the time of absolute death and judgment began to overlap, resulting in Arger's soul being permanently damaged. Furthermore, it destroyed the Necromancer's contract with the Black Flame Dragon. When Arger was annihilated, it was completely erased. The Necromancer was absolutely furious about it. He couldn't accept this as his second death. The essence of his soul had been destroyed. Afterwards, Noble Judge was the new title bestowed upon our main character. He informed the Black Flame Dragon that the outcome of this battle was decided before it even began. He told her this was the price for being drunk on power. She was angry, but also acknowledged her defeat. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed a fight like this, so she smiled. The Black Flame Dragon had been defeated. It was a good and well-executed fight. At that moment, Dex deactivated his God's Descent ability. He was relieved that the ordeal was over. Then, the system informed all players that Arger had been defeated, and the Holy Faction had successfully completed the prerequisite for the witch hunt quest. Our protagonist had achieved this goal as expected. He was now curious how Arcadia would resolve this outcome. This created a contradiction, as both sides had succeeded in achieving their goals at the same time. The requirements for victory had been met by both. The system began to overload, and a notification started appearing on the screen. The administrator understood that this emergency notification meant the system window icon was now glowing red. Analyses were run to determine priority. The administrator began performing all sorts of calculations while solving some kind of puzzle on his own. It was most likely the control panel. He understood that the completion rate for the victory requirement was 94% versus 50%. The Holy Faction had prevailed. And since everything was proceeding smoothly, the system began searching for optimal scenarios. After considering numerous options, hundreds of thousands of optimal scenarios were still found under code number 43923. At 0.02 seconds, an emergency add-on was launched. Code 283 and auxiliary changes were applied. Both sides had met the requirements for victory, so the system finally issued a notice that the battle between the Dark Faction and the Holy Faction had ended in a draw. Immediately, everyone started looking at this notification, then raised their heads. They couldn't believe their battle had ended in a draw, even though they had fought with all their might. In the end, new possibilities began to emerge, and rewards were calculated for each faction. Rewards were given according to the contributions of the Holy Faction players. The appearance rate of the Holy Faction's hidden quests also increased. Those looking at this notification were still in shock that there were actually additional rewards for contributions. The church had decided to grant rewards not just to increase rankings, but for other reasons as well. Everyone was thrilled about it. They were happy because they could now complete hidden quests that not everyone could get. It was most likely very similar to a lottery if you received this quest. At the same time, another announcement stated that the Dark Black Dragon had taken over the kingdom. The surrounding areas and all parts of a certain kingdom were unconditionally activated by the world. From then on, the kingdom was under the supervision of the demon state. If you looked at this kingdom, you would see its sky showing a scene of all kinds of monsters. There were dragons as well as other dangerous demons. For 1 year, no nation could start a war with the kingdom, and the kingdom would grow stronger with the help of the clans from the Dark Faction. The people of the Dark Faction understood that now even they had a sort of base. They couldn't believe the demonic creature had actually protected them, because after the defeat in the Great War, it seemed to have vanished, with not even the slightest trace of it to be found. Now, Act 1 had finally concluded. An additional quest called The Advent of the Forgotten Shadow was added, and the Witch Hunt quest was completed. The laws of the continent were also renewed, and the mass slaughter of players on both sides was once again forbidden. One of the kings was watching all of this unfold, looking at all the notifications. He understood that he would most likely start something that had been repeated in the past. He knew that an era of chaos awaited them once again. Beads of anxious sweat appeared on his face. He recalled a picture from the past, a picture of true chaos. Now, no one was talking about the balance between good and evil that was inherent in Arcadia's settings anymore. Many who looked at all of this couldn't understand, because how could there be a draw? Or was the system window simply lying? But the executive director understood that this was not the main problem. The important thing now was that no one knew what would happen next, but everyone knew that they didn't understand a thing, except for one person. That person was none other than the creator, who was also that boy. The girl couldn't believe that someone had received a class like Chaotic Wanderer. Now, a historic achievement had been reached. The situation on the second continent of Arcadia had completely changed, and the forces of evil had grown. The balance of power between good and evil had arrived. Now, the title of Neutral Seeker had been granted, along with about 210,000 order points. Our protagonist was very pleased with this number, because it was necessary to prevent something if the creator of this game, or rather his class, truly wanted something from him. Of course, our hero understood that luckily. Everything had gone according to his plan this time. He even managed to inform the users a little about his existence, but receiving such a large amount of order points, along with all the chaos that arose there, now he just wondered what to do next, and what fate had in store for him. When quest number 2 was completed, he discovered the hidden class Chaotic Wanderer, and was also given special rewards. It measured the contribution our protagonist had made in the trial of the 49 million evildoers, the conquest of the kingdom, as well as the transfer of power and the disappearance of Lick. Everything was unfolding, especially regarding his abilities. Our protagonist was extremely surprised by what he was about to receive. He received a notification that he could apply his order points in a different way. He could change causality by transferring points to inanimate objects. Our protagonist, of course, didn't understand a thing because the explanation was really strange. It didn't even say exactly how many points needed to be spent, nor did it say that this was a good ability, so it wasn't certain it was meant for a good purpose, since he didn't understand the description. He decided to test what his new ability could really do. He held his hand forward to activate his new ability on one of his items. He knew it would be faster to just use it now. So, he took out the rusty iron sword he had used in the very beginning. Its stats were at a minimum. The nearby flying demon realized it hadn't seen this sword in a long time. But why was its master taking it out again? Could it be that he really wanted to reminisce about the old days and deal with some rookie adventurers? Our protagonist just said there was no reason for that, and asked his companion not to bother him, as he just wanted to test his new abilities. The nearby flying demon couldn't believe it, but our hero already had everything in hand. He held the sword and transferred his order points directly into it. As soon as he used this ability, an incredible aura began to radiate from it. An unusual light immediately blinded the demon. Why was this light so dazzling? But the sword had received its points. The system was reviewing the past characteristics of the selected item. Everything went well. Now, this sword was called the Bloody Rusted Iron Sword, and the required number of order points was 9,000. Did our protagonist want to grant order points to this item? At first, he thought that some unique items from Tang or Ellie would cost about the same. But his curiosity won out because it turned out to be much more expensive than he had imagined. So he decided to test it. Our protagonist's eyes lit up, a smile never leaving his face. Now, an aura similar to the one the protagonist had before also radiated from it. The order points were transferred, and the settings on the Iron Blood Sword also changed rapidly. Now, the Rusted Blood Sword had reached a higher rank. All the memories associated with this sword were reflected in its new abilities. The Rusted Blood Sword was granted an item befitting its rank, and he received an item called Bloodsucker. The properties of this sword were simply unbelievable. But the main thing was that the description stated this sword was truly one of a kind, filled with the blood of those sacrificed by an assassin in the past. It was formed and shaped by an unknown force, becoming much stronger. Of course, it was a shame it didn't change that much, but was it really worth so many points? And what did our protagonist expect from an ordinary rusty sword Tang, who was clearly indignant, asked, "What on earth just happened? What did your master just do?" Could it be that he really had such abilities before, but why didn't he use them? Ellie, who had also witnessed everything, understood that it seemed to have cost a lot of money. So she decided to just check how much power the sword would have. Our protagonist looked at them and understood what they were getting at. He said he was happy to hear those words from them, but asked them to remember that free cheese is only found in a mousetrap. So if they wanted to exchange order points, everything had to be done fairly. Both companions immediately became flustered, but the protagonist continued to look at the very sword he had created with his power. In any case, this skill was definitely worth investing more in. It was still hard to believe that such performance could be achieved for an item like that. And now his sword looked more like a level 70 item. But what would happen if you tried to sell this item? Our protagonist's expression immediately changed. An extremely strange and terrifying aura began to emanate from him, and both companions realized that he was up to something. But when our character opened his inventory, he realized that if his skill could change a normal item so much, then what could it do to the items he received from Tangs? Our character took out the Demon Cave Destroyer, and then tried to transfer some order points to it. The system also began to announce that it had started reviewing the past characteristics of the selected item, but nothing happened. At this moment, nothing could be done to the item. The item simply couldn't receive order points. Even the protagonist didn't understand what the problem was. Why couldn't he transfer the points? What did it mean by past characteristics? After all, if only items he had used for a long time could be enhanced, then it turned out you couldn't just transfer points to anything. Having used this item for so long, only one distinct feature remained. Our protagonist understood immediately. He held up a finger and explained just how much this item impacted the world of Arcadia. His two companions, staring at the sword, were in shock. How could a sword have such a terrifying aura? Why was its bloodlust so thick it felt like a high-ranking vampire? But our main character immediately stored the sword in his inventory and, to his companion's surprise, said that he seemed to understand everything now. The vampire was annoyed that our hero had just snatched the sword he was eyeing right from under his nose. The main character told him it was no big deal, since the vampire's treasury was surely filled with even more valuable items. Besides, he was going to sell it anyway. The vampire couldn't understand why our character would want to sell this sword at all. If it was a matter of gold, that wasn't an issue. The vampire had plenty of money and was willing to offer a great deal for the sword. "What do you need?" the vampire asked, telling him not to worry because he'd make any trade more than worth his while. Ellie also chimed in, saying that they actually had plenty of gold, but our character just shot them a sideways glance. He said that he didn't need money at all because, one way or another, he was going to be earning even more every single month. For example, he could sign a contract with the Baroness or start making videos. The vampire wasn't happy and demanded to know why he wanted to sell it. What was wrong with it? Wasn't our protagonist interested, but our main character just smirked at his suspicious expression. He said that of course he was interested, because the sword was the only one of its kind in the entire world. It had incredible stats that could affect the whole world, and its low-level requirement meant almost anyone could use it. However, what would happen if an item like that ended up in an auction? The vampire guessed that it would probably cause chaos. Ellie gave her companion a thumbs up, realizing he'd decided to auction it off just to see what would happen. And indeed, the one-of-a-kind item was put up for auction the very next morning. When our main character arrived at his university, he was exhausted. His first class was the biggest hurdle of the day. He even thought about switching to the evening classes next year. But just as our protagonist sat down, his friend suddenly asked him what he'd done. Our character had no idea what his friend was talking about. He wondered what was wrong with him, but his friend just shoved the auction screen in his face and told him to stop playing dumb. He pointed out that the seller's name was exactly the same as our main character's nickname. Where did he get such a powerful item? The item was called the Bloodsucker. Dex, looking obviously pleased with himself, just smiled and said he was about to find out. His friend was still in shock, unable to believe his eyes. It was the only item of its kind. He'd never even heard of something like it. Did he find some hidden class? Otherwise, he couldn't understand how he could have possibly found it. But Dex just said that everyone has their secrets, refusing to reveal how he got the item. Of course, his friend wasn't satisfied with that. He started pestering him about how he got it, promising to keep it a secret and pointing out that no one even knew who the famous Dex really was. By then, the auction had already started. People at home and in their offices were all buzzing about the incredible item. Bidding started at 800 gold, and many people took out loans just to have a chance. The masters of various towers and guilds were all ready to pay. They would pay whatever it took. Money was no object to them. All they wanted was to have that item brought to them. But at one point, as the bidding reached an insane amount, an urgent notification announced a massive surge in bids for that one particular item. A freeze was activated, and all trading was temporarily suspended. The people in Arcadia's main office couldn't believe someone was willing to pay that much. They were willing to pay 5,000 gold for the item. The currency was extremely valuable. If one gold coin was worth about 10,000 won, the item was worth billions. We cut to the Arcadia Korean branch, where everyone rushed over to a manager, asking what the rank "the only one" even meant. The general manager said that it was simply impossible, because there were only 8 item tiers, typically magical, rare, epic, unique, and legendary. On top of that, only items of rare rank or lower could be sold at the auction. So what in the world was he looking at right now? The CEO, staring at the sword Dex was selling, thought that this couldn't be happening. Following this incident, the auction for the item was shut down. The bloodsucker item was suspended from the auction and completely withdrawn. This decision led to massive outrage among the users. But from the Arcadia developers' point of view, they had no choice but to prevent an item that could shatter the game's balance from appearing. The incident caused a huge headache for all of Arcadia's employees. From that day on, users everywhere were talking non-stop about this item. On the streets, in homes, and in guilds. More and more players grew curious about the seller who had put this item up for sale. After seeing the name, people would ask, "Have you heard of him?" If someone hadn't heard of the name Dex, they were told they were living under a rock. They said he was one of the most brilliant players, a solo player who even seasoned professionals couldn't hold a candle to. But these arguments were pointless, because until recently, no one had a clue what he was up to. And now his name was all over Arcadia. Some considered this person a legend, regardless of the item he sold, while others still knew nothing about him. And some had even begun to hate him. That was how Dex let everyone in Arcadia know his identity. Standing on one of the rooftops, he thought that this was bound to happen sooner or later. The person viewing the item realized that the shape of this sword was 100% familiar. It was very similar to the sword that the demon thief was holding in the video, the one who had made life miserable for all the new players. At the time, there was no way to find out who he was, especially with the authority of a regular administrator. The same went for the creator of this item. This person understood that there couldn't be more than one sword like this. He was extremely annoyed with the seller named Dex. He was annoyed with an item that was listed for over 5,000 gold. Sure, it was a lot, but our protagonist really wanted to get this item back. So if he wanted to do that, he would have to show himself. The man thought that he had finally caught him, that he had fallen into his trap. But then Dex received a message that the auction for the item he restored had been cancelled by an administrator, which surprised him a little. Arcadia requested that he contact the customer service center for more information. Looking at this, he knew that the item's properties were likely quite game-breaking, and he knew the administrators would get involved sooner or later, but he didn't expect them to do it so directly. Kang, who had been watching the whole thing, asked his master what had happened. Our protagonist just mentioned the sword he had just created and said that it had been taken away. Kang was shocked, because if someone dared to do this, they should immediately find out who it was and punish them. After all, he had spent a lot of points, and they just took it like that. Our protagonist understood that this was a genuine robbery. Kang reassured him not to worry, because he was always ready to help him. Kang was very kind. He was willing to do much more. But our protagonist, after a moment of thought, smiled and turned to the vampire, saying that in that case, he should just give him the points, because he could just create another sword and try to sell it again. It was very likely that Kang had quite a few points. Kang looked at our protagonist with disappointment and asked if he really thought he was some rich young master. Of course, our protagonist wasn't joking. He understood that the game company clearly hated him now. Besides, they knew nothing about him. He had put up a product that he had created with the help of goodwill points. In other words, what was the only thing they knew about him? If his actions had benefited them, they would have let him sell this product without any problems. But these managers just resorted to extreme measures, simply taking it away. The smile never left our protagonist's face. He understood that not only did they not impose any sanctions on him, but they didn't even try to contact him. That meant that although they now knew his nickname, they still didn't know who he was or where he lived. Although in the past, they hadn't tried to contact him either. The game was untraceable. They definitely shouldn't use any drastic actions against him. He said that this was most likely the power of the hidden class called the Chaotic Wanderer. Otherwise, what right would he have to calmly start chaos and even make it impossible for the management to stop him? What kind of madman created this class each time? Our protagonist wanted to meet that person even more. In any case, thanks to these abilities, he was completely safe. Pulling his gloves on tight, it seemed it was time to give the administrators an even bigger headache. Once again, we see the Korean branch of Arcadia, where everyone is in shock because they can't do anything. Everyone looked at the CEO in horrors, because they knew the only thing they could guess was that the support department had been overworked lately, having to stay late. The CEO just kept repeating one name, or rather, the name Dex. Unfortunately, at this point, they still couldn't find the culprit. But it was clear here that this item was actually created by one of the users. The CEO was reporting to his superior, saying that all the recent incidents, from the witch hunt to the remaining issues with the item, were not part of their plan. It wasn't just that it wasn't planned, they couldn't even imagine something like this. Just by observing from the outside, they needed to take some kind of action. But what would the director say? The woman didn't seem worried at all, saying that the CEO should let her know if they could predict what would happen tomorrow. But the director just said that they were the main face of the company, not fortune tellers. So, it was natural that they couldn't predict the next events and didn't know all the users' actions. But at this point, the woman interrupted him, saying that it was a shame they were still waiting like this. Now was the time to take a step back. She asked if the CEO remembered the plan that they had prepared the other day. Immediately, the CEO remembered. Based on his surprised face, he couldn't believe he would finally be able to use it, and the woman just gave the green light for its implementation. Most likely, the announcement we see now is that very plan, or rather, the PvP championship. This event stated that there would be a place where everyone was equal. For the first time, since the release of Arcadia, an official PvP championship had been announced. But what kind of event was this that no one had ever heard of before? At the same time, many popular posts appeared on one of the websites, saying that the forces of good and evil were in fierce opposition. But which side would people choose? All of these posts were being reviewed by our protagonist. He even read that the level 120 raid set would be released soon. It seemed that he had miscalculated, as the user growth rate was much higher than expected. Finally, users above level 100 had started to appear. They said that now the struggle with foreign servers for the top spot in the game had been unleashed. So, in the future, users' leveling would become thousands of times faster. In other words, over time, his losses would only continue to grow, because now the leveling system was no longer the same. What was happening now was exactly what he had been afraid of all this time while heading towards his goal. However, as he stretched right at his desk, he decided to calm down, because even if someone tried to attack, he just needed to spend a few points to press his advantage. He smiled, realizing that no matter what, it was time to let them fend for themselves. Besides, a very interesting event was about to begin, one that attracted not only him, but also the administrators. At first, everyone scoffed. What could you possibly fight with a bamboo stick? This event was probably thought up by a spy from a rival company. Maybe they just wanted to sabotage the game. In the end, the rules turned out to be extremely simple. Just reading the name told you all the necessary information. This was essentially a large-scale PvP championship where you could only attack with bamboo sticks. The last one standing would be the winner. Using abilities and skills was allowed, but you could only deal damage with the stick. The interesting part was that this damage didn't depend on physical strength or any other stat. In other words, any independent class had a chance to win. The phrase "last one standing" was quite appealing. The fact that this event appeared right now suggested they were trying their best to catch our main character. Although he didn't initially plan to participate, the reward for the winner was too valuable. By becoming the last survivor, the player could claim a specific item from the inventory of any user they had eliminated as a reward. No one could take these items away. They would be completely safe. He wasn't just interested. It was hard to turn down such fun. At this point, he finally connected to the channel. A week later, as soon as they arrived at Fantasy Island, a special map appeared. It was the bamboo stick fighting event, and it looked just like an amusement park. Everyone there was talking about how Dex himself would be participating. For the entire week, that's all the users had been talking about. They also said that in the Battle Kingdom, he was practically invincible. Just making it into the top 30 was considered an excellent result. They were talking about a team match, but one of them said he probably misheard, that other users couldn't stand it and ganged up on him. But even then, they couldn't win. Everyone thought he was a monster, a true god of battle. There were even rumors that our character had been taken over by the game developers themselves, who weren't giving him a moment's rest. Dex finally entered this world and understood that the players were still the same. Because 2 years had passed since he had completed the game, and they still followed his every move, causing quite a stir. As for the map, he wasn't even expecting anything special. But the map exceeded all his expectations. After looking around, you couldn't even believe that you could comfortably eat delicious food here without worrying about calories, and visit all sorts of interesting places without wasting time and money. Perhaps these were the innovations that virtual reality had brought to their lives. But at this rate, all the travel agencies would soon go bankrupt. At the same time, the people around him started saying they were haunted by a strange feeling. Ellie said they weren't just in some incomprehensible space, because it wasn't the ghost world, but like a completely different dimension. On the other hand, Tan was also furious. He knew that Dex didn't care about him, but it seemed there was an agreement between them that he had to take care of him. To him, sneaking off to another dimension was going too far. But our hero just said that they still flew to him in the end. Tan pointed to the gate in the middle and said they had suffered to find it. Was it really a problem to not mention it beforehand? Does someone not know how to use their words? Of course, both companions realized it was useless to argue with their master. So they decided to ask what on earth brought him here. Something was definitely wrong. Because how could they not know that? Such a magnificent dimension existed somewhere. But Dex looked aside and said that this dimension was quite interesting. He was immediately interrupted by a girl, who apologized for bothering him because she just wanted to ask if the person in front of her was a hidden class player. Sure enough, judging by his reaction, the blue-haired girl in front of him was clearly a mage, based on her outfit. How could she have known? Was it really that obvious? But the girl with a strange light in her eyes replied that it was hard not to guess. After all, they had easily burst into the space, almost tearing it apart. The girl was definitely talking about the spirit beast right next to our main character. He didn't want to believe that the girl in front of him could see Tan and Ellie. The girl said that she could indeed see them. She couldn't say she saw them very clearly, but they radiated an incredibly powerful energy. They were definitely not ghosts, but perhaps pets. This was actually someone who could summon helpers. Even the main character realized that his situation was really bad. He couldn't let someone use or figure this out even before the competition began. The confusion was clear on his face. He thought he needed to get out of there as fast as possible, before others could sniff out something else. But unfortunately for him, the people right behind them started shouting that the Star Sorceress was standing next to the carousel. Was this really the woman who was ranked second on the leaderboards? They also noticed a man in a hoodie, or rather, our hero. They didn't know who he was because no one had ever seen Dex's face. So, his only solution was to cover himself with his hood. Of course. The Star Sorceress apologized again for drawing more attention to him. She said not to get her wrong. She was just very interested in his appearance. She didn't even want to bother him and introduced herself as Stella, a mage player with the hidden class, Star Sorceress. She looked straight at him and said that even with her eyes of truth, it was extremely difficult to see his creations. So it seemed the owner of the eyes of truth was much stronger than she looked. However, if he was afraid that she would reveal his identity, she won't be questioning him anymore. Even the main character calmed down a bit and said that she was nice. He thought to himself that the Star Witch was related to that other witch. Of course, he'd heard of her. She was constantly in the headlines. Many people started to approach and shake her hand, asking for a photo with her. But while they were taking pictures, the Star Witch looked towards our protagonist as if it was time for him to run. She was just thinking about what else to do as soon as our protagonist ran off. His two companions couldn't believe that she could see them through their defensive barrier. What a powerful girl. But our protagonist understood that the girl had been following him for a very long time. They would surely meet her in the competition. But had she noticed him from the very beginning? Something told our protagonist that this time, things wouldn't go as smoothly as before. But the streets were already packed with people. Fireworks were still going off. And the Ferris wheel was full of visitors. Finally, one of the administrator's assistants appeared. She was very small, dressed in simple clothes, and carried a baseball bat, with her light-colored hair. After calming down a bit, she immediately informed all the players that they had eaten, drunk, and had their fun for long enough. Since they were all rested, she could now finally announce what she hadn't been able to say all this time. Since everyone was present, it was a great time to join the competition called the Bamboo Forest. Everyone looked at her and compared her to an elf because she was truly tiny. Many thought she was cute, but the girl just showed off her explosive energy, demanding their attention, and then said that the long-awaited battle on bamboo sticks would begin right now. Everyone nearby received a bamboo stick. Its description said that this weapon was made from a beechwood tree, symbolizing the equality of all people. In its properties, it was described that this weapon attacks instantly. It simply takes a life regardless of any armor, cannot be blocked, and is unaffected by spells. Our protagonist felt excited. His body was itching for a fight for the first time in a long while. The girl in the air had now transformed her stick to an extremely large size. She knew it was time to get rid of all the unnecessary trash. Swinging her stick, she said that she was summoning the Golden Knights, and then she struck all the attractions with her stick. Everyone in the area was a little scared. What was this little girl actually doing? Why was the ground beneath them starting to change? The Star Witch had found him again and decided to go up. And another participant, Cassilis, also realized that things were starting. It was very likely that all the main characters of this event were now before us. There was even some Angelica, the protagonist, wasn't scared at all. He just stood there and watched the area below him change. At one point, many people had moved into a certain building, and the girl right above them began to watch. Now everyone had a bamboo stick, Dex included. After all, it was a truly unusual item. The administrator girl started to say that the number of participants was around 3 million people, a huge number she hadn't seen in a long time. So, as she said, this would be one of the most hellish survival battles. The rules were the rules. Nothing could be done. For reference, the number of remaining people would be displayed in the sky. She immediately started screaming and demanding that everyone start a fight until only one lucky person remained. Many people began to join the battle, and a lot of bamboo sticks started to find their opponents. This was interesting because the competition had just begun, yet such a fierce battle was already underway. People who were once allies now became opponents, or vice versa. Many were happy about this, but then they were also disappointed by their defeat. She also thought that everyone was giving it their all right from the start. So, as she said, they were just weaklings trying to claim a spot, but there were still some who could catch the eye, like Stella, a night girl, or our hero. He thought that all the opponents had been turned against each other, and now he had to deal with this item, which could finish off any user in a single blow. But now, each of them had a certain amount of power, so it was natural that someone couldn't go against their wishes. One of the people right behind, our protagonist, also tried to finish him off, but Dex dodged it. The attacker thought to himself that his enemy had probably decided to run because he was scared. Judging by his equipment, he was a complete newbie. The attacker said not to take it personally, but unfortunately, Dex would have to be his first victim. Our protagonist was looking straight at him with complete disgust, telling him to look up. The attacker thought it was just a bluff, but at the same time a bamboo stick fell on his head, sending him to the next world. Dex understood that he would need a stealth skill to get through this competition. What kind of skill would his psychic ability provide him? Tan was happy with this offer. He said that the main thing was to pay with points and holy water. And right at that place and time, he immediately decided to summon who he wanted. Our character, before the competition began, had learned something new while trying to understand his psychic abilities. Namely that they could be used to summon not only humans, but also other creatures and even ghosts. At that moment, a ghost named Mist was recognized, and the psychic ability was activated, creating a certain outfit for our protagonist. The ghost he summoned didn't really exist in reality. It looked more like a black cloud. But this time, it was perfect for this event, because it easily dodged all attacks, all of the attacks against the protagonist went right through it. Of course, people thought they had pierced him, but they were unsuccessful. So our Dex simply sent them to the next world. Looking at all this, it was clear that there were no rules in this competition. It was just a survival battle. This was a huge advantage, as the most important thing was to survive. From now on, he would have to try a little to avoid catching other people's eyes. Tan looked at this and thought it was a great idea. He asked if he understood correctly that our protagonist had decided to hide, and then attack strong players from a distance. But our protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about, because this was the time to hide and have fun. He even used spiritual arts for this, so it's safe to say that without any witnesses, no one would ever know. A cruel expression appeared on our protagonist's face. He thought this wasn't a real person, but a devil in the flesh. Next, he was searching for new players to eliminate and force them to come to him in their own desperation. Of course, they decided to attack him on their own, so he didn't mind fighting back. The Star Mage also understood that she was in a very advantageous position. As a result, she was attacked by many people, but she defeated them all. A magic circle formed at her feet. It seemed she truly was a great mage. She decided to find the only person who could satisfy her, and couldn't wait to fight a truly powerful opponent. As for the weaklings she encountered, her face clearly showed a craving for a worthy adversary. As for our protagonist, he understood that it was the bamboo stick that made everyone either go crazy or truly believe they were powerful. At this moment, we're faced with a group of people who claim that before the bamboo stick, they are all equal. So now, with the future under its protection, it was time to show everyone what the wrath of the people truly looked like. They talked about how they should punish the unscrupulous, those who used violence to gain more. They formed a revolutionary organization and were even given an exclusive uniform for the competition area. They thought their first target was just some nameless player who happened to be our protagonist, but he just said that those guys definitely wouldn't be able to do anything. One of the captains said that since he didn't respect them, he and his soldiers would have to deal with him with the bamboo stick. At the same time, all the opponents charged straight at our Dex. For his part, he just stood there watching them and didn't understand what was happening. There was no horror, joy, or any other emotion on his face. Just as the bamboo stick was about to strike him, his presence vanished as if he had never been there, as if he were dust. All the guards who tried to attack couldn't believe their eyes. How could this be? They had aimed so precisely. But Dex appeared right in front of them and just smiled, letting them know they wouldn't succeed. All the players saw that they couldn't attack this target. This skill is called Unstable Presence. It's a basic passive effect when using Phantom Mist, and it allows them to completely evade all types of attacks. Everyone said that it was unfair, that it was impossible to use such skills, but our character saw nothing wrong with it. He said, "It's not unfair. It's just a passive effect." But now, the real unfairness would begin with his bamboo stick as he killed all the minions of this revolutionary club. The leader of the club understood 4 strikes in 1 second without using any skills. What percentage of synchronization with the gaming pod do you need to do something like that? But our protagonist felt nothing but the extreme euphoria he got from taking care of all the club members. Now, the leader himself was defeated with a single blow and vanished. He said that he shouldn't have lost like this, but it was too late. The Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization was destroyed by a single player, or rather, by our protagonist, Dex. One after another, they all attacked with the help of this mediocre stick. So, it's very likely that in the near future, no one will dare to mess with him. Although now is clearly not the time to stand out, or you'll be torn to pieces. An incredible achievement. He was able to defeat more than 1,000 people with just a bamboo stick. This embodied the meaning of equality symbolized by the bamboo sticks, helping him earn the title of Revolutionary for Equality. Even with these achievements, he just wished for the event to end quickly. And after looking at the number of people remaining, there were fewer than 3,000. In the first few hours, over 100,000 people had died. And it was so fast that the number of players dropped extremely quickly. But now that only a few players were left in the game, their numbers hardly changed. The protagonist realized that if he wanted things to end as soon as possible, it was time to act. He knew that the map was too vast, and so hunting down every single survivor wasn't a big deal. But as Dex was thinking about this, some girl rushed at him and told him to get out of the way. It was a frightened girl charging towards him with a bamboo stick. The girl understood that she couldn't stop and was about to crash into our protagonist. Just as her body was about to hit him, she passed right through him and fell to the floor. She was terrified because she thought there was a ghost in front of her, since she expected to hit him. Of course, our Dex replied that it was something close to that. But he understood it was all thanks to his passive skill. But who was this girl in front of him looking closely? She looked more like a newbie, although if she had survived until now, she must have some grit. At that moment, the Star Mage appeared and seemed quite happy to see our protagonist again. She said that when they first met, she had a strong feeling that something had drawn her in. She was right. The person before her was indeed special to have survived this long. Stella was currently ranked second on the overall leaderboard, and the girl who almost crashed into Dex was now begging for his help. Our character looked at her and wondered why. He should help her, but the girl just remained silent. So, our protagonist said that if he understood correctly, he knew that the Star Mage was chasing her. So why should he interfere in someone else's business and help? Especially when his opponent was ranked second on the leaderboard, and also possessed magic. Despite the fact that players could only be eliminated by bamboo stick attacks, magic still had its uses. This made things even more annoying. Of course, the Star Mage now understood that the person before her was far more perfect than she had imagined. Dex decided not to do anything and said that he needed to finish what he started, then said he was leaving. Of course, he didn't mind fighting someone who was skilled, but it was still too early for that, so he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Just as he decided to leave the place, received a strange message that startled him. He glanced back and saw the Star Witch trying to stab the girl behind him with her bamboo stick, but our main character decided to stop her. He admitted he didn't know what he was doing, but then he yelled that he had to protect the girl behind him. Angelica was in shock as our main character shielded her. A system message appeared, telling him he was the one destined to plunge the world into chaos. To do so, he needed to find an ally marked with a specific symbol. And right then, he saw that very mark floating above Angelica's head. At this moment, the scene shifts to the mysterious world of Arcadia. The first question anyone asks when they arrive is this really a game? But for one girl, it felt like she didn't belong, since she wasn't much of a gamer. This world was too special for a girl as ordinary as her, and she felt she'd never be able to find her place in it. She lived a very ordinary life, but at that moment, someone offered to teach her everything. An old woman approached her, seeing that the girl was lost. The old woman immediately invited her to become her disciple. She was dressed in a black corset and had striking blue hair. It turned out this was an NPC, unlike any other character she'd seen. Angelica was stunned. When her training began, her new master told her that when it comes to magic, the most important thing is to expand your mind, your knowledge, and your skills. To understand, Angelica would have to look at the world in a completely new way, dedicating herself to broader ideas and concepts. As she looked at the moon, her master told her to truly see the sky, to notice the way the stars were shining and feel the moonlight seeping into her very being. Unlike others, she, as an archmage, was drawn to nothing more than the ever-shining stars and the majestic moon. She taught this special magic, which she created herself, to her two students, Stella, the Star Witch, and Angelica, the Moonlight Magic Girl. She gave a grimoire to each of them, explaining that she would soon be leaving on a long journey. And this was her parting gift. It was the last gift of her life. The day these two grimoires merged into one would mark the birth of a great wizard. Their power would transcend human knowledge and break all limitations. In each girl's eyes, a symbol of their respective magic appeared. This book was the chance to become a great wizard, and even a seemingly ordinary girl like her had received it. However, the teacher never knew that this chance would become a curse for her student. Angelica, of course, was innocent in all this. But Stella was already consumed by the dream of becoming the great wizard her master spoke of. And that brings us back to the present, where our protagonist noticed that strange mark above Angelica's head. He remembered the quest he'd just received. He had to find an ally. He wasn't thrilled about it, but he had no choice but to step in front of Stella. Stella was furious. Didn't he just say he wouldn't interfere? Our protagonist apologized, but explained that even though he was going back on his word, he had no choice. He told her to let Angelica go, her expression darkening. Stella asked what would happen if she refused. He replied that he'd have no choice but to get rid of her. He then drew his own bamboo stick. It was clear a fight was about to break out. Stella scoffed, asking if he was joking and if he really thought it would be that easy. With a crazed look in her eyes, she immediately unleashed a chain lightning spell that shot across the ground. Our hero was caught completely off guard. He never expected Stella to be so fast. He couldn't even activate a defensive skill in time. The lightning struck him head-on. His stamina plummeted, and a paralysis status effect took hold. He was completely immobilized. Just then, he saw a barrage of spells of fireball, a magic grab, and a star slash all hurtling towards him. Angelica realized Stella was trying to finish him off in one go. Angelica immediately started shouting at our protagonist to block the spells or to run, but it was too late. A series of explosions erupted. Angelica could only watch in horror as our hero was left on the brink of death. All of his stats had dropped to 0. Dex, finally able to speak, managed to explain that death can only be dealt with a bamboo spear. In this event, everyone was equal, and players couldn't be killed by anything else except for the bamboo stick. The protagonist, having lost all his strength, could barely prop himself up on one elbow, his energy completely gone. Stella looked down on him and sneered that she had worried for nothing. She thought he was special, but in reality, he couldn't even take that much. She mockingly hoped that when they met again, he wouldn't be too upset about dying at her hands. Raising her bamboo stick, ready for the final blow, Stella declared that whatever happened, he had started it. He shouldn't have stuck his nose in her business. But despite his pathetic state, our hero was still smiling. "It's just an event, after all," he said. "No need to get offended." Seeing this, she assumed he had accepted his defeat. She thought he was an interesting guy, but still, she moved in to finish him with her bamboo stick. But a system notification stopped her cold. "Cannot attack this target." What is this, she thought. Why can't I kill him? But it was too late. In that moment of confusion, our protagonist thrust his own bamboo stick forward, piercing right through her. He calmly reminded her, "Like we agreed, no hard feelings. It's just an event, right?" Her face twisted in rage at this unbelievable turn of events. Angelica couldn't believe her eyes. Why was the enemy in front of her suddenly killed? He said that he was very lucky his skill activated in time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Angelica just stood to the side for a moment, lowering her bamboo stick, or rather, dropping it in sheer surprise. The person before her had defeated someone she couldn't win against, even though she was ranked second on the leaderboard. Until recently, she thought our protagonist stood no chance. But who on earth was this person before her Dex, who had nearly used up all his strength, felt himself getting dizzy? So Angelica ran over to ask if he was okay. Dex replied that he was fine, saying that aside from not being dead, he was pretty satisfied with how things turned out. But Angelica just started to bow at his feet, saying she was incredibly grateful because, without him, she would have surely died. Our protagonist, watching from the side, said that he barely did anything, but still asked, "Why does Stella need that item?" Angelica immediately hesitated for a moment, then said that it was a long story. But in short, before their master left, she gave each of them an item, If one of them managed to master both of these items, they could become a powerful mage. Our protagonist realized that Stella seemed to have gone mad with this idea, and started chasing Angelica to kill her and take the item. Angelica said that it was all true, and began to stammer. She usually froze up in moments like this, but then our protagonist asked her what she planned to do next. At first, Angelica didn't understand the question, but then Dex explained that Stella was not an easy player to deal with, because in case she had forgotten, she was actually in second place in the rankings. How was Angelica planning to surpass her? Could she go hunt monsters or improve herself? Angelica bowed her head, looked at the floor, and said she didn't know either. Dex asked the girl what her level was, and she said it was 43. Of course, this was a bit confusing, as this level couldn't be called low or high. But much more seriously, he decided to ask, wasn't she wearing the school uniform set for level 20 because it didn't even have the accessory? As far as he remembered, it was given as a reward for completing a quest at level 15. Of course, the girl replied, a little embarrassed, that she simply didn't have the money for another set, as she had to constantly run from her rival. Our protagonist, after thinking about it, immediately understood and came up with a solution. He decided he could try this thing he had been saving for a long time. He remembered the dignity point transfer skill. He immediately bounded over to Angelica with an incredibly happy and joyful expression. Angelica was a bit embarrassed, but it was too late, because our protagonist asked her to hand over all the items she had. As soon as the girl did this, all her items were laid out on the floor. Of course, she was very embarrassed, thinking it was a bit strange. But our protagonist, despite having a beautiful girl in front of him, told her to step back a bit, because he had something to check. Angelica complied and stood off to the side, noticing the person in front of her wasn't even looking at her. She stood there worriedly, wondering if the person before her could really be trusted. But our protagonist, after understanding her story, figured that the items in front of him must have been used for a very long time. He also activated his power directly on them. His hands lit up again, and he recited the incantation required for such moments. Or rather, the phrase for transferring dignity points. The girl was surprised. Were there other dignity points? She was very scared of that light. The one that had just emanated from our protagonist's hands. Now before her were items of unique quality, first the cloak of poverty, then the shoes of poverty, as well as everything else. It turned out that the gray stats had finally been increased. It seemed that the effect was determined by how long the item had been used. The effect of the dignity point transfer was scaled accordingly. Angelica couldn't believe her eyes as she tried on all the new clothes. Were these really her items? Dex said that it was true, but on one hand, it was a good thing she had been wandering around with them for so long. Otherwise, he didn't know if it would have worked. Of course, he knew they weren't very strong, but they were a good start. Angelica, standing to the side, knew she should be grateful for such a gift. But why would someone like him help her? She immediately asked, who on earth was the person in front of her? The protagonist smiled and said, what if I were your new partner? Then he took her hand again. He looked straight into her eyes, saying that they still had a lot of work to do. Just then, a notification appeared before Angelica. The player named Dex had sent her a friend request. Did she want to accept? Angelica was shocked because she had seen this nickname before. Of course, she had been wary that he was being too nice to her, a little suspicious of his intentions. But now, all her doubts were dispelled. She still couldn't believe that a star like the top-ranked player had decided to befriend her. It was just incomprehensible. However, at the same time, our protagonist made her promise that no one would know about this, or rather, about their friendship. Angelica, with a completely serious expression, replied that it would be so. She would never tell anyone about it. Tan, who was sitting in the protagonist's hood, remarked that this was probably a strange decision, because until recently, he didn't want anyone to know who he really was. Our protagonist said that this was indeed true, but he had changed his mind. He had thought through all the options. Now, because of the recent auction house incident, everyone knew that he had started playing Arcadia, so there was no need for him to hide his nickname, especially from people he trusted. The important thing was how he should present himself to everyone, as good or evil. At that moment, Angelica asked him to look at one of the main features of the event, or rather, at the counter of players remaining in this test. Very soon, there would be fewer than 1,000 players. Our protagonist looked up and realized that in fact, only 2 were left in their area. While out of more than 3 million players, only 1 would remain. He didn't know who was behind this, but it was clearly some bunch of bastards. At that same moment, 2 people appeared before them. The bandits thought this would be an easy score. After sizing up our hero's gear, they realized these weren't just some weaklings, but a duo. Why hasn't anyone taken them out yet? One wondered. One of them was clearly an assassin or a rogue, and the other looked like a berserker or a tank. But then they noticed they were just newbies and figured this would be a piece of cake. Of course, our main character was thrilled, because now all the other lurkers, who had been waiting in the wings, had finally shown up. So he told Angelica to deal with them immediately. Angelica was stunned by this command. What could she possibly do? Just hide so she wouldn't get in the way, but our MC said he didn't have time for her worries. It's time for you to test out the abilities of your new items. Those two are all yours. He told her to handle it. Angelica was still reeling, but the thugs standing right in front of them had already lost their patience. They charged straight at Angelica. Panicking, Angelica decided to use all the items from her new set right away. The staff's power activated, creating a shield. The robbers scoffed, thinking there was no way they could get through it, since it was just a first circle magic skill. They figured they'd just crush her the moment it broke. Angelica, on the other hand, was getting frantic as she saw the shield was cracking and knew it couldn't hold. She had to do exactly as our favorite salesman had taught her. She started casting the shield spell over and over, again, causing countless portals to rip open in the air. None of the enemies understood what was happening, or why so much magic was being unleashed at once. Even our main character, watching from the sidelines, realized that the items the girl had equipped were of some unfathomably high rank. Against monsters, she definitely wouldn't have stood a chance. However, this experience is unforgettable, and the most important thing here is the set effect. When all the items are used together, Angelica can cast First Circle Magic endlessly, because the set effect reduces the mana cost of First Circle Magic by 99%, Second Circle by 50%, but it also increases the mana cost of Third Circle Magic by 1000%. He watched all of this unfold with a look of pure satisfaction. Even as Angelica kept casting her spell magic, missiles were already bearing down on them. It was the last thing the attackers ever saw. After eliminating those last two players, the number of remaining survivors hit the 1,000 player mark. The first stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was complete. Those two probably had no idea that this wasn't their lucky day, because the so-called Great Magician of First Circle Magic was now a true PvP psycho. A battle-crazed maniac who will hunt you down until you're brain dead. This was the day the real Angelica was born, and Angelica herself was ecstatic. An incredible look of joy spreading across her face. Candidate for assistant has reached the required level of trust. Player Angelica will now become your assistant. This was the notification our main character received. Depending on the assistant's performance, you can earn decency points as a reward. The number of points earned so far was 243. Our MC, seeing the assistant title above Angelica's name, felt like a king. He just hoped that she would grow into an unstoppable monster that no one could defeat. Meanwhile, the CEO, watching the competition, realized that the main character had finally been found. He tried to track the mysterious player, but it was notified that he lacked the authority to request information about the selected user. The CEO didn't know what he was planning this time, but he wasn't about to let it go that easily. Now, the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was beginning, and a huge crowd of players was gathered in one place. The announcer girl appeared on the roof again and announced that the unexpected had happened. She'd expected a lot of high rankers to be left at the end, but as it turned out, most of the survivors were low rankers. She could see that even a level 43 player had made it through. There were even users who hadn't broken the level 50 threshold, which was just amazing. But is it really just a matter of luck, or is it skill? Of course, she was talking about Angelica. At that, she began to smile, and said that everything they didn't understand would be revealed in the second stage. The girl started jumping and laughing, saying that before starting the second stage of the festival, she had to explain two extremely important changes. The bamboo sticks immediately began to glow with a new light, and the girl told them not to worry, because everything was fair. They had just decided to improve some skills that were a bit too childish. First of all, the bamboo spear can now deal not only physical, but also magical damage. In other words, tricks like ignoring physical attacks or absolute defense will no longer be able to block the stick's power. Of course, she was saying all this for our main character's benefit. It was obvious that she was doing all this to target him. So, what's he going to do now? But our MC just smirked and said that he'll just have to be extremely careful. He'd see who would win this competition in the end. The announcer continued her speech, and many people listening to her couldn't believe that skills like ignore physical attacks and absolute defense actually existed. They realized that it was completely unfair and wondered who could even use them. But the announcer immediately added one more thing. Because of certain items, there is a serious imbalance, and our festival is a war for equality. Such items go against our principles. In the upcoming second and third stages, you will not be able to use any item, effects from your equipment, except for regular weapons. Angelica knew this was aimed at her because of her set, but the announcer had already finished, saying that those were all the changes, and now it was time to start the second stage. But was everyone happy? Of course, our main character wasn't. He knew that even if they were being targeted, it was unlikely anyone would care, so why even bother complaining? The announcer also added that from now on, poisonous gas would spread from the outside of the map. It would spread as fast as a person can run, so they'd have to stay on the move. The announcer, with a bloodthirsty look in her eyes, decided to announce that now they were starting. The festival is now open. The administrator, who had been using third-level skills, suddenly realized that an emergency patch had just been applied. With that done, some of the festival's restrictions were changed. Of course, they didn't meet the system's criteria for this. There would be some penalties, but the director didn't care. A developer looked at the director and asked if he was sure, advising him to avoid the fines as much as possible. He replied that everything was fine. He was worried because if something happened, he would be the one to take the fall and pay the price for it. The director said that our character was the one who created the bloodsucker. It was because of him that major problems occurred, forcing them to resort to such measures. The biggest benefit for the management was to disclose the entire situation. First and foremost, this was the festival, a very grand event. The event honored the creation of the servers. This was like the trump card their Korean branch played to resolve all the players' complaints and dissatisfaction. Such a troublesome kid needed to be eliminated in the second stage. At that moment, our character looked at Angelica apologetically and said they needed to split up, because if everything went smoothly, they would meet in the third stage. Angelica couldn't believe it. Was someone really trying to get rid of her now just because she couldn't use her equipment anymore? Our protagonist said that basically all the items were created for her, and if anyone else had forgotten how to use them, they would have been eliminated a long time ago. All these words stabbed straight into Angelica's heart. She told the protagonist he had to be joking, but now he wasn't sure he could protect her. He immediately patted her on the head, saying he truly trusted her. He also stood up and said that he had a plan, and it was very dangerous. After hearing this, Angelica still couldn't understand what the plan was. Our character just waved his hand and said that she could still use her weapon. So the main thing was to try not to get involved with any weirdos. Angelica looked at his back and said that their next meeting would be in the third stage. Our protagonist had already walked quite a distance. Angelica watched him go, understanding that his passive skill only protected against one of his personal attacks. But could there still be something more to this person? Of course. She sighed and said that our protagonist probably wouldn't cheat even if he wanted to. But just as Angelica was thinking that, our protagonist used spirit magic. He asked to be turned into a dark king. It was like a type of demonic creature that entered a player's body. Our character could now temporarily use its power. More specifically, poison resistance, immunity, and the ability to use poison. All his skills were focused on poisons as well as antidotes. Ellie, who was standing nearby, couldn't believe her eyes that our protagonist had decided to contact the demon world again. That certainly made her very sad. But our protagonist asked her not to say that, because it was just useful for his skills. It was more effective to side with the demon clan at this moment. Our protagonist looked at the vampire and said that regarding his idea, perhaps there were too few problems with him for them to pay attention. Chin, after thinking for a moment, said that there probably wouldn't be too many problems. And as far as he understood, it seemed like some kind of competition. But wouldn't our hero get slapped in the face for wanting to cheat again? Of course, our protagonist understood that sometimes he seemed too naive for a demon. Keen was surprised. Or rather, he didn't believe any of it. He asked if this was for real. But our protagonist didn't say it was all true, because the rules themselves had to be included in the map. And more precisely, they shouldn't be specially designed to make the situation advantageous. Therefore, he was the one who would act differently from the others. Because of the poison gas, they would all eventually gather in the center of the map. And then a fierce battle would begin. When all the users would face each other, the first stage had already killed many players. And now that you couldn't do anything special, you could get through the second stage, quite calmly. But the only way to do this was to be wary of the remaining people until all 1,000 of them, except for him, were driven to this point by the poison gas. That said, our character entered the dead zone. In it, a deadly poison slowly enveloped the player's body. But the passive skill, called poison resistance, was activated. The nearby immunity was also activated. The poison-absorbing blood also seeped into his bloodstream, because it couldn't fight against our protagonist either. At that moment, the administrator watching the second stage was getting more and more excited. Many skills were used instantly, like Victoria's footwork and shield breaker. She was laughing because this was much more interesting to watch. Unlike the last stage, only the strongest survive here. She was even amused by the fact that everyone's level was different. But in any group, there's always one person who wants to go beyond the standard. She was most likely talking about a white-haired girl with the nickname Silas. A group of 4 people rushed out to attack this girl. But in the next moment, as the girl sped up a bit, she used Swordsman's Fury, after which she was able to cut down everyone in her way. Someone was stealthily aiming at her from the side with a sniper rifle, using magic or an arrow. It was an arrow, but it couldn't hit its target. The girl was able to dodge it, which greatly surprised the shooter. Could someone really have such reflexes at such a long distance? But it was too late. The girl had already found him. She also rushed to one of the rooftops, leapt to a great height, and decided to run him through. Apparently, it was very likely that Silas had a hidden class. After cutting down her opponent, she realized there were no words to describe his skill, because even now, when everyone was scared, he was still standing off to the side. Where was Dex hiding? Apparently, this girl knew who he was or had met him before. The second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was complete. Only 2 survivors remained, Silas and Dex. Up to this point, Silas had won many times against all the players who directly confronted her. Many corpses lay at her feet, and she had won 8 times in a row. The people she defeated couldn't believe what they had just seen. Was that really an incomprehensible combo chain of hidden skills? And they were the ones who said the bamboo stick fight was fair. What kind of justice was this? How could you defeat someone like that in front of you? But for Casillas, just 3 minutes of talk time was nowhere near enough. After all, this was no different from the game she used to play. To defeat your greatest enemy, you have to become even stronger. Let's back up a bit. Akaros is an RPG that was released 20 years ago. It was once so popular. It was hailed as the nation's game. But then, the developers announced the game's service would be terminated. Despite demanding intense control and mechanical skill, its game engine was simply too old. The game slowly faded into obscurity, a relic of its outdated graphics. But the girl we're following was one of the few users who genuinely loved it, right up to the very end. She couldn't believe the announcement was real. This wasn't just a game to her, it was 20 years of her life, filled with achievements and memories. For years, no one had ever managed to take the #1 spot from her. Not even once. That is, until a player named Dex showed up and finally gave her a real challenge. And then she was killed, defeated in PvP. She just couldn't believe how fast it all happened. How did it happen so fast? He attacked exactly 3 seconds after the Rage Strike's effect wore off. Was he exploiting server lag or something? It was clear. That player knew the game's mechanics far better than she did. What was that all about? Then she saw his message. Not bad for the #1 player. But it looks like I've taken first place now, so it's time for me to bow out. And just like that, he logged off. Her 20 years of pride in Akaros were trampled on so easily. Now, in this new game, the hidden class she received allows her to fight with any weapon she can get her hands on. More specifically, it's a hidden skill called Quick Select. Thanks to this, she can use a fighting style almost identical to the one she mastered in her last game. It's as if this hidden class was made just for her. It's too perfect to be a coincidence. She's been given a second chance, and she'll definitely use it to catch up to her rival. This was her chance. Meanwhile, the CEO, watching our main character sit calmly in the poison fog, turned to a developer. What's the deal with the poison fog settings here? The developer quickly reported that according to the data from the construction site, someone was using a deadly poison that inflicted a toxicity level of 200 or higher. The highest level player on the server is only around 160. Yet this guy has survived for 30 minutes in a level 200 fog without being crushed. This isn't the effect of a unique item. It must be a special trait. The developer then wondered aloud. Since there's a restriction on carrying items, could it be a skill effect? But the CEO shot that down, and the developer had to agree that no such physical skill existed in the game. The highest resistance skill is only rank 3. Even if he had it, to survive this, he'd need a skill of at least rank 5. That's a level no player with basic skills could ever hope to achieve. The developer explained all this, trying to calm the CEO down, but it was too late. The CEO realized that if things kept going like this, the main character would likely outlast the fog they'd thrown at him. Ultimately, it would lead to a scenario where he wins. Failure was not an option. At that moment, the CEO turned to the administrator again. He ordered him to use his admin privileges. Add a higher level of toxification to the construction site, one that ignores all resistances. Using admin authority against a contract player was an illegal modification, and a warning immediately popped up, stating there would be a penalty. His account was now flagged. With 2 illegal interventions already logged, the system warned that any further requests might be rejected. But the CEO didn't care. A background warning detailed the immediate penalties: salary reduction, forfeiture of annual leave, and a demotion. He could live with those penalties. All that mattered was protecting the game that he and the employees of Arcadia had worked so hard to run for so long. I won't let some freak ruin it all. I'll take full responsibility. At that same moment, a new notification appeared for our hero. The effectiveness of the poison mist has been significantly increased. All resistance skills are now nullified. Our character looked at the message in surprise. He realized they'd changed the rules on him again. The admins were now openly targeting him. Even a complete idiot could see that no matter how potent the poisons in Ikaros were, this level of toxicity was just impossible. So, what could he do now? Of course, our hero never expected his plan to work all the way to the end anyway. So, I have to finish this properly? Tan had no idea what he was talking about. Our hero simply glanced at the participant's scoreboard. After all this time, and he said, my old rival has finally shown up. In fact, her skills have probably improved. The third and final stage, the bamboo stick fights, began. Casillas had been waiting for this moment for an incredibly long time. Meanwhile, our protagonist was getting ready to fight. He admitted this wasn't his usual style, but he was clearly impressed. He knew he probably shouldn't even change his summon to one more suited for PvP. Tan had already picked out some good options, but our hero said he'd pass this time, because he already had something else planned. He immediately called upon the angel, asking her to lend him her power. The angel, surprised to finally be called upon, was overjoyed. She declared that all the heavenly beings were willing to lend him their strength. Our hero apologized for ignoring her throughout the bamboo stick fights. It's my fault my own abilities aren't enough. He then asked the river god to grant him the power of a master of all weapons. And so, Calypso, the celestial being, now inhabited the player's body. Our protagonist could now wield her power. His skill became the king of all weapons. At 100%, it was an intangible weapon, created from pure magical power that could freely change its form at the user's will. This was getting interesting. And so, our protagonist began to create several weapons to aid him in the coming battle, forging a shield, a dagger, and a bow from pure energy. The demon was shocked by such an incredible use of magical power. The angel also understood that the master of this power wouldn't be able to change weapons that quickly. Apparently, our main character was just that talented, so he had no choice but to say they could begin, because he'd already been practicing. The instinct skill was activated, and the fighter's eye skill had found a worthy opponent, or rather, Casillas, who was clearly waiting for him. She barely had time to react. She was thrilled that the person she had been waiting for so long had finally appeared. But our main character asked if she'd been running around too much, because apparently, she came from an old game that had been shut down due to a lack of players, so he asked her to show him her hidden eye. Casillas, clearly angry with him, started throwing her weapons. She was obviously not happy with any of this and lost her temper. But our main character looked at her skills and understood that changing weapons at such an incredible speed looked like magic. Both of our hero's skills were the same, because now our character could do the same thing. Casillas, who was also witnessing the main character's skills, was astonished. And right before her eyes, our main character was able to change his weapons, or rather, transform them. Was this really a hidden class? The battle had now become much more intense. It was an unbalanced combo attack just like hers. But had he intentionally created the same skill for himself, Dex threw the girl straight into a building, saying it would be awkward if she lost again this time. He told her to try her best, as the girl clearly had to prepare for the worst. The moment the battle resumed, both opponents changed their weapons at an incredible speed, altering their forms and using various skills to surprise each other. But Casillas was clearly not happy that our main character was trying to do the same thing. She thought it was all unfair. What now? While she was playing her favorite game, I think Quick Pick is actually a skill that allows you to quickly change and equip items. However, the weapon of the person in front of her transformed the moment he picked it up. She couldn't even keep up with him despite using Quick Picks. She thought she definitely had to win this point. But as the battle continued a little longer, it was clear that our character had pulled ahead. He had surpassed her in terms of ability. He said he expected more from her, standing right in front of her. The girl wanted to win as quickly as possible. She didn't want to lose again. It was clear her pride was on the line. She looked at our character and asked, "You have that skill, but Dex said that if she was talking about Master of all weapons, then it was very likely a useful skill." He told Casillas that having such a powerful skill would be useful for him in the future, and in his battle with her. He started laughing and said it was a type of skill, so she shouldn't be too. Surprised, Casillas thought he was just messing with her, so now she would also use her full strength. She slammed her bamboo staff straight into the ground, and then held her hand forward, from which a blue light emanated. She started talking about how she thought it was impossible to fight him, with a weapon she wasn't used to. No matter how powerful it was, even if it were possible to fight, it would be useless. She had been thinking about that the whole time as she continued to train, as she continued to kill the opponents who stood in her way. Our main character looked at her with a slightly dazed expression and said that if she threw the bamboo aside, there was likely something else. So, the girl paused for a moment before she attacked with the bamboo staff. She was going to destroy it completely with all her strength as well as her sword. The girl's eyes began to glow, and she took her sword's scabbard and then began to slowly draw it. The sword had the same bright blue color, but was she holding an antique item in her hands? Why didn't it look dangerous? Of course, our player also wanted to see a weapon worth fighting, but it was too late because the girl had already executed an attack in just a millisecond. This attack immediately struck our main character's throat, but didn't kill him. Based on the rules of this competition, Casillas was extremely focused after landing this blow. She didn't say a word before the fatal damage was dealt. It left a gash that caused bleeding, and it also restricted healing and movement. Our character clutched his throat and then fell to the floor, realizing it was so fast that even he couldn't have anticipated such speed. Tan, as well as Ellie, were completely shocked, asking if everything was okay. But only the angel noticed that this sword was very familiar to her. Casillas continued her attacks on our main character, who used his defensive skill. So even if he used a shield, the next blow would be blocked. Or has the person in front of me decided to fight back? Though it was sad, it was the truth. And all our main character could do now was block the attacks with his skills. But he knew for sure that it wasn't his fault, because the opponent in front of him had gotten faster ever since she drew the sword. He knew exactly what was happening. So after a little, he did hesitation. He got up from the ground and decided to do, right in front of her, what the Celestial had asked the player to do in their dialogue. It was all very strange because it was now a really tense moment. But now the angel understood what was happening. She went to her master and asked him to look at the ancient sword in the girl's hand. At first, she thought the item was a bit strange, but she knew something about it. She said that she had received a message from the master of all weapons, whose incarnation was the main character. He said that this sword originally belonged to him. He had prepared it for his successor, who would continue his work. She explained that this wasn't all, it was a skill. She said that besides this sword, which helps level up the class, there was an item that helps transfer skills, and it grows as the user becomes stronger. But now its master couldn't feel any trace of this necklace at all. Therefore, he was furious. He had realized something was wrong. The situation was that the power of this sword had simply been sealed. The angel was a little confused by this hint, because it was obvious that Casillas very likely had the skills of a celestial. So now it was clear that she didn't just have similar abilities to them, but that these were the exact skills exclusive to celestials, or more precisely, to the master of all weapons. Calypso Casillas noticed the atmosphere had suddenly changed, but our protagonist, watching from the sidelines, now realized something. He couldn't get a word in, and at that moment, all he could feel was pity for one person. Or rather, for Casillas herself. Looking at the girl, he asked her about the sword if she'd gotten it after completing the quest. Casillas had no idea what he was getting at, wondering if he was just trying to stall for time. But our protagonist simply told her to answer. If she wanted to end this so quickly, she needed to answer quickly. He repeated his question about the sword. After returning to her stance and catching her breath, the girl replied that it was exactly as he'd said. She received the sword after completing a quest from a stranger. But was there a problem with that? Had she done something wrong? Or was there something he wanted to tell her about this sword? He couldn't help but ask about the necklace that came with it. Our main character felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. He knew something was about to happen. He asked, "Besides the sword, wasn't there a necklace?" The girl was stunned. How could he possibly know about that? They had definitely never met before. So how could anyone know what she did at the very start of her journey? Of course, that didn't matter. Our protagonist said he was only interested in the necklace. "Do you have it with you now?" Casillas tensed up, answering flatly that yes, it was true. In addition to the sword, she had also received a necklace. But it was an unidentified item, so she hadn't bothered getting it appraised. The village shop owner said he didn't have the skill to test items like that. He told her she should just sell it instead of trying to figure out its properties. Our main character, now understanding what had happened, began to worry even more. With a trembling voice, he asked what happened next, praying that his suspicions weren't true. But Casillas hadn't wanted to spend a fortune on an appraisal scroll. Besides, it was just a relic that didn't seem all that special. She just sold it along with some other junk at the same village shop. She even told him the price she got for it, about 15 bronze coins. Thinking about how the price was as pathetic as her judgment, The master of all weapons was utterly shocked. His eyes blazed with anger, confusion, and disgust. Furious that his successor had sold his legacy for pocket change, he roared that he was disowning this heir. A flood of indignant notifications from the master of all weapons swamped our main character's screen. The alerts hammered his mind. What on earth was the master of all weapons trying to do? Then, the final notification shocked him to his core. The master of all weapons was requesting permission to temporarily take complete control of his body. He promised to handle everything once he took over. Our protagonist knew he'd be grateful if this being fought in his place. But was that even possible? He asked the angel, as he'd never encountered a situation like this before. She replied that, according to the rules, it was impossible. However, if the master of all weapons was fully prepared to bear the consequences, the burden would be immense. Was it really worth it? The angel held her head, realizing just how complicated this was. But if he was this determined, and since it concerned the sacred bond between a master and his heir, it might be permitted as an otherworldly interference. And so, in the name of the Archangel Michael, the angel granted the master of all weapons permission to interfere. Instantly, a colossal power slammed into our main character, pouring into him. The girl was in awe. It was an incredible power. Did he have some kind of hidden ability? The master of all weapons had completely possessed the player's body. His body was no longer his own. Independent play was temporarily restricted, and the player was switched to observer mode. Now, speaking through our main character, the master of all weapons' voice boomed. He asked the girl who she sold the necklace to. He lamented that his heir could not comprehend the profound love of a master who treasured his legacy, only for her to sell it for a pittance to some greedy merchant. The girl had no idea what he was talking about, but then she looked up and saw it. Our protagonist, or rather, the master of all weapons, was beginning to unleash his full power. He received a burnout status. It was clear the power came at a cost. He would need time to recover and had to be careful. He took fatal damage, striking the ground, disoriented. The ancient, nameless sword in his hand also began to react strangely. What was happening? The master of all weapons strode toward her. Quick change is not merely a skill for swapping weapons, he declared. It is the burning desire to possess the entire world, a power created to wield any and every weapon. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. The protagonist, the master continued. This is the ultimate power you were meant to inherit by following my teachings. The girl now realized this was not the Dax she knew. She truly couldn't comprehend who or what was standing before her. She knew for certain it wasn't our main character, but she couldn't understand why her own sword was reacting to him. The master of all weapons simply looked at her with pure, undiluted contempt. The sword is weeping, he said. It weeps because it has lost its other half, the necklace. The girl was clueless, as the master was speaking only within his own mind. He began to muse that if he'd had more time, he wouldn't have been so reckless. He could have found a successor who was truly worthy. But alas, he had no time, and so he was stuck with this worthless disciple. At that moment, he threw back his hood, revealing nothing but a pair of glowing eyes. The nameless sword trembled more violently, or rather, its emotions grew sadder. It trembled as it plunged itself into the ground. The master of all weapons smiled, saying that although she wasn't smart, this idea wasn't unreasonable. Because in a way, this was destiny. It was fate that this sword fell into their hands. Their only remaining choice was what the weapon master had just come up with. The girl watched this scene in utter astonishment, unable to understand. Did the person in front of her just talk to a sword? What was happening? He closed his eyes and said that right now. He needed to worry about the person standing in front of him, while turning to his old friend, meaning the nameless sword. The ancient sword began to show its displeasure, but it decided to try and understand the situation and recognize its master. It found its name and began to unlock items with hidden potential. The item's magic was upgraded to the unique level, and the hidden quest to find the lost necklace was accepted. The girl noticed the sword started to speak more, and she began to feel its soul. Her hands trembled with the immense power she felt. She sensed a deep longing and determination. She realized she now understood the true meaning of the hidden class she possessed. The main character sighed in relief and said this reminded him of old times. Just then, a warning appeared on the screen, stating that the weapon master had performed the maximum allowed intervention. Now, full control would be disabled. The sword master apologized for having such a terrible student, but he still thanked our protagonist. Thank you for letting him witness such a wonderful combination of master and student. Now, control has been returned to the player, and observer mode has been turned off. Our protagonist just looked at his hands, understanding what he had been hoping for. But this level of intervention was simply unacceptable. It was all thanks to the master of all weapons. Thanks to him, he had seen something special. But as soon as he finished speaking, the girl in front of him collapsed. Her entire body was covered in magical wounds. It was a death state. The girl's whole body couldn't take it anymore, so she was just barely holding on. With the last of her strength, our protagonist didn't even bother to look, but he still decided to wait a moment. Otherwise, the chance to talk would be gone. As soon as the girl came to, our protagonist asked her just one thing. Did you really sell that weapon? He made it clear to her that it was obvious from the first glance that this was a hidden quest, not some modern RPG. Had she never played one, it was practically a cliché in this day and age. These words struck the girl's pride. She listened to it all without saying a word. Meanwhile, our protagonist continued to laugh, saying that no one would ever think of selling the necklace that came with the sword. But the girl just replied that the games she used to play didn't have quests like that. These words really annoyed our protagonist. He thought that this was just another case of someone not knowing any better. Anyway, it seemed this necklace was a very important item. So the protagonist advised her that when this was all over, she should go to the shop owner and ask for it back. The girl, of course, had no other choice. She realized she would do that anyway. But what class did our protagonist have? Because the person who had just fought her wasn't him. She thought it was as if someone had possessed him. The main character said that it seemed he also had a class just like hers. But he was very worried, understanding that he was on an incredible level. Even so, he started to smile. He said it was time to settle the final question, while pointing to the bamboo stick. The girl understood, smiled, and spoke. That it would take her another 3 minutes to get out of her special death state? A poison mist had already enveloped them, signaling the end of the match. It seemed the decision had been made. They wouldn't be able to fight again. This time, it was like two close friends saying goodbye. Our character just replied that it was a shame for things to end like this. It would be great to have a proper fight next time. But the girl, with a radiant smile on her face, replied that he would need to wait a little longer. The next time they met, she would definitely be the one to win. The protagonist held the stick in his hand and said that this was to be expected. He even felt like he should give up, and then immediately stabbed his opponent with a stick. A notification popped up saying that our character had finally won the match against the last player. He said that he wanted to see her again in the future. Now, the final winner was announced. A crown appeared above our protagonist's head. All the main battles and bamboo stick matches were broadcast live. Countless candidates were eliminated in the fight for victory, including the highest-rated star magician. Stavilla, the girl who fought our protagonist to the very end, who put up a fantastic fight and lasted until the third round, was suddenly defeated. A new player named Dex had appeared, and his victory seemed more than enough. But the users' reactions were different. All the users blew up the internet. They said they had believed in our protagonist from the very beginning, and they cried, because the girl only came in second. The nickname that had defeated all the other players began to be known throughout the entire community. The people who had flocked to their screens only thought he was rumored to be their rival. Only now did they begin to understand. Before us was a dark black dragon. Her real age is 24. She's a girl. She was sitting in front of her computer and realized that she hadn't participated in the bamboo stick matches. She had almost met someone she never wanted to see again. The receptionist appeared right above our protagonist and started to laugh. As she held a giant stick in her hand, she was thinking that it was time to give out the promised prize. Immediately, a box called the mystery box appeared. It was a very ordinary box. The description said it was created by a mysterious force. Inside would be an item that a person dreams of. And that was the truth, because the administrator said that from among the many people he had defeated. The admin would choose a suitable gift. One of them was specially reserved for our protagonist. So I asked him to choose the best possible item so he wouldn't have any regrets later. Of course, there was a huge list, and many of the items were unique. The manager understood that. But our protagonist saw that everything in front of him was just junk. The difficulty of finding items like these was at least 10,000, so it was highly likely that nothing here was normal. But just then, he realized something. He turned to the administrator and asked if it didn't matter what the item was, as long as it belonged to one of the defeated players. The administrator confirmed that was correct, and he made his decision. But as soon as she saw the item our protagonist had chosen, she was stunned. She said it was a bit strange, but our protagonist just smiled and said it was an item from a player who lost. The administrator had made him a promise. The people watching the protagonist's item selection couldn't believe that the receptionist, who had been so smug from the beginning, was now crying. Why did she look so worried? But the receptionist immediately agreed to meet our protagonist's conditions. She handed him a bamboo stick. Our protagonist was ecstatic. This was exactly what he wanted from the start. The CEO, who witnessed everything, was completely shocked by this choice. We cut to the Korean branch of Arcadia, where many people have gathered for a meeting. The CEO asked for everyone's attention and thanked them for attending this emergency meeting, despite their busy schedules. First, he wanted to inform them that the bamboo stick fighting event they had worked so hard to prepare for had ended a few hours ago. As you might have seen from the monitoring, a problem occurred during the prize-giving process. Of course, a woman immediately raised her hand. She said she couldn't monitor it because she was working overtime and asked how serious the problem was. The CEO just lowered his head and said that the winner chose an item as a reward that they never expected. He added that it would be easier to show them than to explain. They projected the item the player chose onto the main screen, or rather, the bamboo stick. Everyone sitting in the office was speechless. That's why the CEO was personally leading this meeting. Of course, the biggest problem was the bamboo stick's special feature, its instant death ability. The main issue is that it doesn't discriminate its target. This applies not only to high-difficulty raid bosses, but also to targets currently considered invulnerable. The general manager confirmed this was true. So, if our hero uses this weapon to attack invulnerable beings like the Dragon King or E, that target would likely die instantly. They all knew it wasn't 100% confirmed. But with Arcadia's coding system, it was highly probable. Immediately, chaos erupted in the hall. They still couldn't believe it. What if he didn't aim for the Dragon King, but just an important NPC? The entire main scenario would collapse. Should they just give up now? The CEO simply said that he had made a mistake by not being able to prevent it, despite monitoring it. Anyway, to prevent the worst-case scenario, they needed to intervene now. The head of the company appeared and said they would have to contact Alice again. Alice was contacted immediately. Thank you, so what do you need from her? But the woman just said she had a request regarding the bamboo stick fighting event. The problem was, they wanted to block the selection of that item. But Alice, after reviewing all the options, simply said that this action was impossible. The director asked why not, but Alice explained that the user who received the item had already been subjected to 2 baseless patches. He was promised that no additional patches would be applied to it and was provided with proof. At that moment, the CEO gulped, feeling guilty. A video was played in which the CEO himself had promised that this would be the final patch regarding this point. The CEO clearly didn't want to get angry at all. She asked him to avoid her intervention as much as possible, as it was beyond the scope of his authority. It seemed he needed to explain himself. He started making excuses, saying that our protagonist was the one responsible for everything. But it was too late, as we cut back to our protagonist, who could finally wield the bamboo stick. The vampire flying around didn't understand. Why was it getting goosebumps from this item? But our protagonist didn't get what it was saying, since hadn't it seen the stick throughout the matches? But the vampire said that using this item near them, or in this dimension, was a completely different matter. Ankle also said the vampire was right. The moment he was transported to this dimension, he gained a massive opportunity, enough to overturn an entire continent. With a single swing and incredible power, our character, holding the bamboo stick, just said that it was the right decision to choose it as a reward. But at the same time, an administrator requested to contact the player. Would our protagonist want to answer this call himself? Of course, it was very interesting. Even intriguing. So the answer to the summons didn't keep anyone waiting. Now, the use of all skills has been restricted. The young man would now be transferred to a private space. There was the Arcadia administrator, who introduced herself as Helenia. She looked like a fire spirit and hoped for his understanding. Because she had requested this summons due to the results of the bamboo stick fighting event he had received, our protagonist immediately asked her to get straight to the point. Why was he summoned here? He understood that the administrator's customization was done in the spirit race, which might be an option that wasn't available yet. But the administrator just started by saying that everyone already knew about the bamboo stick fight, and that the item he chose was very special, and it wasn't meant to be a reward. If it were used in Arcadia, it could have a significant impact on the progression and cause serious damage to the game. That's why they decided that this item needed to be adjusted. Our protagonist asked if this meant they were going to take away the item he received, but she said no, because the gentleman standing before her had obtained this stick fair and square. Therefore, this was a mistake on the administration's part. So they intended to get his consent first, before submitting an adjustment request. Would he be willing? All right, listen to the terms. The management has come up with 3 plans. First, limit the number of times the bamboo stick can be used. Second, limit the range of the bamboo stick. And third, delete the item and replace it with something more appropriate. It was a risky decision, acknowledging that the danger of the bamboo stick was a pre-existing problem. In other words, it was a decision only the chairman could make. Of course, our protagonist understood that he didn't like any of these plans. He said he got the gist of it, but what was in it for him if he agreed? The administrator, who knew the game and our protagonist's style, thought he would immediately lash out. But as it turned out, he was much calmer than she expected. She said the issue would be handled through the user reward program. This program is controlled by an artificial intelligence. To put it simply, it's an algorithm that acts like another admin during the bamboo stick matches. Since this happened because of their company's mistake, he would be compensated accordingly. Did he want to check it out? At that moment, A strange notification popped up right in front of our protagonist. But wait, were they really going to give him compensation like that? The admin team had just said they had no authority to review user compensation. Yet that's exactly what was happening. They were the ones responsible and had promised to pay compensation. And maybe this was a personal decision. But there was something else that piqued our protagonist's interest. The administrator got right in his face and said that if he cooperated with them on this, the management would never mess with him again. They promised not to apply any more unfair patches against him. So, what did our protagonist think? This personal offer clearly sparked his curiosity. But was it enough to make him accept? The woman replied with confidence in her eyes that it was, and she was making that promise on a personal level. As the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch, hearing that, he wondered if she was really the CEO. But the woman just turned away, saying she was grateful he'd heard her out. Then she said they'd meet again, leaving our protagonist confused. The administrator simply asked for his cooperation in the future, since this would definitely be a good excuse for them to maintain their relationship. Meanwhile, a huge crowd had gathered at a virtual reality exhibition. There was an AR booth, and the woman standing next to it was the center of everyone's attention. The device looked a lot like the old Arcadia connection gear, but this system had an integrated virtual reality feature called Sweet Dream. It'll show you why it was made. When they upload Sweet Dream and display an image, a unique program analyzes it. The image showcases its graphic and programming applications. To put it simply, it's an incredible device that can create an entire world using just your imagination. They invited everyone at the fair to try it out. Of course, after giving it a go, our protagonist realized it was a little harder than he thought. The image quality was so bad he thought his eyesight was failing. Our protagonist decided to get as far away from this place as possible. He just wanted to sleep. But then he overheard people talking behind him, saying that many had been using it for over 10 minutes. Our protagonist was clearly enjoying himself instead of making excuses. It was just like what happened during the bamboo stick matches. Despite his friend's curiosity, our protagonist just said he wasn't telling. But at that moment, a bilateral agreement was finalized. According to it, the bamboo stick item was changed to a single-use item. 1 million points were received as a reward. Our protagonist was now completely immune to patches, and he also received 10,000 gold. A secret message told him to contact the CEO if he ran into any trouble, and it included her number. A few weeks went by, and some people were called to an emergency meeting. A man was sitting there, his face obscured from view. He greeted everyone who had gathered in the room his team. He said they had all been impatiently waiting for one moment. The moment Dex would finally appear, he ordered everyone to gather in Arcadia. Right now, Arcadia was enjoying some warm days, with many people soaking up the atmosphere and discussing the bamboo stick matches. We can't win, but we'll choose the bamboo shot anyway. Meanwhile, our protagonist was running into a lot of problems. Thanks to that famous livestream, a lot of people recognized him. He tried to walk around without being noticed, but because of the stream, all eyes were on him. So he decided to disappear as fast as he could. He summoned a celestial being to help him escape and vanished in an instant. He entered a forest where he was met by a vampire. The vampire asked why his master was so agitated, but our protagonist simply replied that he was looking for a place without any prying eyes. His subordinate didn't understand. They probably thought most people would want to enjoy the fame. A nearby angel asked why she could feel such fear. The fear was radiating from our protagonist. He just said that he had every right to be scared, since he'd been hiding for years from crazy stalkers. An angel and a demon asked what kind of stalkers they were. But just then, they realized he was talking about the people who had just arrived in Arcadia. These people started searching for someone named Dex. They were approaching everyone on the street, asking if they were Dex. It was causing a lot of trouble. But the girl helping her friend said she'd heard about the crazy fans chasing our protagonist. It was the infamous new guild named. What color are Dex's underwear? X's? A conflict arose with our protagonist, who finally exhaled and said that all this annoys him, saying that those fanatics are freaks who in his experience continue to follow him even if he kills them. What do we do now? But the demon only thought that this was actually true because he was also in such a situation. After becoming a devil, people quarreled with him to take his share. Of course, he solved the problem by killing everyone. But he didn't expect that this problem would also be solved so easily in the future. So he spent a lot of time creating an item called the Trickster mask, which had a mythological level. This mask was sewn from the skin of a high-level werewolf to hide the true self and show others just what it wants, The protagonist asked him if it wasn't actually made for combat, since it was such a simple item despite its high quality. The demon shouted back that this mask is much more valuable than it looks. Do you have any idea how many high-level werewolves were slaughtered to create this thing? The protagonist was speechless, but he could tell that this mask was an incredibly powerful item. No amount of power or skill would be able to penetrate its disguise and reveal the real person. So, in short, If he didn't want to be found, no one would ever be able to identify him. The demon said he could borrow the mask if he wanted. Our hero, looking at the mask, immediately turned to the demon and asked how many points he wanted for it. The demon wasn't about to offer a fair price, since it was a mythical rank item. He immediately started making excuses, saying it would cause a lot more problems down the line, and that he was only asking for 100,000 points. Our protagonist knew this was a steal. It was a huge amount, but it was nothing to him since he had already received 1,000,000 points for fighting. On the bamboo sticks, this mask seemed like the perfect tool to avoid the people who were chasing him. At the same time, the mythical item had the power of deception and disguise that completely shrouded the player's body. Now, the player's identity was hidden. Meanwhile, those same stalkers in the city complained that they'd searched the whole city, the inn, and even the gun shop, but their target was nowhere to be found. But their leader, a real bully, started rallying his men, saying that their target couldn't have gone far, because they received a message that he was there just 30 minutes ago. Of course, the witch and the others were confident that he couldn't possibly escape them. But where was their target at just then? The main character finally appeared in the square, his hair now a striking white hue, and his eyes beginning to glow just like a demon's. He thought to himself that this thing was actually pretty useful, and the demon boasted that he wasn't lying about its power. Now our protagonist could finally check the market situation and walk freely among the people. Previously, he couldn't even track information on gold prices. After looking at the board, he noticed that the most expensive item ever sold went for only 1 billion, but the mask he just bought was worth around 10 billion, which was a staggering amount. As our main character walked a little further, he came face to face with his stalkers. They looked him right in the eye, but after a moment's thought, they decided he was a completely different person who couldn't possibly be their target. Our hero, quite pleased with the mask's effect, admitted that it was, in fact, very useful. The demon simply replied, "Told you so. But who is this handsome face? Anyway," the demon immediately replied that it was the face of a vampire named Rod, an old rival whom he had killed. Looking at those red eyes, he remembered that Rod had a pale complexion, and his features were unlike his own, just perfect. Clearly, our main character has some pretty high standards for himself. But who is that person? These were the whispers that constantly followed our main character, and he quickly realized that with a face like this, he would get tired of the attention. The demon didn't understand what the problem was, because if he didn't like it, he could change his appearance whenever he wanted. After checking the mask's functions, he noticed it could disguise him as any person he had already killed. Now that was an interesting item. He needed to make his move while completing the mission. He knew it was time for them to act, but he also knew he needed to visit an old friend's house first. We now see Angelica again, who was with Dex. She was thrilled to finally hear from him after the fights had ended. Our hero apologized, explaining that he'd just been very busy with something. Angelica, still sulking, said she understood he was a celebrity and all, but wasn't ignoring her messages going a bit too far. At that point, our hero said the reason he contacted her was because the second-ranked Star Witch was hunting her down to kill her. It seemed Angelica thought she could survive using the items he'd given her, but that wasn't going to work, because her magic combat skills were nothing compared to the Star Witch's. Compared to the Star Witch, she was just a little kid who couldn't even get past the second round of the bamboo stick fights. Angelica didn't understand. Was he telling her to just give up or something? But Dex just smiled and said it was simple. The witch needs the grimoire, which is why she's being targeted. And in the meantime, she needed to develop her skills. For that, he had brought the perfect person, who was now standing a short distance away. It was Silas. She immediately ran up to Angelica and started asking questions. "Wait, am I really the one who gets to train Angelica?" she asked, greeting the girl excitedly. But our protagonist clarified that, in fact, it was Angelica who needed the training. Her skills weren't bad, but she still lacked experience. That's why he wanted Silas to train her. Silas then asked if she did as he asked, would he keep his promise to arrange another meeting with her teacher? The protagonist told her not to worry about it right now. It would be difficult, but he promised it would definitely happen one day. Angelica was still tense, but our main character just continued to tease Silas, saying she probably wouldn't have enough courage for that meeting with her teacher anyway. He then grabbed her by the shoulders and said that he was counting on her, because she was the only one he could trust an expert in difficult games. Silas clearly wasn't thrilled with the compliment, but she still promised she would make the girl strong enough so that she wouldn't fall behind, and that she would be able to survive wherever she went. Angelica was confused. Were they really talking about her? But it was too late. because her two new allies were already heading off into the woods as our main character watched them go. At first, he had seen everyone's PvP match, or rather, Angelica's, a demonic sword that cut through everything. And that's exactly how her recovery story began. Now, Cassilis had left the team, but our protagonist was on his way. He was reading his strange quest about building relationships. But one day, he came to a bridge and was stopped by a guard. The guard clearly didn't want to let him pass and demanded his papers. To avoid any more trouble, our protagonist said he was from Area 1. So, the guard immediately gave him directions and said he needed papers. A person standing right next to her shop welcomed him. She said there were a few documents he needed to sign. He just needed to spare a little time. She immediately started saying a lot of things to confuse him, but then she actually started reading what was written in the contract, which mentioned a pile of ores. But our protagonist said he'd heard that it had been chosen as one of the 10 worst places for players for a while. So, when he offered his advice, it was better to take another route. The other guy didn't understand what was happening, but it was too late, because our protagonist had now requested to see the Countess. Now we can see the mansion where the Countess lives. There's a lot of money in front of her. She's very happy that our protagonist has arrived. As soon as he entered the room, he asked her if there was anything interesting, glancing at all the gold on the table as he spoke. But the Countess pointed up and said that too few people come here looking for adventurers now. Although this wasn't enough, she would do her best to exploit even the most inexperienced ones. The number of people available for the mine, or rather, the number of cash cows, was now hard to find. Our protagonist realized he had created a terrible monster. He said that if they used adventurers like this, word would get out. This kingdom had also fallen into the hands of an adventurer once, named the Black Fire Dragon. Wasn't that worth considering? But she told him not to worry, that it was the natural order of the world. And besides, she gave him a large amount of gold, because isn't that the most important thing? And in general, by order of the ruler, she was required to provide support. That's exactly how things worked. Of course, our protagonist felt that he was truly facing some kind of madwoman. The Countess was simply more terrifying than he thought. But at the same time, the profits he had received up to this point were brought in 734 gold coins. Along with a few silver and copper coins that were received, it seemed like an unbelievable amount of money. From 10 gold coins to 700 in 3 months. It was unimaginable. But the Countess continued, saying there were things like inviting high-level masters to their lands, arranging routes, and so on. A lot of things she wanted to consult him about right now. But first, she needed to hear why he came here. She said she would do whatever they asked. Our protagonist said there was someone he wanted to meet. At that, he was taken to one of the mines named Pei. The manager said that if they were new, they wouldn't work as well as the rest. But our protagonist was just looking for someone with the same insignia, just like his other allies. This guy's speed was much faster than the others. So she expected the hero to ask, "Damn, who is this guy?" The goblin replied that the first conversion seeker he had the honor of working with at their mine had tried to escape to another land. But they had managed to catch him, and for his actions, they were working him to the bone. Of course, it was now clear that this person had a tier 5 item, or even higher. So he requested the goblin to allow a conversation with him. Number 1 immediately looked over and saw the protagonist calling him. He walked over to the manager, and our hero thought he couldn't work anymore. He had done all the work for the week and was about to be scolded, but the protagonist just asked to talk to him. Number 1 asked who was standing before him, but our protagonist simply replied that he was the one who would give him his freedom. Number 1 told his story, saying he had escaped but was caught and now works here. The protagonist asked why he signed the contract, since he should have. I realized it when he read it. The person just replied that he signed everything without reading, and also said that he was only 15 years old at the time. The protagonist slapped his own forehead, realizing he really needed help. But the angel who was by our protagonist's side ran up and whispered in his ear, saying that there was a smell of fire coming from the boy, a smell that also came from fire spirits, or people closely related to fire attributes. Usually, such people have a natural talent for smithing. She hadn't seen anyone like that in a long time. Our protagonist asked the boy if he was willing to do anything if he were freed. The boy said yes again, without even hearing any conditions. He immediately knelt down and began to say that if he were released, he would serve faithfully. He just begged to go with them. He said he didn't want to mine iron anymore. At that moment, the player's contract was broken. The shackles on the boy flew off. It was now possible to check his skills. But once the skills were examined, one thing clearly caught his interest. Or rather, the text. This is the most ancient fire seeker, the first beta tester of Arcadia. Of course, the game was developed in great secrecy until its release. So, if our protagonist was really a closed beta tester for such a game, it was very strange. The protagonist even asked him, "But who are you?" The boy immediately started to speak, but then bowed his head and said that this game was given to him by a friend. Anyway, our protagonist didn't believe him. So the boy decided to tell him that wasn't the case, because he had a very smart friend. But it was a secret, so he couldn't really talk about it. The protagonist sighed, saying that judging by the way he was trembling, it seemed like he was lying, and then said that they could end this conversation here. So he asked the boy if he wanted to take a test. This test was for the boy to fight. He had to kill a kobold by himself. The boy thought that was really great. In reality, he said that because he was on the verge of death. But in fact, the protagonist thought that his combat skills were not good, and his crafting skills were also very bad. Crafting here is notoriously difficult, so no one is 100% good at it, but it's still an important skill. It's a shame that he's been here since the closed beta test and is still at this level. Why does he have to be his assistant? Is this really some kind of punishment? However, the angel flying nearby said that there's no need to think that way. Because do they really think a blacksmith only needs blacksmithing skills or something similar? A blacksmith doesn't just need his talent and abilities, but also the creativity to pour his soul into creating a tool. However, in her opinion, this isn't the most important quality of a blacksmith. Standing before a blazing furnace with the heat of the fire, striking the metal hard with a hammer. Above all, they need the perseverance to never give up. And after hundreds, 1,000 hammer strikes with an unyielding will, a weapon of great power is born. This is how a blacksmith should work. The child standing right in front of him had faced a difficult situation and hadn't given up. Therefore, the angel felt that the boy had more potential than anyone else. Our protagonist asks where on earth Ellie got such detailed information. Or rather, why did she rate him so highly? Ellie says that it's all hard to explain, but then says that unlike the others, if such information were to leak, it could have a huge impact on the entire continent. Previously, during the intervention of the Master of Arms, Tut acted against righteousness, and the heavens had to suffer the consequences. But if this happened again, it would shatter the order of the heavens. Instead of setting an example as an angel, our protagonist realizes that, in other words, if she had enough righteousness, she could learn the information she dared not share right now. Ellie says that all of this is true, but it's too late, because our protagonist says that he'll pay his righteousness in any way she wants. Because information that could have a huge impact on the continent is clearly worth the price. He has a temperament that can't stand it when he's burning with curiosity. At the same time, he already had 1,000 righteousness points. A secret of the past is revealed, replaying the memories of Archangel Michael. The time is set during the first holy war of the demon race, known as the Era and the Mythical Era. In this era, there were gods who possessed various powers, like the god of hunting, music, war, justice, time, and so on. There were countless gods and the cults that worshipped them. However, one of them wiped out that era, destroying all human memory of it. Our protagonist realizes that it turns out one cult wiped out all the others, claiming their god was the only one. And this insane cult was none other than the Divine Empire. It turns out the Divine Empire, which honors justice, were the descendants of those who had drowned the continent in a sea of blood. So, if this truth were to become known, the continent would once again be plunged into chaos. That's why the heavens concealed the truth. The angel and his eyes confirmed that this was indeed the truth. After this incident, did the other gods become stronger? But that was worth nothing. After all, they had lost all their followers and turned into gods that no one remembered anymore. At that moment, our hero realizes that the boy's skills could very well be related to one of those gods. The angel says that the first one to light up the darkness was the father of all blacksmiths, Buenos. It was he who was looking after this child to stay in the mines. This is why you shouldn't make the boy your assistant, but help him grow and develop. But he isn't even a master blacksmith. And Ellie, who was beside him, asked if he should take the boy to the dwarves. Our protagonist asks about this plan, because Tan knows that so far. Players haven't discovered the existence of other species. How could he take the boy to them if he doesn't know where they are? The angel says she doesn't know either. But just then, Tan appears and says that he knows about this. He says that the dwarves live underground. These people went underground and met his subordinates there. Our protagonist asks him where that place is, but Tan just says that it's very far away, requiring a flight of about 5 days. This enormous distance means it's one of the 5 forbidden zones, where one can die just from the environment. The Great Dayu Desert. Both Tan and the angel clearly express their desire to go to that place. Our protagonist also decides that they should go there. After a while, the Great Desert appears before their eyes. Our hero says that even the inhabitants of the desert tribes can't go to that place, because it's filled with dangerous monsters. As soon as our protagonist enters the area, he notices the boy right behind him is filled with determination. Because the boy is grateful for being given such good items, Dex tells him not to worry, as it wasn't hard for him to buy these items. Everything is fine. Why return used items? You should keep them for yourself as payment for having worked in the mines for so long. The boy is very happy and promises himself that he will follow the man in front of him to the very end. But Dex is clearly flustered. Now our heroes are in the desert. Due to the heat, their stamina consumption has increased. They are exhausted and need to rest. The boy was exhausted, and our protagonist tried to support him. He couldn't understand why the boy's stamina was draining so quickly. The boy continued to praise the protagonist. But he understood that he just has a skill called Cold Sorceress, which gives him resistance to the heat. So, he tells the boy that in the future, he can get it too. The two have been wandering in the desert for 3 days. They were almost about to give up, thinking they wouldn't find anything. The boy believed the information was unreliable, but the protagonist quickened his pace. He says not to worry, the information is 100% accurate. Instead of talking nonsense, it's better to speed up. Tan, who was resting in the air, started clearing out some approaching creatures. At the same time, 2 level 160 scorpions appeared. Our protagonist immediately used magic to freeze the scorpions, and then dealt with them instantly. The boy dealt with the scorpions with a single blow of his pickaxe. They shattered into pieces. He then received a title called Freelancer. Of course, this title is extremely strange, because he already had that title in the first place, and now it's Freelancer again. The boy is hurt by all of this. But then Dex asks what his level is, and the boy replies that he's level 72. He went up from level 24 in 3 days. In fact, that was probably a legitimate way of power leveling. Tan looks at him and says with a grim face that he just needs to follow him. The boy knows it wasn't in vain. All they could do was hope that there would be at least a few clues now, as he had put in a lot of effort to keep the team's morale up. Tan, who understood everything, immediately approached our protagonist and said that he has a hint. He thinks that one of the dwarves famous among the demon race's residents could help him. He has golden hands and invented the Hellforge. That forge creates weapons using hellfire. He's not the type to deal with demons, but is very famous among the nobility. Our protagonist shows interest and asks about this dwarf, but the demon just asks for a favor. He said he really wanted to know what our protagonist was feeling, because he's bound to him all day. And as a phantom, it's very difficult for him to do this. The angel was in a similar situation, so our protagonist said there was no reason to refuse. Immediately, the nobleman possessing his body was summoned. The man began to clearly feel the same sensations as when he was alive. He was asked to put the conversation on hold and find the place they were looking for. The dwarf immediately apologized and started searching around. He looked down at his feet and said that the ground was right beneath our protagonist's feet. The problem was, no one believed him. But Dorov, with his device, pointed straight at the sand and said he could feel that energy coming right from the ground. It was a distinct energy from the sand forge, the last stronghold of the dwarves that he had sacrificed himself to protect. But what did they need to do to get there now? The dwarf said he didn't understand what he was talking about and why he would use such a clumsy method, because there was an even easier way. Our protagonist understood what he meant and asked the boy to back away as far as possible. Then, he immediately took the hammer in his hand, swung it up despite the boy's screams, and slammed it down on the ground. The entire ground began to crack, and our protagonist plunged straight down, while deep below, they saw a speck of light rising up. The man said he felt a sense of nostalgia, now being able to look at this city once again. But Dex, seeing the city for the first time, realized this was the Sand Forge, the very place they had talked about earlier. You have discovered an unknown area, earning a legendary achievement as the first to discover the final city of the dwarves. Report the achievement to your kingdom to receive a huge reward. You have received the title Tireless Investigator, and your health and other stats have been upgraded. Now there's a new quest. Meet the dwarves. Many dwarves inside immediately drew their weapons, saying that an outsider had found their way to them, and our hero realizes that this new quest is going to be really difficult. The video ends here. If you've watched until the end, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and leave some feedback. See you in the next video.